Go! Go!
Hello, friends. How's it going? And welcome back to another stream. And yeah, it is one of those streams again, of course, because we started these 2+ weeks ago now. I'm of course talking about the annual servant tier lists, and today we're hopefully gonna be wrapping up the knight classes because we already covered saber and archer. So next up today is the Lancers. Honestly, maybe the most boring of the classes this year, just because of the amount of new additions is so small. In fact, for those that don't know, in fact, I did not realize it either until the list was made and whatnot. But yeah, there's only one new Lancer in the whole list compared to last year's list. So there's only one new addition of a servant. I mean, we're probably still gonna play stuff a bit differently and whatnot, and there probably was some buffs too, compared to some of the that were released after the placements of last year. But yeah, interesting. I'm still hopefully well, rather I'm hoping this list will still be a very fun and chill one. If anything, maybe it's more chill that there's less new servants to talk about. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. But anyway, so far this week I think has been pretty good. I think all the streams this week have been quite successful, I want to say. At least I've had a good time. And yeah, hopefully you guys are also having a nice weekend in general. Even if, for some of you guys, there's maybe not too much time left on Sunday. I don't know, time zones and all that. And by the time we're done with this list, it's probably way into the evening for me as well, so we'll see. But I get to recharge all my batteries and whatnot again in the next 2 days. So, should be fine. Should be good. But yeah, what Will was asking about, I might as well address the elephant in the room, of course. I already talked about it, I think, on the stream yesterday, or 2 days ago, or both. Maybe just yesterday, I don't remember. But sadly, Plushy won't be joining today as a co-host because, he needs a break. He's kind of exhausted, which, understandable. Even, I know these are also, obviously not on a... They're like very early for him anyway in the time of day. So, happens. I wasn't honestly expecting him to be able to do all of these anyway. So it's good. But hey, I'm not going to be alone because I'm going to be having Otto with me anyway. So that's nice. Honestly, if I didn't have either of my co-hosts available, I probably would have just streamed something else today and delayed this by a week. But if I have just one co-host, that's already enough for me, to do the list. So it's just going to be me and Otto chatting through the servant rankings. And hopefully it's gonna be nice and cool. Now, if I got info from Plushy that this, that he couldn't make it a bit earlier, maybe I would have, contacted some other, possible hosts to take over for this week. But I didn't really have a lot of warning time here, sadly, because I think it might have been yesterday when I got the news that he won't be doing it. Which it is what it is. Can't fault him too much, I guess, but would be nice to know more in advance, I suppose. Oh my god, is that the OG Captain Tsubasa opening? That's amazing. This is gonna be like the one time I comment on the songs today, because I won't be talking about the music as we go through the tier list, because obviously that would just make YouTube people way confused, because they won't be hearing the songs as usual. Yeah. Alrighty then, let's first of all, we got some resubs. When I change scenes here, obviously the alerts will be disabled. In fact, the TTS is already disabled, but even the alerts themselves will be off on the actual main scene, what you want to call it, But hey, Brain Dead, thank you for the 28 months. Johnny Deppy with the 21, and Pavel just now with the big 49. Thank you so much. And welcome back to the countdown, man. But yeah, I'll read all the resubs, new subs, anything that may have happened during the list at the end as well, of course. Right. Hello. I'm chewing on like a thing that's, good for my throat. Enjoying a nice little throat snack. The best kind, at least for streaming, Wow. It's like a thing like well, I'm not chewing on it really. It's something that you're supposed to, kind of suck on. And then, the thing that you swallow from it, it kind of creates this little like safety shield for your throat. I don't know what to call it. English? Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. But it protects your vocal cords, is what I'm trying to say here. So it's good for you. Right, without further ado, let me just hop into a call with Otto now, so we can hopefully get started. I'm guessing this to be the shortest of all the lists. I mean, so far at least. I'm not sure if the whole year. Probably one of the extras will be shorter. But yeah, because there's only one new server and then there's only 2 of us doing this. I'm expecting it to be a bit shorter. But regardless, I'm still expecting overtime. Anyway, let's go say hi to Otto. Hello. Yeah, good morning.
Oh, Jesus.
How's it going?
Really low for some reason.
Oh, yeah, I am low for you? Interesting. Why is that? I shouldn't be very different.
I think it's so I've been like adjusting my volume on my headset, so that's probably what it was. I just had it really low.
Interesting.
But yeah, good morning, everyone. Hello, it's me.
It's Otto.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'm at least first of all, before I even do the actual intro and whatnot, I'm at least happy you're here today. I can't talk, because like I said before I joined the call, I probably wouldn't have even done this today if I didn't have at least one co-host available, because these kind of destroy my throat. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I don't think it's gonna be 7 hours. Hallelujah.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, okay. If this is 7 hours somehow, I don't even know. But yeah, it's good to have you talk it as well, and I'll address it in the intro as well. But I'll try to interrupt you less. But at the same time, a lot of the interruptions have been, to try and get the show moving forward. But I do admit I have been, kind of doing it, otherwise too. Maybe not on purpose, of course. I'm just kind of weird like that. But I'm gonna try and be a bit more careful today.
Oh,
And I think,
just
yeah.
since someone asked in chat, I think we should be doing the swapcast later. Like I don't know. It depends on whether or not he's planning on taking a full day, but I think we're on. So
Well, it's probably a
it's
better
just
time
like,
for him, so he's probably like, good to
yeah,
go for that, yeah.
yeah. 4 o'clock in the evening versus 7 in the morning. Yeah, I don't blame him. I barely
Yeah.
got out of bed myself.
Yeah. And again, I do appreciate it, of course.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be over here in front of potentially hundreds of thousands of people.
I mean, yeah, who knows what the numbers will be eventually on the YouTube side. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I never have like any high expectations or anything, but the videos still do tend to actually... They're probably like my most watched videos, basically, on overall. But minus some viral algorithm hits, I guess, which I don't get a lot, but, overall, like,
tell me
they're
about it,
like
man.
consistent, yeah.
Yeah, I peaked a couple years ago with a meme video about Gouda, like Gouda 5 or 6.
Oh, yeah?
I have not had anything surpass that. Well, I guess I had a short do that, but like shorts only translate to so much. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's only 59K. That's like nothing in comparison to what you get, you and other larger YouTubers get.
Well, I still don't have like a mega hit. Like, I don't have like a video that's a million views. Like, I think Plushy has one, and many others
Yeah,
do,
the
but
one
I don't
with
have
the
a million view
stealth
video. Maybe
He
even
never
wasn't
uses the
his comma
stealth
video also super high or something?
Wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I only remember his most viewed.
Yeah, it's the Astolfo
Game
noises one.
noises.
Yeah, yeah. I really wonder how that came to be, but you know what? At the same time, I really don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty popular, so makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it would reach like even non-FGO players, obviously, with those numbers. So makes sense,
Yeah, it is statistically probable that he got people into the game with that one video.
I would say so. Yeah, absolutely. So did you do any preparation for this, or is it like similar to last week's?
Well, last night I opened up a stream and I was just like, I chatted with chat about a bunch of the Lancers, and then I also hopped in a VC with Plushy and some other people in his server.
So we got the Plushy in spirit here via your preparation.
Yeah, I will carry his torch one way or another.
The hot take torch.
Yeah, I will make sure to give steaming hot takes this morning.
Yeah, otherwise the torch will go out,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess you're good to go, right? You got,
Yeah, I think so.
Snacks, food, water, something, I don't know.
Yeah,
okay.
I got another one of these expired Starbucks coffees next to me. They're bottled, so it should be fine.
Yeah, should. Let's hope, yeah. I don't know about that, so yeah, I'll let you, do you decide.
Yeah, I'll be feeling it later if it's a problem, but it should be fine for now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, I guess I'll get started on my intro then. So as usual, it's mostly the same stuff as the previous 2 weeks. I usually change it up a little bit here and there to make it a bit more relevant for the actual week we're doing this on. Including feedback and whatnot. But again, there's going to be a really obvious point where you can do your intro again, and after that, I'll just do the rest of the intro, and then again, unscripted, just until the end, craziness. Right? Yeah. So yeah, also hey Panzani, thanks for the gifted sub. But yeah, I really won't be talking about too many of the alerts moving forward now until the end. So, but hey, thank you, man. I see you. Okay. All right, let's do it then. It's Lancer time. We're back for another consecutive week with another iteration of the 2024 servant tier lists. And again, if you have been missing these, and also if you want these to happen next year too, first of all, smash that freaking like button, okay? It's below the video. Just press it. It takes 1 second. It really goes a long way. You'd be surprised. Also, check the top of the description of this video if you really want to help support the content otherwise too. Now, I'll be repeating myself again for some of the stuff because, again, not everyone will be watching all of these lists. So I just want to say I'm taking a very casual approach this time around. I really want to treat these as just like a fun podcast type of show for FGO enthusiasts. And I have to emphasize people to not treat these as any kind of objective opinion, okay? We're here to just blabber about our beloved game, and that's about it. Nothing more serious than that. Now, a bit of an unfortunate update this time around. Plushy, one of my co-hosts, needed a break this week, so he won't be joining me, or at least seemingly. I mean, if he wants to join later during it, I'm okay with that. But yes, seemingly he won't be joining at all today. But luckily, at least I still have my other co-host, Otto, here today, so yay. And yeah, I might as well let him do his usual intro now again, so hello.
Hello, everybody. Plushy here. So I'm going to be here in spirit for him, in the very least. But I'm Otto. I'm a small YouTube man. I do basically nothing other than the podcast as of late, the Smobcast, and you guys can catch me and Plushy over there on my channel. But yeah, good morning. I'm glad to be here this morning.
Yeah, and also for people on YouTube that don't know, because I don't think I've mentioned it, and neither have they, for both Plushy and Auto, since I am a European myself, and I stream in the afternoon, that means these happen very early in the morning for them. So yeah, they don't worry if they sound sleepy, because they probably are sleepy. Well...
Yeah.
So yeah, but I do appreciate them being here, of course, because you know they have to wake up early for this if they want to catch it. Right, let's see here. Where was I? Oh, what was that? Oh, you're ready? Oh yeah, good. That is very good. All right, regarding some feedback, there's still a bit of interruptions going on during the lists, of course, mostly by yours truly, but, you know, some of it is also necessary evil to keep the lists moving forward, but I do realize I also have been overdoing it at points anyway, so I try my best to work on it for the better. And also another useful feedback that was given is that since most of you, or maybe not most of you, but many of you guys will probably just be listening to this instead of also watching the video at the same time, that I should vocally mention where I place servants before moving on to the next one. So hopefully I remember to do that too. And that was actually a good suggestion. And, you know, maybe Otto can remind me as well if I forget, because my memory sucks, let's be real. Yeah.
I'll do my best.
Awesome. Now, again, I'm not going to go through any big list of criteria this time or anything for ranking, because, you know, chances are people have already seen a lot of my previous tier lists, so you kind of know how this stuff works anyway for, you know, my placement criteria. And before we begin, because I know already that this will be a very long session, I highly recommend grabbing something to snack on and drink if you are a gamer and plan on watching or listening this entire thing through. But if you're a sane person and don't want to spend hours listening to me talk nonstop, I also understand very well. So for you, I have lovingly prepared timestamps of every single servant covered in this video. So feel free to open the description and jump around with those. Also, be sure to check the final placements at the end of the timestamps before posting any angry comments, just in case. And finally, I'm going to give some shoutouts to everyone that helps with these lists. So first of all, shout out to Mr. Copy for making this beautiful template as usual. Loving it. Now, shout out to Jord and MC for the AoE looping sheet, the numbers. Very cool as well. Big shout out to Trevor for the single target MP damage, the crit damage sheet, and also the MP refund sheets. Very cool stuff here as well. Now, I don't have it up right now because it's on a separate screen for me because I don't really, it's mostly there for placements. But yeah, also shout out to Bupa and Space Z for the stat sheets, which I will be using to referring to average stats, etc. inside the class itself. But again, even if I can't show you right now, all of that will be in the description. And also, of course, finally a shout out to Otto for coming along and doing this with me, co-hosting. A very, very cool. Now, again, the links to everything, all the sheets, Otto's channel, all the good stuff, everything that I just talked about will be in the description, so do check those out. Very cool. And with that, I think we can finally begin. Yay. So this time we have, I believe, 46 Lancers. And sadly, only one of them is actually new to this list compared to last year's, right at the very end of the list. But, you know, I'm sure we're just still going to play stuff differently anyway. And regarding the order of placement, of course, we will be going from lowest to highest rarity first and then release date second. And as usual, apology if my voice starts to die throughout the list because, you know, I'll be blabbering nonstop. But hey, at least I have some, co-host action. So if needed, Otto can also take over reading kits and whatnot. So that's cool. And with that, yeah, I think we should be go. Also, I hopefully fixed my audio issues now. So hopefully no more distortions on the voices of my co-host. Well, this time voice of my co-host, so should be good now. Yay. Alright, so Lancer wise, we have one star Lancer as our first entry. At least we have one, so that's cool. And she happens to be an interesting one too. So, you know, another cool little fact. So, our first entry in our list, as the only one-star Lancer, we got Mary Anning, also a servant that will be released on NA sooner than later with the this year's collab event. In the FP gacha, of course. Now, she is an arts AoE Lancer, but rather than maybe calling her like a DPS or a farmer, I feel like she will mostly see use as a kind of interesting little support. Because sadly, her one-star numbers do hold her back quite a bit in terms of doing damage herself. But we'll still give her a fair rundown here. She's got a double buster, double arts deck, which is, you know, totally fine, I suppose. Again, especially if you're planning on using her as a support. You know, if anything, the more arts, the merrier, because she happens to be arts-focused. So more arts chains for the team, I suppose. Now, first skill. On a 5-turn cooldown, we got her version of a Charisma. So it doesn't work for everyone for the attack buff. Even that already is a little bit restricted. So only female or unknown gender allies get 15% attack for 3 turns, including herself, of course. So if you're a dude, hey, tough luck, I guess. Now, same with the second effect. So another 15%, this time for arts for 3 turns. Also for female or unknown gender allies for 3 turns. And then also 10% MP gain for same traits or genders rather for 3 turns. So honestly, since, you know, there's a lot of servants you can easily hit with these requirements and they're all the same anyway for the 3 effects and they have really good synergy and good uptime on a 5-turn cooldown, it's actually really good. Now, yeah, obviously the numbers could be a bit higher, but you gotta remember she's also a 1-star, and you know, you can't make some of the numbers that affect looping too high, because you know they don't want to undermine, you know, higher rarity supports with, you know, lower stars, I suppose. Which I guess did happen a little bit with one of the extra class servants we'll be talking about many weeks into the future. But yeah, honestly, I still like this skill. I think it's good. I like all the effects; they work really well together and whatnot, so it's good. This is like one of her main uses of supporting anyway. Now, second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets a 30 star bomb and then basically black rails herself with the demerit. Can't die to that though, so sometimes it might be relevant, but you know, I guess it's worth noting anyway. So it's a big star bomb on a fairly low cooldown. It's okay. Not decent for supporting as well, I would say, at least for a 1-star. It's not Mozart level, of course, but also the cooldown is way lower, so, you know, give or take. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, it's an AoE tick down by 1. That is actually very strong. And then the full party gets a 10% battery and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Wow. Actually, pretty good. Like, her kit for a 1-star, at least among 1-stars, I want to say is top tier. Now, is it like amazing among all servants in the game? Well, maybe not, of course. You know, it's kind of basic and there could be more things. But for a 1-star, you can tell she's not a day one release because, you know, there's a lot of nice stuff going on here. And every skill can be used for supporting as well, which is very nice. Synergy. We like it. Now, the only passive she has is 10% debuff rest, so not much to go on with there. Basically, the bare minimum. Well, I guess bare minimum is no passives. Even some there are servants like that, but yeah, this is like basically as bad as it gets otherwise. She's got an anti-alter ego on the append, which, you know, is fine. I don't think she herself will be doing too much damage, but again, you know, night classes are still always legit against alter ego enemies due to at least the defensive advantage, so that's cool. The MP is a pretty basic one, but I do like it as well. So before damage, you get 10% arts up on base overcharge for 1 turn before damage. I think I said before damage twice. I'm going to repeat myself a lot. Anyway, scaling up to 30% on max OC. And then the normal effect, besides damage, is a AoE buff block for 1 time 3 turns. I like buff blocks, so that's really cool. And it's also nice that it has some flexibility with the turn, and it's a fairly spammable MP too if you decide to go that route, so you can potentially deny quite a few buffs from the enemies. Very interesting. Also, worth noting the Bonsi, I suppose, because she is mostly going to be used as support. Her Bonsi is also another big 20% AoE arts up for, again, female or unknown gender allies, including herself. That's a lot, actually. That's a big number. So yeah, pretty cool. Do we even have her numbers? I'm not. Oh, she is actually on the sheet. But yeah, as you can see, even if she could loop decent, which she is not even listed in the black rail, but her numbers would still be pretty gimped anyway because of the 1-star stat line, sadly. So unless you're like the biggest fan of hers, you know, like a huge 120 copy or something, you're probably not really gonna use her to farm. Even on multi-core, I feel like she would still be a letdown for damage. So if anything, I feel like she's mostly just going to be used as a DPS or support.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I recall correctly, I think she is able to black grail if you can get like a few hits of overkill, but unless she's grailed, she's never going to be as reliable as the other ones.
Pretty much, yeah. Now, how's the refund? I mean, you can already start talking about her as well. Like, what do you feel about her?
So I do have a pretty good amount of experience with her, I would say, since I do like supporting my servants with low-star servants. I like using her, but I have on numerous occasions been really freaking annoyed that she is a sexist. It goes even beyond that because like I want to use her with like Canis, for example, and Canis doesn't count. So yeah. I do think she's solid.
Wait, doesn't Canis have unknown gender? Or am I going crazy?
She doesn't have feminine looking, I think, which is.
But isn't it female or unknown gender for the stuff?
I'm not sure, but I know it doesn't get anything. So yeah.
Wait, really now? Huh?
Yeah. Hold on.
Her gender is unknown in the wiki, so it should work. And she even has feminine looking on traits too, actually.
She does.
Or are you talking about summer or something? Maybe it's different. Let me check.
If it's different for summer, because oh yeah, you know what? I might be mixing her with Habitrot.
Yeah, it seems to be the same for summer too.
Yeah, Habitrot is female only. Yeah, oopsie. So she's not as bad as. Okay, well, I'll try to keep that in mind next time. So I do like her type of support. It doesn't quite fit the normal arts archetype because like the arts archetype is more so just going to be like you try to like maybe you do the looping, but you also try to work for a longevity perspective because that's what Castoria appreciates. But I also kind of appreciate her as a non art support because like I mean to be fair she doesn't have that much in line of art support, but I do like her as an arts card support because like as I found like In the past, especially with someone like Mozart, who is a good point of comparison, some types of arts supports are pretty universal in what they are able to do because everyone it's not universal whether or not people like buster cards or quick cards, but every class likes arts cards. So having that little that boost of NP gain, allowing you to potentially loop, and then an extra little 10% charge, it's it's pretty nice. And I do like having that 30 star bomb. Like sometimes it doesn't get used because what I like to do, I like to give her a star bomb CE, and then I also have that so I can have stars on 2 separate turns, but sometimes it doesn't come up, so it's still really nice.
Yeah. Pretty good points there. But yeah, like you said, her art sub itself is only 15%. So even if you like, it doesn't mean you have to only use her against or with arts servants, of course, because she still brings you attack, crit damage, stars, MP gain. Granted, unknown gender or female. So yeah, you could do that too, I suppose. Yeah.
I also appreciate the 1-star stats. Honestly, I feel like being a 1-star is really nice for supports because that means after she uses her buffs, she can die pretty easily. Because you probably don't want her on the field that long. So she's only got like 6,000 HP, and yeah, it's a pretty handy thing.
Yeah. I think yeah, so like I think you're right. Like you probably don't want her to be on the field, so yeah, we're dying pretty fast. It's mostly a positive, if anything.
Yeah. In my opinion, I'd say like B or A. Like
yeah,
I'd be more so towards A.
Last year, yeah, I had her placed on a flat B, but I might be willing to bump her up a bit. Okay, she has her uses.
Yeah, she's I'd say she's fairly versatile. Of course, the point of comparison is always going to be Mozart, but I feel like, I guess hot take, I feel like she fits art spam better than Mozart because Mozart is pretty heavily locked to that 1 turn of value. Although
he's just a burst support.
Yeah, he's more of a damage support than she is. I feel like she's more looping support because she can make your arts cards crit in a similar fashion, unless you're a berserker, because that 20 stars, it's a pretty big difference at times. But yeah, B plus is fine for me.
Yeah, I think I might plop her there for now. But yeah, she definitely has her uses. I think Anning is fine. And with that, we wrap up the 1-stars. Yay. Fast. Surely that means we're 20% of the list done, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, let's move on to the 2-star servants. Now we go back to day 1. And in order, we're going to talk about the Benkei first.
Wow,
of course.
What a contrast between these 2 servants.
Yeah, because Anning clearly sucks and Benkei is our promised lord and savior. I understand what you mean. So yeah, we got Benkei. He's a weird tank. He's weird. Anyway, that line, again, it's 2 stars. There's not much to say about it, but it's kind of nice that he at least has 9k HP. I wish he was higher, of course, because he's supposed to be a tanky servant, but really, if you don't have the taunt active, he's probably gonna die easily anyway, sadly. But yeah, what are we working with here? Double arts, double quick. Pretty random deck. I don't think any deck could really salvage him anyway, honestly. So, we'll just go with it. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown is a single target, 100% base chance. So max rank to skill seal 1 enemy for 1 turn. How?
Numbers, man. 100%.
Even on AoE would still be trash. Come on, bro. Like, what is the skill, dude? Like you might be thinking like 100%, but you can still whiff it because it doesn't take resistances into account. So it's only if the enemy doesn't have any resistance, then it's guaranteed to land.
Liz over there with 40 to 60% attack with this skill AoE, and also one hit of one buff removal. God. Ooh.
Yeah, this is well, in case it wasn't obvious, it's bad. Yeah. Anyway, second skill. At least this one has some use. It is a big downtime, so on a 5-turn cooldown, gets a 1-turn taunt, but also up to 60% of defense up for himself for 1 turn. So actually, he can tank a turn without dying with this, for sure. Unless the enemy has ignored defense, then rip Bozo, or they MPU, also rip Bozo. But, you know, if none of those two are ticked, he's probably going to be fine, even with 9k HP, because there's a lot of defense up, let's be real. Unless they're Sabers, which also maybe rip Bozo. Yeah, it's barely passable, I think, mostly because the downtime is pretty atrocious. But, you know, it's at least okay, you know, it's not garbage. So, hey, cool. And then the third skill, at least this one is AoE, but then you see the other numbers. So, AoE MP seal, but max rank 80% base chance, and then 8 turns of cooldown. Sucks. It sucks. It's bad. Unreliable, not 100%. Trash. Wait, downtime atrocious. Even if you land the triple seal against 3 enemies, it's not even great overall for what it does. Because that's all it does. What is the skill set? It's like, if Geronimo didn't exist, I think Benkei would have the worst skills in the game. I truly do believe that. Like, these are no good. Anyway, 15.5% debuff risk.
Apologies
cool.
to that one chat member who was annoyed by it. Hot take, I think his skills are the worst in the game.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not that hot of a take. Who am I kidding?
Yeah. True. I guess with G-Man, he got the ever so smallest little buff because of Mighty changed to his skills. But even then, it's like, no.
Well, he has a 50% boost to his NP damage for a turn, which is like, we don't have any NP damage here, so like you can't even give him that.
Yeah. And also, I guess maybe a tiny buff to Geronimo in terms of Yui being released as well. Obviously, it would be better if it was more than 1 turn on the skills. But yeah, it's a small little argument, you know? It's baby steps for him, you know? Every year he gets like 1% more power. So maybe in like a few decades, he's worth talking about, you know? We'll see.
You know what? On second thought, like one of the problems with like rainbow buffs for 1 turn and Yui is like, you want to use her NP at the same time you've got the other buffs up. On second thought, though, like his Buster and Quick buffs aren't going to do anything anyways, so it's not really that much of a downside. It's not as much as like with
I think he has double Buster though, right? It's double Buster, double arts, I think. So the Quick one is the absolute worst one.
Damn. That crazy crit damage on his Buster cards, his 3-star caster Buster.
I could be wrong. Maybe he does have caster deck. I think he has double Buster, but I don't remember, honestly.
Yeah. He has double Buster, double arts. Yeah. He's one of the very few casters out there that has it, and like, why? I don't know, man.
Indeed, why?
It's weird.
Anyway, back to Benkei. His third appearance against Riders, don't bother. He's never going to do damage. Even against Archers, don't. Now, the MP has been buffed, interestingly enough. They actually did give him 1 buff. So, what do we got? On Overcharge, wow. 1k curse for 3 turns on all enemies. Trash. Scaling up to 5k. Not good. Even on curse teams, it would be like the worst option you could have because his MP is not spammable. Base effect on MP5, 80% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. Now, there are individual calcs again and doesn't take it to innate resistances, so it can be even lower than that. But the buff at least added one nice thing. It is a full AoE buff strip. So there is that. That's not nothing, you know? That's something. It is a cool mechanic. It's a great effect. But really, that's the only actual reliable and like good effect on the MP. That's it.
So
that's it.
The one thing I've seen his NP used for that actually is like pretty strong, which I guess like you have to make a lot of concessions to like actually think it's a good point, is like with double Salome teams. Like if you have him at the very end.
Oh, you mean Salome, right?
Yeah, with 2 or 3 NPs, like I mean he can stun up to 3 times. and then he also applies curse, which is going to help the curse damage a little bit. But of course, that assumes that you're going to use that team, and there's basically no real reason to use that team, like ever. Like there's a couple fights that have the big damage mitigation thing, but you can just like pick a team that's going to live longer and then wait it out or something. There's always some way around the damage mitigation if there's supposed to be any.
Yeah. So wait, was that double Benkei and then Salome? Was that what you're talking about?
Oh no, double Salome and
I feel like your damage
Benkei.
would be god awful and everyone would die easily anyway with 2-star teams.
Well, the idea behind that is you're always going to be spamming like taunts. So servants like George or Leonidas or
Oh, so you're
or
rotating the tanks. I get it. Okay.
yeah, that way you don't have to worry about Salome taking any hits at all. So the buff removal, the self
But
buff
I still
removal
feel like
doesn't
the
come up.
damage from Salome's would be god awful without any proper supports. Even if you can't
Well,
spam shit.
the appeal is like the curse and the curse amp. With those two, you can actually get like really high numbers on curse. You can get like I think it's upwards, if not above 100k per turn. And if you get that for like 3 or 4 turns, that does add up on bars. So it's one of those fun types of things. It's not really something that
Yeah, definitely a
useful.
fun thing, not like great.
So something that someone in the Archer tier list in the comments for that, something they brought up, um, I'm going to use it kind of as an example here. It's not quite that. It was about Tristan, and like I do have some disagreements because it was basically about this thing called order of operations. So it's something that gets disregarded a lot because like it is easy to just look at effects in a vacuum, but there are specific ways that like it can come into use because like you're going to use skills in a certain order, you're going to use your NP at a certain time, and because of that, some effects are just not that great. So it's kinda that order of operations really fucks over Benkei because I'm not sure how his gameplay cycle is supposed to work. Like, I don't know what their choices are. So, like, his NP, for example, I feel like that's the strongest thing about him, but he doesn't really have a reliable way of getting his NP, so you have to give
Yeah.
him a K-scope if you want him to do anything. The alternative is maybe you use his taunt to get him his NP, and I think his taunt is another thing that's a bit of a problem because the 60% defense buff, I know that it's a nice looking number. Like, okay, you can have him survive with the taunt. Why the fuck do I want him to survive with the taunt?
True.
Because like, what is he gonna do? Okay, he uses his NP. He stuns once. Now he's just gonna sit there and do jack shit. I
No,
would
he's gonna
rather
live
him
for
have like,
7 more turns to get his MP seal again, of course.
oh jeez. Yeah, and he can skill seal to make sure he takes more hits. Yeah. So like my idea with it, and I think it's just like a fantastic idea that would have actually taken advantage of everything in his kit. So the buff I wanted from, I came up with this before his NP buff, so now I don't think they're gonna do it. So I wanted them
Yeah.
to buff his second skill, give it like a battery, maybe, uh, debuff success for at least 1 turn, and then give him a buff where he removes enemy buffs when they attack him. Because that way he can guarantee they attack him, and it gives him he's a little bit more safe when he does that. And it makes sense lore-wise because he steals people's weapons when they fight him.
Yeah.
And then, like, everything would start making sense in his kit. But like it's just a bunch it's just a fucking mess that doesn't really have any cohesion. It doesn't
Yeah.
eh, uh, I want to give him like D tier just because his NP is pretty good. It's just it's awkward. And I don't know
Yeah.
if I'd bring him over others. Because
Yeah.
usually if I'm having issues with where I need buff removal, it might not be AoE. It might just be single target I need, and then I'd rather take Phantom. So
Yeah. Well, I do respect the the attempt of trying to maybe putting up. I can't place him not in E though. I can't. I have to place him in E personally. I just can't do it.
plus,
I can't do it.
yeah.
I can't.
Oh man, that's yeah. I can't really. I can't really defend.
But
them
you know
beyond
what?
that.
You
It's
tried.
his own fault.
You did put
Yeah.
some a word for him at least. So there's that.
I did more than most people did.
You did.
I'm proud of that at least.
Yeah. All right.
Like
fair
every
enough.
time I use him, he just disappoints me, and it's like he can completely miss his first and third skills, and then like okay, he has a taunt that doesn't even work the way you want it to.
Yeah.
Just ugh.
I don't think any one buff will ever save him. He needs a full rework or
Wow.
something. He needs a 5-star
Another-
version. He's legendary. He's the one of the most famous warrior monks. I mean, I guess the one we have is fake. But yeah, bring the real
technically
Benkei.
not
5 stars.
And then
that.
like another massive contrast. Like we went from good to bad to someone who actually knows how to fucking do his job.
Are you talking about our next entry here?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, now we can segue into we're talking about Leonidas next. So yeah, another 2-star Lancer tank who like Otto said, does his job quite a bit better, I suppose. So honestly, I do wish he had Benkei's stat line though personally, because I don't really bring Leonidas for damage either. I wish he had more HP, but you know what? At least the way he works still makes way more sense. He's got a double buster, double quick deck, which is quote unquote the standard Lancer deck, is what we refer to that as. I feel like it's fine. I would like to see more artsy, of course, to spam the MP better, but in the right comps, you can spam it enough anyway, so, it's not the end of the world. Especially with the help of the first skill, which is interesting numbers. So, yeah, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets that 1-turn taunt, so bit of a downtime on that taunt, but you'll see later why it's not the worst thing ever. But then 3 turns of 100% MP gain up for self. Now the only one who has a higher MP gain on a skill is Mashu on normal kit for the taunt as well, but that's only for 1 turn as well. This is for 3 turns. It's 100%. Even with his terrible hit counts, day 1 numbers, this will still actually make him generate some MP. Oh yeah. So, yeah, it works, I suppose. It's not amazing, but, it's fine. And then the second skill has been buffed. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 1-time 5-turn Guts, which is also now stackable, and also pretty good uptime on a Guts, that's for sure. Then he gets an on Guts activate buff for 3 turns. Now, if he happens to proc a Guts, the full party gets a Charisma, but 20% attack for 3 turns. Yay, and again, this is for every Guts that gets activated during those 3 turns. So if you manage to give him another Guts, because again, this is stackable, or just, proc this and then apply another one, even if it wasn't stackable, you can basically proc that many times. It's a bit of a work, but, it's worth mentioning you can proc it multiple times. And then his Guts itself is actually a 5k revive on max HP after the buff, so yeah, it's for his HP is actually way over half of what his max HP as well, so it's an interesting skill. I do like the uptime now, because again, you can definitely use this twice, especially when it's stackable, so it's good actually. Yeah. And then the third skill
I would also like to note that since he is a Buster Servant, and one of the so Anniversary Blonde makes sense with the team that you'd use him for, and well, there's a Guts for that. So like if you want to be like really creative with it, you can get another 20% attack because you can give him another Guts on top of it, for what it's worth.
Yeah, true. Mystic Code synergy. Third skill is actually not terrible. So it's on a 5-turn cooldown, full party white 25% buster up for 3 turns. It's only one effect, sure, but hey, it's a good uptime. And for an AoE skill, especially for a 2-star, the number is good. 25%, not bad, honestly. So yeah, I mean, it's not the best skill set ever, of course, but compared to Benkei, it's like 3-4 times better, for sure. So it makes way more sense. Now, 15% debuff res is the only passive. It's something. Could be higher. Could have more stuff. But, at least on a tank, it definitely helps against, because again, if you're taunted and the enemy uses single target skills, they are guaranteed to go on the taunted unit. So helps with that. He has an anti-berserker pen, which I feel like, unless you're All Might, shoutouts, you're probably not going to be using him for DPSing. But, you know, it's at least a good affinity on the append. Now, the MP... Oh, I meant all muscle.
It's all muscle.
God damn it, dude. My brain is rotten. Yes, all muscle, yes. I'm thinking of Hero Academia, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, I think his name is inspired by that anyway, right? Surely. So...
yeah, if I was All Might, I don't know.
Yeah.
I still would use Leonidas, to be honest.
Yeah, true. Whoops. All right. Anyway, his MP. So free MP5, 25 star bomb on use, and then he gets on base overcharge, 30% defense for 3 turns for self, and also another 3-turn taunt for self for 3 turns. So again, that's what I meant by what I said. The downtime on the taunt from the first skill is actually not that bad because the MP is a big 3-turn taunt every time you use it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if he has his first skill up at your MP, you don't get a 3-turn taunt. Sadly, right? It doesn't override it, which is annoying.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Which is why you use his first skill to get his NP. Like you give him maybe like 50% CE, and then he takes hits, and since he's a Lancer, he takes 4% at base from when he's taking damage, NP charge that is, which goes up to 8% because of the 100% increase in NP gain. So like So yeah, going back to order of operations, he's actually a servant that is designed in a very smart way. Because like you use his first skill, you get his NP, and then you use his NP, and you get stars, and at that point you probably got the 20% attack because his guts is probably procced, and then you've also got the buster, so you got 20% attack, 25% buster, a bunch of stars. You got a crit turn set up. It just works out really well.
Yeah.
And just like the way, like this is kind of why I say like with Buster teams, it's more so like jamming a bunch of buffs in like in quick succession and like cycling servants out. He's like one of those servants that really fits that archetype perfectly, because like he actually gets to protect the team for several turns. In some instances, he can protect the team for like 7+ turns. Great.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's a tank that actually makes sense. So, yeah. And like you said, a lot of people don't even know it, but MP gain actually does help with MP gain on damage taken as well. Obviously, it doesn't scale as well as the flat out the effect MP gain on damage taken, but it does help with the gains that you get from, you know, being attacked as well, of course. So for tanks, it's a little bit of extra value.
I will do you one further with that. So if it's general NP gain, like if it's for 3 turns, defensively it's only up for 2 turns. It ends before the enemy attacks on the 3rd turn. So it's I don't know why it's that way, which is why some servants that have like 1 turn NP gain buffs, like Mash for example, you don't see that apply defensively. And
yeah, sadly, because I think it's considered an offensive buff, so it ends after your offensive cycle instead of the defensive cycle, aka when enemies attack.
I don't think it gets removed with offensive buff removal, but
no, it doesn't. No, not in that sense. No, of course. Yeah, I should have phrased it better. But like in the terms of like which, like when they decide which buffs tick down when, is it like at the end of your attack cycle or the enemy's attack cycle? In that sense, yeah.
So the really funny thing, at least the way, I think it's funny. So that doesn't get to last until the end of the enemy's turn when it actually has application. But you know what does?
I know what you're going with this. You're talking about star generation, aren't you?
Yeah, star gen.
I knew it.
Know, that thing you can't even use on the enemy turn. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. I think that's what they were thinking with star gen, like really early on. I think they were.
Do you think there's a chance that they accidentally reversed them? Like they did them in the wrong order? Like it was meant to be the other way? Do you think there was a mistake and they haven't realized it?
Maybe. It's my personal theory that when they were designing servants at the beginning of the game, they were going to make it so you could generate stars.
Wait, hold on. Attack. Actually, but isn't the only case where star generation on enemy turns works is Bazette, right? That works. There it works, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's the only case.
Yeah, you're gonna make 10 stars every time she gets attacked.
Yeah,
anyway,
true. And
so-
well, also Anri Mayu, I guess. But yeah, that's one hit AOE arts. Yeah, yikes.
Yeah, that actually doesn't. I don't think it generates stars because it doesn't apply.
Oh, because it's true damage. It's not a hit. It's true damage, right?
Damn, can't even give him star gen on his MP. Damn.
Anyway, what do you think of Leonidas? I think he's pretty solid. I think, depending on how you look at it, he either suffers from low star stats or he gains from it. But I feel like he's one of those tanks that you kind of want to live for longer instead of like Benkei or so what else, you know? I feel like you kind of want him to tank several turns.
Yeah, that's the one thing I give to George over him. I think George is more consistent, and I know that it's a different class, but they're very comparable because they do the same
For
thing
sure.
For the same types of players. So he's less consistent. He can die in like 1 or 2 turns. So it's harder to keep him alive because that first turn he has no defense buff. So in my opinion, A or A plus, because I think I think he just works really well. I think he's handedly better than Marianning with how he functions because he just like works towards a play style and it just makes sense. I like it. He's one of my favorite servants to use.
I really wish he had higher stats, though. He would be so much higher. I could easily place him so much higher, but yeah. But he still works, and you can find some good use for him. So you know what? I might be willing to agree to like an A here. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go with that for now. Yeah. All right, then we're gonna cover the last of the bronze servants next for Lancers. Not a Daywad servant, but in my eyes, sadly, doesn't feel too far from Daywad anyway, sadly. But yeah, we're going to talk about the Puppy Knight, Gareth, of course, the OG variant. Where we talked about Saber during Saber list, of course. So yeah, this is the only other variant she has. Single target buster DPS / an off tank, I guess. She's like a half tank, half DPS, which I think is the biggest problem, but again, we'll get to that after I cover the kit. So yeah, 5.4k attack and then 9.5k health. It's, again, if you're going to be a half of a tank and a half of a DPS, there is no winning with stats, sadly. You're either going to be doing way too little damage or going to be dying way too, easily. There is no, you want high on both, which is not going to happen, especially for a 2-star. It's just not going to work out, sadly. Now, she also has the standard Lancer deck of double buster, double arch, which I feel like kind of hampers her damage potential, because from what I remember, her MP is definitely not very spammable. So the deck doesn't really help too much with it. Now, first skill is actually a pretty nice one. It has been buffed. And the one thing I don't like about it, though, is that it's on a 7-turn cooldown, so I have 1 time 3-turn guts. So the guts uptime, unlike Leonidas, is not good. But what else do we have? So it's a 3k above in the guts. She gets a 15% crit damage for 3 turns, and then also a 20 star bomb. So that's a nice combo, at least. So, effects-wise, it's good. I just wish the uptime was a bit better on the stuff that it offers, though. Now, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 20% battery on max rank, and then a on defense buff for 3 turns. So whenever she gets attacked, she gets a 1-time 5-turn attack buff for 20%. Now, the way this works is unfortunate, in my opinion. Because you can absolutely completely waste these attack buffs. So like, let's say you activate this. Well, you know what, let me talk about the third skill first. It's easier to explain. On a 5-turn cooldown, you get a 1-turn taunt on herself, 40% defense up, pretty good for 1 turn, and then 20% MP gain for 1 turn. So it's like a combination of Benkei's and Leonidas. It's actually a decent taunt. It's not too bad. Still a bit of an up or down time, but yeah. So let's say you activate the third skill for the taunt, then you pop the second skill. Obviously, good combo with the on defense buff. The enemy, most of the time has like 3 actions total. Let's assume they're all attacks. You get 3 of these attack buffs, 20% each, 60% attack. But the way it works is that all of them are 1 attack, 5 turns. So whenever the next time you use a card for her, it just consumes all of it for that 1 card. So if you happen to be using like a random quick card of hers with no crit, no Brave Shadow, nothing. Brave Chain would consume on the first card anyway. It would just, like, all that 60% attack, you would not even feel it. It would just be gone, wasted. So the only real use for this would be, obviously, best case scenario, probably with the MP, of course, or like a very heavy buster crit. Those would be like the ideal scenarios, but sadly you can't always have the ideal scenario though, because whatever card you use will consume all the attack buffs, no matter how many you have them. Again, it lasts for up to 5 turns. You can get so many of these, even outside of the taunt turn. Of course, you can still get hit in those 3 turns of this thing being active, but the next card will always consume all the ones you have. So, I still don't really like how it works, because it's a lot of times it's just wasted damage. Overall, the kit, it makes sense, but again, it just doesn't feel too powerful. Passives, 15% debuff res. Again, for a tank is a bit added value as well because of the taunt, but yeah, could be higher. Now, she does have Riding Bee, which is nice at least, because she does have a double 4-hitter quick. 8% up on that passive, very nice. She's got Anti-Rider on the append, which, again, I wouldn't really bother with unless you somehow have like a 120 copy, then maybe it's useful to you. Anyone else? Probably not so much. The MP, so 8-hitter, single target buster. The one nice thing is, though, that before damage, she gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn. That's always nice utility. And the OC, the only other effect besides damage, is a 10% defense down on the target on base after damage, sadly, for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%. This could have easily been before damage on those numbers as well, but alas. Yeah, not the greatest MP out there, sadly, even with the free MP5. And if I look at the damage chart, yeah, this is even assuming with, actually, I don't know why this calculation uses the 10% defense down, because it's after damage anyway, but yeah, even then she would be near the bottom of the list as a free MP5 regardless. And this is with one of the attack buffs active too.
It took them like 5 years to make a version of her archetype that actually works a lot better. I think Andromeda is what she should have been. But like, I don't know, her as a 2-star, it's always going to be pretty yikes for her damage. I think her buff had potential. It's just that they did it in the there's too few changes they went with. It's like the 3-turn, 7-turn cooldown guts. That's always really annoying because it's such awful downtime. So they could have fixed that by making it a 5-turn guts. They could have also made it a shorter cooldown. They did neither. And I feel like 50% crit, like if she was like a 4-star, 50% crit would be okay. But she is a 2-star. That's trying to make up for stats that are just not there.
That attack buff needs to be like 3 turns or something to get that attack up way more consistently, but it's 1 time 5 turns.
Honestly, yeah, because like you got Andromeda who has the 3-turn buffs when she gets attacked, and that makes sense. She just the one thing I do like is she has Pierce Invuln, and when it comes to low stars, there are very few servants that have Pierce Invuln. The only other one that comes to mind is Paris.
Paris, yeah.
And Paris it makes so much more sense than she does. So like, I don't know, C maybe.
I had her C last year. I think I'm gonna bump her down. I don't really see another reason to bring her, sadly. Like, again, for a 2-star to be a mix of a tank and a DPS, that's I'm not surprised it didn't work, because that doesn't sound like a good recipe, sadly. I think I might even go as low as D, honestly.
I'd say D plus if we're
yeah, maybe.
I think that's a bit too low, because like,
is it though? Does anyone ever pick her?
I would say she is a lot more usable than Benkei, and I know that's 1 tier, but I don't know. It
is a full tier, yeah.
Kind of. Yeah.
I might just be brutal and leave her in C, honestly. We'll see, yeah. Or D, rather.
Man.
Yeah. Oh, well. Do like her character a lot, though. She was robbed in this game, I'll tell you. Even Summer, yeah, it's just a bad streak after bad streak, sadly.
Yeah, dude, she can't win.
Yeah. But she's cute as hell.
Point of time where she's winning.
Yeah. Head pat your Gareth today. All right, with that, we're done with the 2 stars, and I guess by nature also all the bronze servants, so yay. We're speeding through, of course. All right, let's move on and talk about the 3 stars. Back to day 1. So, we're going to start with kind of a hot topic, I guess, always in these tier lists, because, you know, that's how the order is right now. So, yeah, we're going to talk about ya boy, Mr. Blue, the OG himself from Stateite. We got Kuhurin. There he is. The dog himself, the Mr. Reliable, whatever you want to call him. So yeah, we're going to give him a proper rundown as well, of course, as usual. So we got a single target quick DPS, but I feel like DPS doesn't really describe him too well. I feel like he's mostly like an anchor. Definitely an anchor's position servant, or depending on your copy, maybe even a pretty decent soloist. But yeah, again, we'll get to that later. Now I can actually finally refer to my stats because we have some sample data here because it's more than just a few servants. So among 3-star Lancers, he actually does have a higher attack than average at 7.2k, which is not too bad. But I guess in his case, you probably wouldn't mind a higher HP anyway either. So he kind of likes both attack and HP based on how he's used. But yeah, I feel like the stats are fine though for a 3-star. Now he's got the standard Lancer deck as well, which again, there will be many opinions about whether it's actually really good on him or not. But I feel like with the upgrade to quick chains, I think it's fine for him now. Yeah, I don't really see a big problem or anything like that. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 1-time 5-turn guts, so we're back to Leonidas uptime, which is good. Revives for 2,500 HP on max rank. Then he gets an attack buff for 3 turns that increases based on how low he is on HP. It is always a minimum 20%, then it can be up to 50% if you're like 1 HP basically. So the number is anywhere from between 20 to 50 depending on your HP. Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's basic, but it's good, especially now that they reduced the cooldown as well. That is a very nice uptime on that guts. So, yay, it's pretty decent. And the second skill, of course, the signature. 5-turn cooldown, 3-hit evasion, no limit on the turds, 16% defense for 3 turds. I mean, FX are as basic as it gets, but I mean, it's still a top-tier defensive skill, even after all these years. You can tell, like, they didn't really know what game design was back in day 1, because, you know, things were either overtuned or undertuned, mostly undertuned, but this is definitely overtuned, because, yeah, especially in a team, if you play him on a team, while you might not get the most damage, it's basically impossible for him to die unless the enemy spams buff removal. You just can't kill him. It's just a nuts defensive skill, really. And this combined with the guts and then also the third skill, which I don't like the third skill for the record. I think the skill itself sucks, but you know, it helps him staying alive. You get the disengage on a 5-turn cooldown, full debuff clear on self, and then a 1500 heal on max rank. Mostly for the debuff clear, if anything. The heal, unless maybe with the command coders, you know, too, you could maybe, you know, get the more out of the healing as well. But this skill obviously is like whatever, you know, it's not very good. But the combination of the first 2 skills, you know, very easy for him to stay alive. Now, you might be noticing the obvious thing that he has nothing for damage besides the attack buff on the buffed guts, so obviously he probably won't be breaking DPS meters, needless to say. Now, 15% debuff res, pretty okay. Divinity B, whatever, doesn't really matter. In fact, might be a hindrance. Anti-Berserker on the append, very nice as well. And you can definitely easily bring him against Berserkers too due to his survivability. And then the MP has also been buffed, so before damage for 1 turn, he gets a sure hit, and then overcharge, 60% base chance to instant kill enemy, scaling up to 100%, and then, much like Gareth, after damage, 10% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%. Besides the sure hit, I think the effects are kind of doo-doo, and obviously the upgrade helps with the damage, and, you know, Quick has the highest damage scaling anyway for MPs. It is a one-hitter, so it won't really refund anything or generate any stars, so that's also kind of unfortunate. But yeah, it's a decent MP for a 3-star for sure. So how should we tackle this guy? He's a very interesting case, very special.
So, I think there are things about him that are pretty overrated, because like we're going to be talking about at 70. Most people who use him do have him like 80 plus. So one thing that I find pretty shit about him is like his damage is like so he does have the anti-berserker. I know that's all well and good, but his damage just feels pretty lackluster, and I know that's not like every part of him, because like the reason why you use him is because you want someone who's going to live a long time. Like he just does not die against archers, which is really nice. And as a DPS, I do still think it is pretty strong, just having someone who comes up on the front line, and you can put buffs on him and all, but like he outlives everyone else, which means like in a more defensively disadvantaged fight, like he can you can just cycle through supports and he can still be fine, and you don't have to worry too much. So yeah, that's like one of the nice things about soloists, like servants that are good at soloing. Like they're able to, like you can put them on the front line, and they outlive everyone else. So like
I mean, he's good as an anchor too, like a backliner. Like if you just bring him in the final slot of the party, he comes in later just to mop up, because he's gonna be alive for many turns anyway.
Yeah,
versatility.
Yeah, he's pretty versatile. I think that as far as lancers go, or at least like in this in the comparison we're going to be making, I do think he's like on the higher side as far as 3 stars go, because like he does one thing like so much better than even 4 stars, and there's 5 stars that are worse at it than he is. So like I won't argue against the high placement for him. I don't know what you have in mind, but like and like also these days, since we have Summer Scotty who can make up for his dog shit Stargen and his and actually take advantage of his deck, and he's offensively not as bad these days, I'd say.
Yeah, because on his own, he's kind of sad for gains and numbers, really. But again, we have tools to make up for that, so it's not really the worst case anymore. Okay, if anything, it's nice that he has all these tools instead of like the slightly better numbers and like an average kit that you would kind of forget about,
Yeah, it's not as awful as it used to be. Like his gains are, because like mighty chains,
even improved quick chains.
One arts card servants really do appreciate that. It's just it's not phenomenal, I guess. Yeah, I think he's all right.
I think he's definitely exceptional among 3 stars.
Oh, yeah.
I had him on EX last year. I think I would bump him down to A+ this year, though.
I won't argue against that. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they still buff him someday, as crazy as it sounds. I think they could buff Disengage.
Yeah, I mean,
they did it for Caster.
So,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, he's still a good old reliable coup, So
he's still one of the best Fate's Day Night servants, though. So like,
yeah.
So like, I hope he's not the next one. Like we got 2 different servants whose names start with MED that definitely need it way more than he does. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, cool. Still good. Speaking of cool, let's talk about cool 0.5, I guess. Prototype. Get it? XD. So yeah, we got a very similar case here. Single target quick DPS once again. Maybe not as, tanky as the other one, but let's see what he, gets in, on his side instead of those tanky tools. So stat-wise, again, fairly similar. He's a bit more HP and less attack, but, still not the worst numbers. I would say it looks to be, like, among average among Lancers. Yes, maybe ever so slightly above for attack on average, but basically there. Again, standard Lancer deck. Pretty much the same numbers as OG Ku, not much to say there. Now, the first skill, very different. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 45% crit damage and 45% debuff rest for 3 turns. Honestly, it's okay. For a 3-star, it's fine. Good uptime, 2 useful effects. easy to pop, you know? You can just always have this up. No need to really time it too much and whatnot. So, yeah. It's okay. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Second skill, well, there it is again. The amazing skill. 5-turn cooldown, 3 hit evade, 16% defense after 3 turns. Yeah, much like OG, it's still amazing. So yeah, look at that. Good defense. Now the third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% damage mod against wild beast enemies for 3 turns, and then 500% absorb for 3 turns, which combos okay with the first skill, the crit damage. Now, obviously, wild beast enemies are sadly not super common, and in fact, there's maybe like a few servants that even have it, let alone like other boss type of enemies. So it's mostly like normal enemies that really have it. And honestly, for a trait like this, you would prefer to probably have it on AoE servants anyway, just because they're mostly normal enemies that are not like super huge or like bosses. I mean, maybe there has been some challenge quests where there have been some wild beast mobs that are kind of tricky to tackle. You would think so at this point in the game's history, but overall I feel like it's kind of a missed trait. Obviously it's there for the lore reason, I get it, but gameplay wise talking, I think is for him in particular is like is pretty bad, in fact. I would say. But the kit,
I do really like the 3-turn absorb, because I've
yeah, that's
found
still
that,
nice. Yeah.
3-turn absorbs are kind of rare, and especially with someone with a Buster Quick deck, I think that works fairly well with Summer Scotty, for example, because like
Yeah.
that's a pretty big edge I'd say he has over the previous coup, because like he gets he can take advantage of her stars per turn a lot easier, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't think his own crit buff is really that impressive, because like 50. Oh, it's not 50.
It's okay.
45%. 45% for 3 turns is kind of meh.
At least the uptime is good.
But yeah, like it's a lot easier to give a servant buffs for their crit damage than for their crit absorption. So I do find absorb skills very valuable in that regard.
Yeah. Like, at least that redeems this skill. Also, someone pointed out that, I think you're right, Camazotz is a wild beast, right? I think that's true. So there's one use, I guess. Yeah, because I remember Ryder Liz basically still doing a better job, because she also has a wild beast mod. But yeah, I guess you could use Protoku as well.
Yeah, the problem with him, though, is like you're going to be taking double damage if you're using a night class.
Right, yeah, the class is a problem there, yeah.
Like, I would rather use a rider with no survival than that, because they're going to be so much more advantaged offensively.
Overall, I think the kit's fine. There's certainly way worse 3-star kits out there. It has good amount of offense and defense, even though MP damage sadly will kind of suffer from this kit, but otherwise, it's fine. Now, 15% debuffer is cool, Divinity B, Anti-caster in the append, no thanks. Also, a buffed MP. Yeah.
Another nice thing about him is like that 3 turns is 60% defense, not defense, 60% debuff resist. I think that's fairly valuable.
Oh yeah, it's adds to the first skill. Yeah, true. 60% there.
I have felt a lot of pains from that, like doing anything on that one advanced quest. Is sometimes you'll just use that and then bam, 60% chance of just nothing happening.
Yeah.
I love being a debuffing servant.
Yeah, true.
I love having pointless game mechanics that completely nullify my purpose.
You don't sound sarcastic.
Well, I mean, I'm not a servant for one, so...
Yeah, true. Touche. Alright, MP, he gets 20% quick up for 1 turn before damage. Also, the MP itself ignores defense, so that's a cool bonus. Pretty similar OC to Ku, 50% insta-kill chance scaling up to 100%, and then the same OC otherwise. 10% defense down for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 30%. It's a good MP, actually. It's good. Like, especially for a 3-star, it is actually a good MP. But, again, it's a one-hitter as well, so... won't be really generating or refunding at all. It's just mostly there for a big hit. And even then, sadly, his skills don't complement the MP damage at all. but he can still do some damage with it. Now, again, is it spammable? Maybe not really, because the numbers are so bad for gains, but yeah. You know, he's fine. He's a decent DPS that's easy to keep alive. Not as easy as the other Ku, but, you know, you're probably still gonna be okay. But the thing is, like, even if he's decent, we gotta, of course, factor in competition, right, though? And we're not just talking about low stars. 4 stars are like 4 stars, especially like welfares, are an absolute fair comparison, especially with the introduction of the welfare shops. So, like, even if he's fine, which he is, now comes the question: how often would you use him anyway?
I can't think of any single target. Oh, I guess there's Kagatora. Yeah, I guess Kagatora would be.
And also Summer Guchan.
Oh,
way
yeah,
better.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely use her over him. Oh yeah.
Even against non-males, honestly.
Yeah, it's man, welfare's really fucked it up for this.
They did, format. Yeah. But we have to be honest, you know. It's the honest truth.
I do like his survival. Like I like he has a mixture of survival and offense. Like I think like maybe B or B plus. Like I don't think he's outdoing Ku, because Ku has more of a specific focus that actually, like, he's not outdone on, but like being able to do decent crits and decent survival, I think that's pretty nice.
Yeah, so I think right now with these placements, they both came down like a minus from last year. They were EX and B plus respectively. I think I'm okay with this.
Gotcha.
So yeah, if anyone's just listening in, I just placed him on flat B, while Ku OG is A plus. Not sure if I mentioned all these placements yet. Leonidas was A prob, by the way. I already forgot, but yeah, hopefully I think we talked about it a little bit anyway. So hopefully it's, you know, it was kind of mentioned there in the placements. But there you go. We're done with Kus for now. Right, let's talk about the next 3-star. We got the Mr. OG Roma. Not as glorious as the newer one, but you know, there he is with his bulge. Still wonder why they gave him such a big bulge, but you know, why not, I guess. So, wow, okay. I'm gonna insert that clip from Captain Alex here. You know which one I'm talking about. I hope you have seen the movie, by the way. If you haven't, everyone should watch that. It's on YouTube, by the way.
Wait, hold on. Remind me what Captain Alex is.
It's the movie is called Who Killed Captain Alex. It's like
is that the one that was made in Uganda?
Yeah. It's a Ugandan film.
I need to watch that.
Oh my god, I've seen it like 3 times. It's one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. The low budget with the terrible narration, which is actually amazing because it's so bad. Yeah. But the clip I was talking about is where the narrator goes, "I prefer men." Just like where there's this character that pushes aside a girl, and then the narrator goes, "I prefer men."
It's such an oddity. Like I don't know why it exists, but I'm so glad it does.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, yeah, go watch Captain Alex. It's on YouTube if you haven't watching, especially if you're listening. This I'm not just talking to Otto. Anyone that hasn't seen Who Killed Captain Alex, go watch it. It's amazing. Anyway, Romulus, AoE, Buster, DPS. Not really a farmer, but you know, we'll see what he's made of. Double Buster, double quick. Wow, the standard Lancer deck once again. Shocking. But yeah, same bad day 1 numbers, unfortunately. Per skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% debuff rest against offensive debuffs. Not every debuff, but offensive. So, you know, I guess, you know, hard to reduce his damage. Good uptime. 4k heal. And then a 20% battery with the buff skill. For a 3-star skill, it's actually fine. It's kind of awkward sometimes to use because, you know, you might end up wasting the heal because you're probably going to use this on turn 1. Depends on your comp, of course. But, you know, it's not bad. It's a passable skill for sure for a 3-star, yeah. Not bad. Second skill, yeah, the good old return of Imperial Privilege. So 5-turn cooldown, 60% chance to get 44% attack and defense for 3 turns, individual calculations. And then 3.4k heal. So again, another fairly sizable flat heal. But yeah, again, as usual, for those that don't know how I feel about this skill, I hate Imperial Privilege, although at least Nero has a really good one, and arguably Wu Zetian as well. But if you land this stuff, it's amazing. Like both of them, like absolutely really, really strong. If you land one of them, it's decent, pretty good value. If you land 0, you want to uninstall. So that's Imperial Privilege, basically. Fun skill, needless to say. RNG, not so yay. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown of a targeted 1-turn, 1-time guts for reviving with 1k HP, and then also gives them a 30% buster for 1 turn. Can someone remind me why this is a 7-turn cooldown again, and not like a 4-turn cooldown? Because I don't understand. I really don't understand. This skill is terrible. Terrible.
It's supposed to have a 7-turn cooldown. Duration, what?
Yeah, just make all they should be like a 3-turn buster buff, a 5-turn guts. Like, why is it like this? I don't get it. This is no good. Keep in mind, he's one of the servants that didn't even have a 3rd skill on base. You have to get it from a strengthening. So this is basically a buff when you think about it. If you want to go full technical, and it sucks. Anyway, the kit overall, if you land the RNG on the 2nd skill, it's decent. If you don't, there's not like no real offense in there, sadly. But you know, he's a bit tanky, I guess, which you don't probably want from a 3-star DPS. You probably want them to do damage instead, or have some kind of an interesting niche. Anyway, 17.5% debuff res, you know, cool, I guess. Bonus. Anti-Berserker Append, that's very nice at least. Cool, joins that gang. MP has never been buffed. A real shame, if you ask me. So there's no other normal effect besides damage. Yuck. And then the overcharge is a party 10% attack off on base for 3 turns, getting up to 30%. And most importantly, sadly also after damage. Doesn't help with his MP damage. I do not understand. This MP sucks. Is so bad. 7 hits though can maybe generate you a few stars at least, so at least it's not a 1-hit AoE or something, but man, why hasn't this been buffed? Why have they buffed his skill instead? I don't understand. Like, Roma. He's tragic.
Man, I tell you, he's cringe. I don't know, man, like, he's... I feel like he needs 2 buffs to make him, like, decent. It's just like he's got issues with uptime, and then he has issues with RNG. Because like it can be awkward making any use of his 3rd skill. And then like okay, it's nice that he can at least stabilize because he has so much heals that he can basically full heal out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But that's taking advantage of a guts that's only there for 1 turn every 7 turns. It's just
That's worse than Gawain. How?
Yeah, dude, it's just not. No, like I mean, I guess that. Yeah, he's got a 20% battery. I guess like whatever. It's not
Yay.
that crazy these days.
Yeah, definitely not. Should be 50. Let's be real. Honestly, now that I kind of forgot about him, but I feel like I might bump Gareth into D plus and place him into D because I think Gareth is a little bit better.
Yeah, he's low down there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I might just do that shift right now. I'll give Gareth a plus over him because I think at least she feels better for sure than Roma does. But I guess his real buff was the 5-star version, right? So, you know, there's that. And, you know, at least the 5-star version is really good. So, you know, Roma fans at least have that. Gareth fans still have a subpar summer version too, sadly. Oh, well.
Better than Romulus, though, at least.
Yeah.
She at least has stats on her side, if not much anything else.
Yeah. All right. There's your Romulus. Let's talk about a thing. Yeah. Old man Hector is next. Okay. Fairly relatable, you know, as a fellow boomer, at least in internet years, I suppose. But there he is. Much like Romulus, AoE Buster DPS. Again, not really a farmer, but, you know, let's see what he can do. 10.2k attack and 6.9k attack. Kind of like whatever numbers. I kind of wish his attack was a little bit higher. I don't think he needs to be that tanky, but sure. Standard Lancer deck with the same awkward, not great numbers as many that came before him. Unfortunate. First skill has been buffed, so it's no longer a horrible tactics. He at least has a better one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, your full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And then also a damage cut for 1k for 2 attacks, 3 turns. So with this, honestly, for a 3-star, it's pretty okay. I quite think this is fine, yeah. Like, that 1k damage cut is not nothing. It will definitely make you take less damage, unless you get hit by MPs or really hard crits. Besides that, it will cover your, defenses pretty well for those 2 attacks. And it's not on a bad downtime either, honestly. So, yeah, it's alright. I think they could have made the MP damage 30% as well, to be honest. But, yeah, it's okay. Second skill, though. Can we go back to the first one? Anyway, 5-turn cooldown. 80% chance to drain one enemy by 1 tick, and 80% chance to stun them for 1 turn. This could just make it 100%. Even on 5-turn cooldown, it would be fair, honestly. But RNG. Like, both effects can be very nice, but it's not reliable. So it's just a bonus if anything lands, because you can't rely on it. Unfortunate. And again, the stun chance is also susceptible to debuff resistances, or stun resistances, you name it. Gauge, obviously, or drain not, luckily at least, so that's just, you have a flat 80% chance. Granted, they can be drained, because that bypasses resistances, of course. I don't like it though. Sucks, because, 80%. Anyway, same as cool. Disengage on the 3rd skill, 5-turn cooldown, full cleanse with a 2k heal. So that's it. You might notice there's barely any damage here. There's only MP damage and not much of it. So, as he's supposed to be kind of a DPS at the same time with some utility, maybe doesn't make him look that good overall, sadly. Alright, 17.5% debuff risk on passive, cool bonus. And then Riding B, hey, 8% quick up. Better than most Lancers that don't have any. Anti-Rider on the append. No thanks. MP has been buffed though. Ignores defense on the damage. Always nice to see. And then the Overcharge is at least better than some of the single target ones we've seen so far. It is a 20% defense down for 3 turns on AoE this time as well. Scaling up to 40%. Now sadly, it is still after damage, but at least the number is higher and it is AoE. So the MP is fine at least. Is alright with the buff, There's not much, but, it's okay. Also 1 hit on the AoE, so doesn't really generate anything either. So it's mostly just for like you just yeet the spear, you see a big explosion, and the damage probably won't match the epicness of the explosion, sadly, but, maybe if you have a really nice copy. I think Hector is also pretty unfortunate, sadly, as I kind of like him, but gameplay-wise, he's kind of all over the place. I feel like he has no identity. What do you think?
I think he's better than Romulus. For what that's worth. It's like, I feel like he has a little bit more of a team focus, because he has like the team-wide NP damage for what it's worth, and then the damage cut. I think that's a little bit of something. The stun, it can work. So like, I mean, 80% is, it's better than 60%, I guess.
Yeah.
So the stun can benefit a team, although like you're using an AoE servant, you're probably
I was about to say, why is he AoE? He should be single target.
I do appreciate that he has the utility on his MP, that he's able to ignore defense. And I do like having some way around debuffs. Like even if disengage is a pretty lackluster skill these days. Basically, what I want for him, I want him to be a contender with Asclepius to some extent. I know that sounds weird, but I want his 3rd skill to be, and I want it to be AoE. And then like put a little battery on top of it, because that way you can double down on his team focus, and you aren't locked to only Asclepius if you want AoE. debuff cleanse. I think that'd give him a nice niche, and then I think that would help him a lot. But I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It took them years to remember he existed.
Yeah.
And they've probably still forgotten.
Yeah.
Like,
Probably.
I'd say like C.
I was thinking C, but I kind of want to put him on D plus. I don't think he's like better than Gareth, honestly. I think he's okay, but I don't know. I think I'm feeling D plus.
I don't know. I can't really argue against him being placed lower. So
Yeah.
it's just very meh.
Tragic. Oh well, let's move on for now. We got Mr. Fate Zero, or one of them, Dearmoid. He should be, if you like lore-wise, he should probably be way stronger than what he is. But you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Same with Ku, honestly. Both should be way stronger. Anyway, we got another single target quick DPS. We're back to that. Now, I mean, it goes without saying that he will be mostly compared to Ku's right now, of course. But let's see what he's made of. He's a bit more tanky on the stats than the Ku's we've seen so far, which I think I would like it the other way around, that he would be more on the offense, but oh well. Now his deck is different though. It's not just a standard Lancer deck, it is the double arts, double quick. I guess we can call it the Banket deck if we want to go really cursed on that. But I guess it's fine, especially with his third skill buffed. Yeah, sure. And his MP actually does decent damage. Not amazing, but so it makes it a little bit easier to spam it. So I don't really hate it, I suppose. But it does make his synergy with Summer Scotty worse as well. So there's that. But let's see the skills. Alright, 6-turn cooldown for a skill. He gets a 1-turn evasion and 18% defense after 1 turn. Now it goes without saying that this is so much worse than PFA. Is it still a terrible skill? No. It's a passable defensive skill. I will still keep saying that about, you know, your standard dodges and invuls and whatnot. They're not necessarily amazing, but they are a defensive option. Like a legit option, even if they're not all like, you know, PFAs. So this is still okay. Second skill though, 5-turn cooldown, AoE female attack down for 1 turn, 50%. Okay, first of all, why is it AoE? Because he's single target, and also why is it not a higher number, and also why is it so weak? Lore. Most of the time lore tends to translate really badly to gameplay, sadly. God damn it. Anyway, I don't like it. I don't like it. This is not enough. You would have to still combo more with this. It's not like Yagyu who can like he has more than 1 attack down as well. Who can spam it better because he's arts. No. This is not good. Third skill though, the actual good skill. So hey, now on a 5-turn cooldown after the buff, he gets 20% quick and arts up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 50% star gen for 3 turns. Now that's a good skill. That is good. Are the numbers super high? No. But are they all useful effects for him? Yeah, on a good uptime. So yeah, at least this skill is good. Especially for... honestly, this would be good on higher rarities as well, depending on the servant. So yeah, I like it. So quite a mixed bag of skills, I would say. Something really bad, something really decent, and something passable. So yeah. 17.5% debuff res on the passive. Not bad. Pretty high. Anti-caster on the append? No. MP has been buffed. Much like Saber. Good utility in the full buff removal for the targets, but much like Saber as well after damage. So against defensive buffs, awkward. It's still obviously nice, even if you do go against defensive buffs, even if it doesn't, you know, the MP doesn't really go through it. You know, it's still nice. It's better than not having it. But then the OC also is a curse for... It's 5 turns, but it's only 500 damage, scaling up to 1500, so forget about it. It's literally just memes. It is a 2-hitter, so it's double the hits of Ku. Wow, amazing gains, surely. No. Dearmoid is still not looking too hot these days.
I think he's like... At this point, I feel like he's kind of okay.
Yeah.
Because like I really do like the full buff removal, even if it's after damage. That's going to be dealing with both offensive and defensive buffs. So he's got that utility, which is pretty unique with low stars, and I know, like, there's Medea, for example, that you might bring, but, like, I'd prefer someone that can counterclass archers, than, like, someone who's not that good of a support. I think the numbers on his 3rd skill are very unfortunately low, because it
Mm,
doesn't really help his crit damage that much. Like 30% crit, 20% card, and it's also enhancing cards that aren't really that good for crit damage to begin with. But I think he's one of those servants that isn't supposed to be crit focused anyways. He's
yeah,
more
it's
of
like a
a
bonus.
he's more defensive, I would say. He's more of a team defensive type of servant. Like when he's against female servants, I think he's or females in general. I think he's pretty decent because like I do like that his attack down, like it can protect the whole team.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. Like I think like C or
I was
C
thinking flat
plus.
C.
Because, like, I don't I think he has his own things that he can stand out with, and his damage isn't really that incredible, uh, but it's, like, he can do, like, decent damage and, still, like, be able to do
Yeah.
decent utility, and
Yeah.
it's not hard to keep him alive.
It's just
But I
unfortunate
mean,
that yeah, like if you're bringing him against non-females, his second skill is dead, which is never nice.
well, it's better than Benkei's, because Benkei, he shits himself as soon as there's debuff resistance on the enemy team.
Yeah, I guess, or immunity, but even worse.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. C is fun.
yeah, we'll plop him into C. All right, 2 more to go for 3 stars. Ooh, the next one though, man, Lancer. I just realized that Lancer low stars they haven't really aged well, sadly, for the most part. All right, so we're gonna talk about Jaguar Man, Jaguar Warrior, or as I like to call her with her actual, vessel name, Taiga. There she is. Underrated waifu, but the game doesn't also treat her really well, so that doesn't help her case, I suppose. So we get a single target Buster DPS Lancer. 7k attack, which is about average among the 3-star Lancer or 3-star Lancers in general. So it's fine. She's got the standard Lancer deck as well. Double Buster, double quick. For her MP game, for what I remember, is kind of sad and bad though, sadly. But let's be real, her MP kind of sucks anyway. So if anything, she's mostly like a crit DPS. That's about it. Alright, first skill has been buffed. I'm not sure if this buff was actually there last year. I think this might be a fairly recent one. But yeah, nevertheless. On a 7-turn cooldown, I think it used to be like 10-turn, right? Yeah, oh my god, Jesus Christ. Now it's 7 turns on max rank. What do you get? 30% Buster up for 3 turns on self, 40% mental debuff rest for self for 3 turns, 2 hit evade for self, no turn limit, forest field for 3 turns for self, and then 30 star bomb. I mean, that's a lot of nice effects though, for sure. And it makes the other skills, I think it's actually just the 3rd skill, better with the forest field as well. But still a 7-turn cooldown, it's mostly still downtime, which is not nice. I do like the effects, but yeah, I still don't know if I like this skill or not, really. It used to be terrible though, way too much downtime, but it's better now for sure, yeah. Cool. Now the rest of the kit, we're going to be looking at way more basic stuff. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 30% attack for 2 turns on the 2nd skill. Not good. On 3 turns it would be passable, 2 turns, not good. 3rd skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage always, and then the other 2 effects. If you're on forest field, she also gets 50% star gen for 3 turns and then 600% absorb for 3 turns, which now you can obviously easily do from the 1st skill. So there's that. Now the skill is definitely better because of it. But yeah, weird kit. I mean, I do like that it's basically full of offense. So there's that, but downtime, depending on the skill, is real though. The kit is passable. Yeah, it's passable. But I think the biggest problem is yet to be seen. So let's scroll down next. 20% debuff res, very nice. 2% buff drop, hey, cool bonus. Not a high number, but you know, it's her main card type, so that's nice. Divinity 8, no. Anti-runner in the append, no, definitely not. The MP, the big problem. No buff. Story locked, by the way, didn't mention that. Sure hit for 1 turn before damage, cool. It's definitely not rare though, but you know, it's cool still to have. And then the OC is 10% debuff res down for the target for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 50%. 2-hitter, that is a terrible MP. Terrible. So bad. Like, so bad. It hits like a wet noodle, and there's no upgrades. The effects are not even great. Wow. So bad. So bad. I don't even know where to begin talking about. I mean, her face cards are fine. Like, you can do some decent grits for sure, but the MP just sucks. They should give her like a buff MP or something. I don't even know. What do you think of Taiga? Oh my god, she's at the bottom of the list too. For damage.
I think she's like meh. Her buff helped her a pretty decent amount, I'd say. Not so much the Stargent and Absorb, although I do like having that Absorb, the 3-turn Absorb, as I said earlier.
Yeah.
It's more so the cooldown reduction that I really liked, because 10-turn cooldown is like unacceptable in this day and age, unless it's just like a super overtuned skill, but that was not an overtuned skill. It feels kind of like a 6-turn cooldown skill these days, but it's 7-turn now.
Yeah.
I think she has like an okay kit. She just needs an NP buff to take advantage of like she has decent steroids for her NP, like 30%. Well, it's actually more than 30% because of the madness enhancement, but 30% plus buster and then 30% attack. It's just I don't feel like she's anything incredible right now. And if I think like the one edge she has over a lot of her competition is she has a card type that's a bit easier to support. But
Yeah.
I don't know how much that's worth for a lot of people, because like kind of the great thing about like the coups, for example, is they're fairly independent as far as like keeping themselves alive, and they have like okay damage capacity without it. Yeah, it's like yeah. I don't know about D plus. I think maybe C.
I'm between those
Like
two.
yeah, um, I'd say C is fine for me, because like I feel like I'm as likely to use her as I am Jarmwood, or Diarmid,
Mm,
however you pronounce it. I swear I'm part Irish. I'm pirate. Uh, I'm part Irish, but like Gaelic is not really. It's esoteric at this point.
yeah. Would she land higher in the tiers if she was permanent? Maybe a plus, I think. With this, the MP still sucks, but I would maybe give her a plus for a free MP5. But I think as is, fuck, it's either D plus or C. I might barely be able to slide her into C, honestly. Because again, her face cards are still pretty good with all the buffs and whatnot. It's full of offense, but it's just the MP that's a big problem. And some of the downtime too, so. And competition. So I think I can't really go higher than C. Okay. So next, we're going to talk about the last low star, the 3-star. We got Mr. Hozoin Incheon, a very, very special case as well. We got a DPS, a self-buffing DPS. I kind of still want to call him a quick DPS just because he has a triple quick deck, so there's that. Some might even say he has some solo potential, but I think it's mostly a meme. There's way too much survivability lacking in the solo, but you know, if you can somehow make it work with the survival side, he can actually stack a lot of damage very fast, even as a 3-star, which is surprising. I've always thought of him as like super high potential, but not easy to work with. Like solo, he dies too easily, and on team, the damage, it doesn't ramp up consistently fast enough. So you're always going to have some kind of a problem. Anyway, 6.8k attack, sadly under average for, you know, a 3-star Lancer. HP is about 10k. So there's that. Triple quick deck. For better or worse. I feel like maybe nowadays double Buster would have been cool. But, you know. At least on solo it's fun to spam the full quick. Anyway, skill 1, 5-turn cooldown. Sure hit for 3 turns. And then also 30% star gen for 3 turns. Well, at least this makes the quick deck a little bit better for sure, because he actually can dish out or generate a good amount of stars if he gets the cards he needs. He can do that for sure. Of all the low star Lancers, he's by far the best for this. Not even close. So, you know, well, I don't think star gen is a good buff. It at least works for him, better than Diarmuid, for instance, that also has it. So skill itself is like whatever though, overall. Because sometimes you don't even get use of the sure hit. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 50% quick up for 1 turn, so it's basically a mana burst that has a bonus 100% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. Again, not good. This should be a lower number, like 30% quick up for 3 turns would be so much better. I don't like the mana burst stuff. It's just not good. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, single target MP seal for 1 turn, 100% base chance, and then 20% chance, or 20% defense down for the target for 3 turns as well. It's okay. It's actually not bad. I do like the disruption on the enemy. Increase your damage on them and also, you know, delay their MP by 1 turn. Pretty good. Passable. So overall the kit is like not very impressive, I have to say. It's like below average for sure. 13% debuff rest, only passive. D+. Not much to say. Could be higher. Anti-Lancer on the append. I wouldn't bring him against neutral unless you're like the biggest fanatic of him. Yeah, it's not worth. Then the MP is interesting at least. So it's a buff MP, which again, kind of rare. We will actually have another one of these in this list later too, but yeah. So free MP5, you get 50% attack for 3 turns on self. That's a good chunk. 100% crit damage for self for 3 turns. Very nice. Insta-kill immune for 1 turn. 1-hit evasion. And then overcharge base, 100% star gen for 3 turns, scaling up to 200. So again, there's a big reason why he dishes out so many stars. It's a lot of star gen. So the MP honestly is good. If anything, I just feel like his skills are a problem. Like, the MP is good. There's a lot of good numbers here. But the overall kit is just lackluster, if anything. Like, you always want to have this MP up, basically. And you might not always have it up if you're playing him on a team. And if you're playing him in solo, the 1-hit evasion is all you have for defense, which is not enough for a 3-star. Not even close. So he's in this awkward limbo that he doesn't really have a really solid spot. Like, great potential, but just I would just bring someone more consistent instead if I want to bring a team DPS, you know? He's not a team player.
So he's the reason why Van Gogh and Super Ryan and other servants that do the same thing as him have stars per turn. Because Stargen, it just doesn't work. Like, I mean, I've said it in the past, card Stargen is awkward. With him, it is the most apparent thing. Like, that is where you see it the most difficult, because he wants to use his cards to generate stars, but then he also wants his cards to do damage with the stars he generates, and you can only have so many cards show up in your hand. So like, you use your quick cards and then now you don't have quick cards to crit with, so it just doesn't quite work out that well. You have to make up for that with like other sources of stars, and what that means is you need servants that'll do stars per turn and stuff, and like, you have to jump through a lot of hoops just to get him to do like the only source of damage he'll be doing. Like, you can't just have him NP and do damage from that. So I will say though, I think that recently, I think the addition of Jufu really did help him. I ran it by a friend of mine, who is a big fan of his. I don't think he's tested it, and he's not sure about it because, like, he's got a 120 Inshin because he thinks he's really cool.
Yeah.
But I think Jufu is someone that has helped a lot because she can NP once, and then bam, you got Stargen for the next 5 turns, and then she's also got NP gain support and a battery, and that helps him. That's just a lot for him. I'm gonna be honest though, I feel like Castoria is a better support for him than Scotty, even though he has
Yeah.
3 quick cards. It's just having more NP gain support is just going to be more valuable for him.
Yeah, because the MP is the best part of him by far.
Yeah, and like he can't just spam it on his own. Like I know some people have a more positive impression of him because you get to use him on some free quests and not Shinjuku, Shimosa. But those are all like really low HP nodes.
Yeah, like you can make him look good, but it's against meaningless nodes that you could be clearing him easily anyway.
So yeah, he might feel like someone good on frequent. Oh. Sorry, I had to sneeze. He might
Okay.
look. He might look good if you run him against some free quests, but once you're up against like a bunch of like challenge quests and stuff, it feels a lot different.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like he just needed to be a 5-star for this to work. He just yeah.
So lower stats is not much help for it. I think he's like probably I can't like C or C plus these days because like I think he's at least going to be more fun than a lot of his competition. But he's a lot less consistent, and that's going to be his biggest problem.
I think that's a good way to say it. Fun, but not consistent. Very good. That is him in a nutshell. I think I'm going to place him at a flat C next to Taiga right there. They're there for different reasons, but yeah, I feel like they kind of match their, actual, or my actual feelings about them overall. All right, and with that, we're done with 3 stars, or in low stars in general. So now it's gold until the end. So strap up, boys. We've only just started out. And we're going back to day 1, of course, to talk. Actually, we only have one day 1 4-star. I just realized that. I mean, some of them are really old too, and it definitely shows. But only one day 1 4-star Lancer.
It's been like 6 years since we got a 3-star Lancer. Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, Lancers in general haven't been receiving that much love lately, it seems, because we only got 1 new servant as well between last year and this year's list. But yeah, what could you do? So, hey, Panzani, thanks for the gifted subs as well. Wow.
They have been increasing in power level more so than other classes as far as like the last few years have gone.
Yeah. But yeah, 4 stars. We're going to talk about, Plushy is not here, but, it's a servant. He is somewhat, interested about. Yeah, true. Every year he strays further from Liz's grace. But yeah, Elizabeth Bathory, there she is. 4-star AoE Buster DPS Lancer. And kind of a pseudo support as well. She's an interesting case, honestly. So let me get my new data again. Among 4-star Lancers, she is just above average for the attack at 9.1k. Not too shabby. As a 4-star, it's not even bad in general. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lancer has, 105 on the damage mod, right? Yeah, it's 105. So yeah, it's pretty good. Okay.
In my opinion, Lancer is like one of the best classes for DPS because they skew higher on HP, but since they're lower on attack, it's made up for by like the
class mod.
Whereas with archers, they have lower HP and higher attack, but it's reduced.
Yeah, I think you're pretty correct on that.
Fun facts.
Yeah, anyway, she has the standard Lancer deck as well, with the double Buster, double Quick, which I feel like kind of a miss on her, honestly. She definitely doesn't really have crit focus at all, but, there it is, and same horrible numbers, too. First skill, upgrade Charisma, one of these special ones that they like to do back in the day with the buffs. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack, and then female allies besides herself get another 20% for 3 turns. So you bring a female allies, they get 40% attack for 3 turns from this. I really wish they would have included herself on this as well, but I guess that was too much to ask. For the second part, of course, the first one works. So for herself is like whatever, but gives her a little bit of an interesting little support application there, I suppose. Now, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. AoE defense down 20% 3 turns. Pretty cool. AoE single buff removal. Cool. And then also AoE skill seal for 1 turn. Wow. Like going from standard torture technique to this, that's an upgrade and a half in my opinion. I kind of really like this skill. Now, it's not a full buff strip, of course, like some others have on skills, but even those are still rare. I mean, it's still great. I like this skill a lot. And it used to be single target too, so they made it AoE and had 2 new effects. Yeah, now that's a buff right there, honestly. So yeah, this skill I quite like. And it makes sense because also she's AoE, so, more AoE for the AoE servant. Sadly, the third skill is kind of whatever though. On a 7-turn cooldown, it's her 1-time 4-turn guts for 2k revive. This should have been 5-turn guts, but I guess because back then they decided ranks will make a bigger difference on the actual effects of the skills for some reason. So if your guts is B rank, then you don't get the 5 turns. Fun. I forget what point it becomes 5 turns, maybe B plus or A minus or something, but sadly she's on the cusp, so she missed out on the 5 turns. But even then, it still wouldn't be amazing, of course, even with the 5-turn guts and a 7-turn cooldown. It would still be basic, arguably too basic in this day and age, but, it's some kind of a defensive mechanic, I guess. But especially the second skill is just very nice. So I want to say I like her skills, mostly, yeah. 20% debuff rest, pretty cool. 8% arts up, again, really makes me wish she had double arts instead of double quick. Oh well, but yeah, cool little boost for that 1 arts card. Anti-alter ego on the append, again, always useful for any knight class servant too. You can use them against good or as decent alter ego options, or anti-alter ego, I can talk. The MP has been buffed as well, cool. Ignores defense on damage, always a nice bonus. And I always thought this effect is pretty cool. It's a minus 20% buff success rate up for enemies for 3 turns. Now, it's not like a lot of people might think it's like minus debuff rest, but it's not. Like it's basically buff success rate up, but as a debuff. So you know how normally a buff has a 100% base chance to land? This makes it 80% chance. It's very interesting. And you can obviously stack this too if you MP more than once in 3 turns. So if you MP once, the enemy on base has an 80% chance to land their buffs. Very interesting, I have to say. Now the OC is like whatever. 500 curse, damage curse for 3 turns on AoE, scaling up to 2.5k. No one cares about that. That one sucks. Ignore defense and that buff success rate down though. I really like it. It's not obviously never going to be consistent, but it's interesting because I'm pretty sure, does anyone else have this, like, not just on MPs, but even on their skills? I'm not sure. I don't think so, unless I'm forgetting about someone. It's a very, fun effect because it's literally buff success rate up as a debuff. I like it. I do like it. I think it's a great experimental thing that actually kind of works, even if it's not consistent.
So I like it in concept, but if we just step back and try to look at what it is, it's 20% a buff block. So
Yeah.
it's like buff block is always going to be literally 5 times better than this skill, than this effect.
I have to say though, buff blocks are usually limited to their effect, like X times or whatever. This is flat 3 turns, so this could be better. Maybe not usually, but there is that chance. It could be.
I don't know, man.
And you can stack this again. You can stack it if you loop her MP. You can stack it to get better odds. It does stack, yeah.
Yes, but here's the problem. To do that, you gotta loop her NP, and her NP gain is like it's not really that great. No battery is not going to help in that regard. So,
yeah,
she does have some pretty good damage boosting. I think it's very replaceable though. So like
Yeah.
that's basically all she's got going for her. Like the one buff removal, I'd rather uh I would definitely rather use someone like Nightingale if I'm going to be supporting, and by Nightingale I mean Archer Nightingale.
Santa, yeah.
It's just
Yeah, I can see your arguments. I still think she's underrated, though, for what it's worth. I think she's absolutely usable as both a DPS and an off support. I think she can do fine on both.
I hate her third skill too. Like I
Mm.
think like battle continuation, I think it gets a lot of hate because like the great thing about battle continuation is it has high uptime, but that does not have high uptime. That has it has middling uptime when you want to have more
Yeah.
than 4 turns of guts if you're gonna have 7 turn cooldown.
I guess for what it's worth, you're gonna mostly be bringing her against archers who have a 3-tick MP bar anyway. So a 4-turn one is not the biggest deal compared to some other classes. But yeah, you're still not really wrong, I suppose, you know?
Mm. Yeah, like I'd say at best B. I don't
At the
think
best, ooh, I was thinking B plus actually, personally.
I just don't really see much unique reasons to use her.
I think she's just a
Um,
good general all-around AoE DPS. She's gonna help the team. She has good utility and decent damage too.
I just so so one buff removal sounds great on paper, but it really like the times you're going to need buff removal, like oftentimes there's going to be other buffs layered on top, and then like you're just screwed. I
Yeah,
do like buff removal as a concept. It's just like a lot of the time, the reason why you need buff removal is just because the enemy has so many buffs that you can't deal with them all. Like they've got 100 crit rate
yeah.
buffs, and like removing one is just it's not going to cut it.
But the skill
But
still
as
offers the skill seal and also this solid defense down as well on a good uptime, mind you. It's like 5-turn cooldown of the skill. So it's not just about the buff removal. It's if anything, I like to think of it as a bonus and not like a main focus of why you should bring her.
yeah, but if you take that away, it's just 60% attack for 3 turns, and I know that sounds like a lot, but I'd rather have like a minute amount of utility or just like anything more than that, because there's a lot of it's kind of shocking. There is a lot of servants that can give you that level of support. It's just you don't have to be female for them, and like maybe they're able to do some damage on the side. Like I can't think of a good example at the moment, but like I guess Eh, yeah, I just don't really see her being that valuable. I know some people use her in, like, TA, for example. It's just like, even then, she's pretty replaceable. Eh, yeah. I just don't see a unique reason to bring her other than the buff removal, and
Yeah, I don't think
again,
there's any like
if we're gonna do the one
yeah.
buff removal, we've got Santa Nightingale, who's gonna give you guts and NP damage as well, and less attack, but you're also getting crit and you're getting a heal and you're getting debuff removal on top of that. I just don't see a reason to bring her specifically as a support. And like her NP damage is like it's kind of whatever. It's yeah. I'm not gonna budge on B.
Mm. Well, the thing is, again, to talk about a little bit of that stuff, like, I agree. I don't think there's any one specific reason why you would bring her. I just think she's good all around. Is she amazing? No. Is she good? Yeah. And also, the Nightingale comparison is also, most of the time, if you're going to bring Santa Nightingale, she does not do any damage, really. Liz still does damage, though. So
If you
that's
have
the
her
way I
NP,
see it.
it's only if you have her NP,
I
because
mean,
like
she's a day
her
one
cards aren't really.
SR, so I mean, I get that we're we're still like trying to place the
Yeah,
one
but
MP1, but
we still
she's
have to
like,
judge her by
yeah,
2024 standards. So like
mm.
like being day one is it's not an excuse these days.
I
Yeah.
think I might still place her B plus. Honestly, it's very close to your max anyway, but I think
Eh,
she's good.
well, if you say so, man.
Yeah, it's the same as I had last year, and I still like her. I think she's good. But yeah, at least hey, good discussion.
Yeah. Disagreement is fun.
Yeah, don't always have to agree on everything. And again, it's only half of a tier difference between your max anyway. So, and that's basically my max too, for no context.
Yeah.
Right, so a little bit straying from day one, still definitely year one, and it shows when we look at a lot of the other stuff from the servant. But yeah, let's talk about a Lancer Alter. So, you know, an Artoria face, of course. Now, first of all, stat-wise at least, 9.9k attack, just bordering 10k. That's already a good start. Love to see it. Okay, fine, I'll put on the FA, fine. And okay, chat, okay. I see. All right, yeah. Stats-wise, good for a DPS. And also, yeah, she's a Buster AoE DPS, and also with some crit focus too. Now, again, standard Lancer deck, which probably fine, yeah. I don't really mind it. A part of me would have liked to see double arts instead of double quick, but I guess, yeah, actually, yeah. I think I would have preferred that. But, you know, it's fine. Or maybe triple Buster would have been cool. Yeah, imagine that. Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 55% Buster up for 3 times 3 turns, and then a 20% battery. Now, obviously, if you're going to brute force her to loop, this is, you know, where it shines the most, I guess. But it won't be pretty with a 20% battery, of course, sadly. But it's still better than a 1-turn Buster up. It's not a huge difference most of the time, but 3 times 3 turns is better than a 1-time one with the main card type still, you know. I don't think it's an amazing buff, though, by any means. But, you know, it's an improvement. The battery is cool, too. Second skill, her burst crit skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you get 1k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a 10-star bomb. Back then, this was like, oh my, like everyone's like, oh my god, she's like the best crit DPS ever. But man, this has not aged well, sadly. It's just, it needs more. Either more uptime or like 100% crit damage with like a 25, 30 star bomb, you know? I just feel like it's the absorb is at least a good number, but even then, it's like downtime is big. The one thing that is nice is that everything synergizes. It's a flat out crit skill. It's got all the components for a crit skill you basically need to work. It's just that numbers could be better in places, and the uptime could definitely be better too. So, yeah. And then the third skill luckily has been buffed because it used to be a Charisma Ace. On a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then also she herself gets anti-lawful for 3 turns, 30%, and anti-good 3 turns for 30%. So obviously those can stack too, because, you know, there are different sides of the alignment charts. So an enemy can be both lawful and good, which means she would get 60% power mod. Yeah, I don't actually know how many archers are lawful good, but I'm willing to bet there's a good handful at least. And then obviously, even with just one of them, either lawful or good, there's even more cases, even if it means the damage won't be as high as it could be. So after these 2 buffs, the skill set is fine. Obviously, it's just full offense. There's no defense, by the way, which is one of her downsides as well. But yeah, offense-wise, she's definitely got some stuff going. Attack buffs are also nice on Busters, of course. Buster Servants. Even if it's not a high amount, though. 17.5% debuff res, cool. 10% quick up, cool, even if her quicks are kind of doo-doo. Cool bonus. Anti-rider append, nah. MP has also been buffed, much like Liz ignores defense on the damage. 60% chance to AoE MP seal for 1 turn, individual calculations there. And then the OC is also curse 1k for 5 turns, scaling up to 3k on base. The MP hits decently hard though, because her stats are kind of nice, and you know she has some damage on her kit too. But I don't like the RNG, of course, on the skills or the MP seal. I do like MP seal as an effect though, but RNG always bad. 7 again, this doesn't even factor in any kind of resistance the enemy might have, either innately or just buffed. So yeah, she's interesting. She hits pretty hard, but I feel like the downtime is still there, though, for sure.
I think
think
she's decent. Like,
yeah.
I see more use cases for her than for Liz. Although it's not fair to compare them. Sorry, because like one has more support applications, whereas the other is just hard DPS. I still like her kit in this day and age. I do think that her second skill has it hasn't really aged that well. But okay, so I do like her first buff a lot because even though like 3 turns of Buster would be better than 3 times 3 turns, it makes sense to me because like I used her a ton when I first started off. She was my go-to Lancer. She the one thing she struggled with was timing the Buster cards with the crits. And like I guess oftentimes you might not need the crit buff for more than one turn, but like still in this day and age, we're going to be we're going against a bunch of 3 turn crit buff servants out there. Like Neja, for example, is in direct competition. I feel like her card damage is more consistent. Um, it's I like second skill buff, and I think she'll be fine. I
Yeah.
One thing I really wanted on her on whatever buff she was going to be getting was I wanted a debuff success buff. That's
For the MP
because
seal.
yeah, because the NP seal is a bit inconsistent, and that can be really annoying if you're NPing on the enemy's NP turn, which means okay, now they're not going to NP. Okay, whatever measures you took to deal with their NP are going to be wasted for that turn, or vice versa. Like you rely on it and then it doesn't work. But I guess you could save scum if you're
Yeah.
that hurt about it. I hate adding that as a metric to judge things by, but hey, I don't know, man. I figured out how to do that shit when I was new to the game, and I thought I was like the biggest brain motherfucker. I didn't realize everyone was already doing it. So
Yeah. Also, someone in the chat did math. Apparently, there's 8 archers that are both lawful and good. Then there's 7 lawful archers and 14 good archers. So is that like what, 29 total, where at least 30% applies?
yeah, 28. That's yeah, because like with one, it's a pretty decent increase in damage because like 20% attack.
I think it's
and
29 because he
30% special
miscalculated the
attack.
lawful, but yeah.
Oh, 7. He said 7. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty decent uh,
For sure.
amount, I would say. Because like the way I look at that, I think I mentioned this with Benny and Ma. It's like you've got like basically half of the main alignments that she has bonus damage again. It's just there's one that she has a lot more against. And yeah, she has good coverage on it.
Yeah.
I really do think though that the summer alignments are really fucking stupid. The summer alignments, bride alignment. I don't know why that's a
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, it's just like keep it within the main 9. Come on.
I think I might plop her next to Liz on B+.
B or B plus is fun for me.
Yeah. She definitely has better DPS potential than Liz, but she lacks the utility that Liz brings. So I feel like they kind of break even to the same rank, at least in my eyes.
Okay.
So there you go. More to the B+. Right, moving on. I think this is our, after Anning, I think we're finally coming back to AoE arts, right? I think this is only the second AoE arts now, so there was a quite of a break there. But yeah, let's talk about Mr. Theon next. Goldilocks. There he is. So yeah, like I said, AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer mostly. I feel like you're not really going to DPS him with him much. You could, though. You could. At least as a pseudo tank thingy. But I feel like most people that use him will use him as an arts looper instead for farming. Now, 8.9k attack could be higher, but it's not a terrible number. You know, the class mat of course helps a bit, but it's a bit under average among the 4-star Lancers though. He's got the gains deck, the double arts, double quick, and honestly, his gains are not good. They're bad, even with this deck, sadly. But oh well. For farming, it doesn't really matter too much. But, you know, yeah. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Useful, cool utility. Especially helps him loop better with that MP gain. So, yeah, it's basic, but it's passable now with the buff, yeah, for sure. Second skill had a much needed buff as well, because much like Taiga, it has 10-turn cooldown, lowered now to 7 turns on max rank. So it is an RNG evasion, yes, but if you do max it, it is a guaranteed evasion for 1 turn. Because if you don't max it, it's anywhere from 60 to 92% chance to get an 1-turn evasion. Or actually, no, the thing is, he always gets the buff, but he might not always dodge with the buff active unless the skill is maxed, so that's how that works. So yeah, at least the RNG here doesn't matter because of that. That's cool. Every RNG should be like this, by the way, if you ask me. Anyway, then he gets, say, taunt for 1 turn. He gets, say, 30% battery. And then a demerit of 80% charm resistance down against females for 3 turns. Which most likely won't really make a difference. He probably get charmed anyway against, females that can charm him. Or anyone else that could charm him. So it's not really a bad demerit at all. Honestly, with this, yeah, the cooldown is still way too high, in my opinion, for a 1-turn taunt evasion combo with a battery. But, it's passable. At least it's basically a free turn, unless the enemy AoEs you, so, but, could be better still, for sure. Third skill, wow, back to sub-real garbage. So 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 40% art stuff for 1 turn, so there's his mana burst. Would be a lot better if it was 3 turns for his farming too, but oh well. I mean, they would probably have to lower the number, which they're not gonna do, so yeah, good luck with that. They could make it 3 times 3 turns, though. That would also help, like they did with Lulter just now. That could be nice.
Please no, not with arts buffs. It makes sense with buster buffs, but with arts buffs, no.
Yeah, the refund, of course, yeah.
And then you're just gonna waste them. I don't want another Emiya Alter situation here.
Yeah. Anyway, overall, the kit is okay. It's not very pretty, but it kind of works for his purpose, but it could be way better for sure. Every year it kind of looks a little worse, though, in my opinion. Alright, 17.5% debuff res, cool, divinity, no thanks. Anti-lancer on the append, no thanks. MP has been buffed, lovely. So, when he uses MP, he gets 3 turns of mental debuff immunity. Pretty interesting normal effect on a DPS MP, I have to say. But you know what? Sure, why not? Again, for DPSing purposes, could be useful. For farming, maybe not. And then the overcharges, AoE attack down 3 turns, 10% base, 30% max, 3-hitter on the AoE. Refunds well enough. In fact, it refunds pretty well, right? Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, he's not among the top ones, but, it refunds enough. Especially if we're going to use plug, he still works really well.
I think he's, okay. I like that.
Yeah.
So I liked how he compared to Summer Melt before, because they had comparable looping, at least back when it was 333, and it was just it was all the same, and you didn't have these weird non 333 nodes. And now she kind of pulls ahead in some situations because she has the larger battery, but I like his second skill. I think it's pretty cool that he can protect the team for a turn, and it's also kind of like a loop button. Okay, he almost looped because he just used his NP. Okay, now he uses his battery. He has it again, and he also gets attacked that turn, and he's safe during that turn, and he gets hit counts because he's a Lancer. He gets more NP gain, plus his first skill, then he might loop again because of that. I think that's all pretty cool, but someone we see later on, I feel like enables that gimmick a little bit better in ways.
Yeah.
Although I do like the team-wide NP gain buff. I think that is a pretty strong thing. He doesn't get a lot out of the Stargen, I would say, but other servants can get a little bit of something, I guess.
Yeah, true. Also, yeah, I guess so. Bupa said, yeah, the mental debuff immune helps with the demerit of the second skill. Yeah, but like I said, I feel like the demerit doesn't really matter anyway. If you don't have the immunity, you're basically still susceptible to charms anyway. That 80% increased chance. I mean, sure, it makes it like if it's RNG, it makes it guaranteed, but most charms against males, or a lot of the charms in the game in general, are like guaranteed almost anyway on base. So yeah, it counters it, but if you don't have the immunity, the demerit wouldn't really matter too much anyway. It's still mostly the same anti-charm.
I'm not a huge fan of the attack debuff being 10%, because 10% is pretty small, but considering how you're going to be using his NP fairly often, like you're very likely to have 20% down on the enemy on most turns. So
Yeah,
it
it's spammable
it
enough.
stacks with other types of like attack debuffs and defense buffs. So back then it was a lot more valuable because Castoria wasn't. Man, I fucking hate Castoria. Honestly, like she just fucked up the game's balance. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I think as Boopa said, it was a Pepe guy. Okay, half the time I can't tell anymore if the Pepe guy is directed at me or like you saying like it's a redundant statement yourself. Like I feel like people always spam Pepe guy on me, so I'm used to getting attacked by it. So you have to forgive me there. Not realizing you were meaning your own statement being kind of redundant. So
I love the Peepiga emote.
yeah, that one, of course, the funny one.
Peepiga.
I think I might bring him down a little bit from last year.
Yeah, I'm fine with like B. Like,
Yeah, that would
I
definitely
want to
be
say he's
down.
like about on par with Lancer Alter.
Yeah, I think B plus. Yeah, B plus is fine.
He fits his archetype fairly well, I would say. It's just like he's not like stellar in that role. He's not the best in what he does these days. So
Yeah, but he's fine. He's fine. Fiona's good. Okay. All right. Time to talk about my boy. So yeah, another story locked case. We got Lancer Lee. We'll be seeing Assassin as well in some weeks, but yeah, talking about the OG 4-star in FGO at least. So yeah, there he is. Single target arts DPS. Okay. He's got 9.6k attack, which is a good start. Definitely on the higher end of 4-star Lancers. Nothing crazy, but still a nice number. Double arts, double quick deck. Definitely should have been double buster, double arts. Voice crack, epic. Because he has that crit focus. Double buster would have been way nicer, but oh well. Now, first skill 6-turn cooldown, sure hit for 1 turn, and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So yeah, much like Yagyu, for instance, similarities. Downtime is the big one. But, burst is real. I'll tell you that much. This could, even on a 5-turn cooldown, this still wouldn't be, sadly, very good. But 6 turn is kind of rough. Yeah. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion, and then 500% absorb on his special version. It helps with the crits, of course, in a team environment, but sometimes can be awkward to use. Although, obviously, him being arts, it's a little bit easier to, kind of quote-unquote waste his own evade just to get the absorb. But then again, that's the only thing you would be getting out of this on a 6-turn cooldown for 1 turn. So, yeah, again, doesn't feel too good necessarily. Third skill, at least, is pretty cool, besides the downtime. So after the buff, on a 5-turn cooldown, 50% of arts up for 1 turn, Invul Pierce for 1 turn, and a 15-star bomb. This one, at least, is decent. Again, it's very bursty, because it's all, 1-turn stuff, basically, but, opens him up for big damage. It's funny that he has both Sure Hit and Invul Pierce as well, I guess, if you ever need more. Anyway, passives are sadly very bare bones. 12.5% debuff res, not too good. Anti-Lancer on the append, nah. Now the MP is at least very interesting. It has been buffed. The OC sucks, obviously. It's a 40% chance to instant kill the target on base, scaling up to 80%. Never gonna happen against bosses. Don't bother. Normal effects though ignores defense, very cool, and then it is a 30% defense down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but his cards are not too bad, so his MP is fairly spammable. So you can actually, it's a similar case to when we were talking about Saber Okita as well on that list. You can definitely ramp that up, and that's no small number right there, of course. And the MP itself, a lot of people don't realize he hits really hard on his MP actually. In fact, he outdamages SSRs too, for the most part. So the thing is, like, he's super bursty, but his downtime, there's quite a bit of it, for sure. But he does hit hard. That much is certain.
I think he's all right. Like, I like that he has multiple sources of damage, like between being able to crit and being able to NP. I also like that he has Pierce Invuln and also Sure Hit for some reason. But like, I mean, between the two, you're able to have pretty good uptime if you're up against someone with evade. He's able to deal with defensive gimmicks fairly well, and then having his own evade on top of that. He's pretty versatile, I would say. And since he does have the not attack debuff, the defense debuff, it does kind of help him. It not only ramp up, but it also like helps him keep higher damage output even when he doesn't have his mana burst up.
Yeah.
So I do find the mana burst annoying, but I don't think it's too disruptive. Because in my opinion, I think the mana burst is more valuable for the NP gain boost. But that's like,
because his MP hits very hard, even as is, honestly.
Yeah, he. Oh yeah, and he has ignore defense on his NP, right?
Yeah.
He can pierce like basically any sort of defense, so that's pretty nice. I don't think there's too much to be said about him.
He's basic, but he works.
Not higher.
I would go B plus, same as last year, honestly. I mean, I might be biased because I have a Grail one on JP as well, and a pretty nice copy. But I think he's solid. He's good. Yeah. Downtime is the big problem, but besides that, he's good.
Yeah. Fine by me.
Very bursty. In fact, more bursty than probably any other single target in this list, honestly. Yeah. 100% crit damage, huge MP Duke, yeah. But again, 1 turn. Okay. Ooh, the next one though, oof. I guess, yeah, first Summer Servant, it's time. Of course. The storyline thing for 4-star doesn't really hurt the rating for people asking, because, we're kind of evaluating based on MP1 anyway for the most part, for non-welfare golds. So, yeah, in his case, it doesn't really matter for this particular placement, but for someone else's list, it could matter, of course. So, again, don't take these two objectively. There is no, one right way to rank things, of course. So, this is just how kind of we, or myself, have been doing for a long time. Anyway, next up on the chopping block, we got, again, the first Summer Servant, Kiyohime Lancer. Single target Buster DPS. So she went from AoE to single target. Lovely. Attack is just under average at 8.9k among 4-star Lancers. She's got the standard Lancer deck of double Buster, double Quick, which is probably fine. And yeah, it's funny because she has those 6-hit Busters, which can actually generate some stars too. It's always amusing to use those cards, I suppose. Okay, I told myself I wasn't going to comment on the songs because people on YouTube can't hear it, but am I listening to... is this an AI Hitler cover?
What the fuck?
Yeah, okay.
Bro, what?
Okay, I can't focus. I'm sorry, I can't focus, so I have to skip that. Again, I try not to comment on the music because YouTube people can't hear it anyway, but okay, I had to also, yeah, let's just move on for that. Okay, wow, yeah, that happened. Anyway, okay, first skill has been buffed. Man, actually, I think this might be new.
Too far, man.
Yeah, it has.
Like, damn, winning that art competition was bad enough, but god damn.
Yeah. I think this buff is new compared to last year's list, actually. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown, AoE 30% crit chance down for 3 turns. Cool. It's a nice number. The burn though, AoE burn 1k, 5 turns. 20% battery for self though, cool. And then on attack buff for 3 turns, she does small burn amps for all of her attacks. 50%. 5 turns for the next attacks. And this is not just normal attacks. The MP applies this too. It's on all of her attacks. So extra normal cards, MP, they all apply it. I honestly haven't tested it. I'm not sure how legit you can get the fires going or whatever, but I feel like it's still mostly a meme. But yeah, you know what? I still like the battery and the 30% crit chance down on AoE though. Again, for those wondering, 30% is the magic number for crit chance down because that eliminates the base crit chance on all enemies. Now, I say base because obviously if they buff their crit chance, they can combat that. But the highest base crit chance would be on the class Assassin, which is 30% chance to crit. So with this, even they won't be critting you unless they get a buff. So it's a nice number. Alright, second skill, she gets 30% busted up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. It's her main card type. It's kind of basic, it's kind of whatever, but at least it matches, so could be worse, but overall it's just not a good skill. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% defense down for 1 target for 3 turns, and I guess this one has like basically a guaranteed chance to land it unless they're immune, because for some reason it's 500% chance. Interesting. And then the interesting part is the enemy gets a 20% attack up for 3 turns that you target with this. Now, there are obviously some cool little synergies that you can use with this too, with some other servants, but I would just never bother with those anyway. I just see it as flat out a demerit. That can be a problem, by the way. Against the boss, 20% more attack for 3 turns. That's scary, honestly. That could actually really hurt you. So, yeah. I don't really like this skill, honestly. Overall, the skill set, average to bad. Now, passives, 12% buster up. That is very nice, though. Just free 12% buster. Love it. 12.5% B buff res, though. Anti-Berserker on the append. Very nice, too. And then the MP. So, again, bonus chance. 150% chance to skill seal the target for 1 turn. So, unless, again, they're immune, you're probably going to land that. Cool. And then the OC is another burn, 500 damage for 5 turns on base OC, scaling up to 2.5k. 6 hitter, so maybe a few stars as well here and there. The MP itself, I don't really like it that much, honestly. It's kind of whatever. It hasn't even been upgraded. So, yeah, damage. She's probably going to be near the bottom. I can't find her. Is she higher? Maybe she's a bit higher than I gave her credit for. Where is Summer Kyo? Is she not on this list at all? Am I blind? I don't see her. Maybe she's not on this list. Oh, there she is. I'm blind. Yeah, kind of close to the bottom. I'm just blind. What do you think of Summer Kyo? I think she's not very good.
Yeah, that comes as no surprise to me. I think I don't really think she's much of anything these days. I think she has some potential. Like, I think there are some interesting things they could do with her third skill, because like the idea I had was like they buff one of her skills, so like it removes offensive buffs, and depending on how many offensive buffs it removes, she gets like battery or some sort of something interesting.
So like combat to the merit of the third skill?
Yeah, and that way she'd also have potentially added utility on top of that. I think that would be pretty cool. You could also do some sort of offensive buff purge on an NP buff. I think that would also make sense. I do kind of like her burn boost stacking, because as I've found, it actually it can increase your dot damage more than most servants can, but it is a bit gimmicky in how it applies. Like, you have to have her use her cards for it to be worthwhile.
Yeah.
So I'd probably just stick with like Saber Tomoe, for example, if I'm going to do that, because she can more reliably loop and apply the the burn debuffs.
Yeah.
I did do a setup,
And she's AoE. There's that too.
Yeah, I did do a setup with Lancer Kiyohime like right after her buff. And like I did this. It was kind of an interesting setup. I double stacked her first skill, and I used some other servants that could like help her stay alive long enough against this saber with a shit ton of HP. And she actually got like a lot of damage done there. So it was a fun setup. It's far from anything optimal.
Yeah, again, if
I-
anything, maybe a bit fun, if not like super legit.
Yeah, that's just generally how Dot is these days. And some servants will actually be able to do it to an extent where I think it is valuable, like Domon, for example. But
Or
aside from,
Rasputin,
that,
maybe.
So the problem with Rasputin's Dot stacking for me is it's only 3 turns, and like even
Yeah, I
though
guess.
he's able to loot pretty good, I think I mentioned it when we were talking about
Probably.
yeah. Oh, also Taisui is very overrated when it comes to that. People see those videos where he does like a gazillion damage, and like to the best of my knowledge, I have the record with it because I did 1.5 million damage and curse on one quest.
Wow.
But it's very specific times that it'll do stuff. It's only when you're up against like 6 enemies that it'll be meaningful. So like
Yeah.
it's good when it comes up, but when it's not coming up, it's just not that good. Yeah, sorry, multiple tangents. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, Summer Kiyohime. Wow.
Yeah.
C, I guess. Like
I was
she's
thinking like a flat
usable.
C as well.
Yeah.
Just nothing remarkable, just flat. Like no burn intended, no double, no pun intended on that burn. Oh my god, I'm like stacking all these jokes. Oh my god.
Ironically, in music, C flat is an inharmonic way of saying B natural. So if you say C flat, it's actually a whole tier above.
Okay. That would be a mistake. But yeah, hopefully they buff her more. As is. Meh.
Conversely, if you said B sharp, it would be C.
Oh wow. The more you know.
Yeah, dude. I was a band kid. It is not anything to be proud of, but yeah.
Well, you know, it's
Anyways,
something.
Vlad is great. I think he's super fun.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about Vlad next. There's another Vlad that's going to be talked about in some weeks, like a month from now, I think. But yeah, we're going to talk about extra Vlad, the Lancer guy, who's a bit more friendly, I suppose. Still a bit scary, but you know, more friendly. So single target buster DPS. Honestly, his Zac being a bit lower than average at 8.7k is not that big of a deal because he's kind of a pseudo tank as well. He's obviously mostly still focused on DPSing, but you know he has some tanking potential, which I think kind of fits his role. Like like when we think of like there was another, I think he's just a better Gareth basically. Like he's like half tank, half DPS. Well, maybe a bit like maybe 70% DPS, 75, and then the rest is tank. But he at least does it better. So 13k HP is actually not bad on him. Now he's got the standard Lancer deck too. A bit better numbers though, but his gains are still nothing to really go crazy about, even if the numbers are a bit better. Now the first skill, we got King Hassad over here, the good version of this skill. Very nice. So 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% debuff rest for 3 turns. 2.5k heal, 40% defense for 1 turn, and then 20% attack for 3 turns. Very solid, and again, great combo with a skill we'll see very soon as well. So, yeah, it's a lot of basic effects, but a lot of good ones, and some of them even have a very solid uptime. So, yeah, what's there not to like? Second skill has been buffed, yay. I'm not sure if this could be new as well, actually, compared to last year's tier list. But anyway,
it was there for the last one.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I remember pulling out of a Sam's Club, listening to you guys talk about this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting way to remember, I guess. Alright, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Full party gets 20% buster damage for 3 turns. And then he gets an on-defense buff with 5 attacks, 3 turns. And then whenever he's attacked by an enemy, for the next 5 hits, they get 10% defense down for 3 turns for every single attack on him. So up to minus 50% defense spread out among enemies. Or just among one enemy, depending on who you're fighting. So that's pretty cool. Again, great combo with the 3rd skill, much like the first one. So yeah, 5-turn cooldown. He gets only 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. It's like whatever. It's like a bare minimum. But then the 1-turn taunt definitely boosts the value of the 1st and the 2nd skill even more. So again, now it's easier to get the enemies to attack him, to get these defense downs, and also he gets way more use out of this juicy 40% defense up. And the debuff res, again, single target skills would still go on the taunted unit, so easy resistances there too. So overall now, after the buff to the 2nd skill, I think his kit looks fine. It's pretty good actually. I wish he has more stars per turn, like 15 at least, but I still think his kit actually has aged pretty well. Yeah, I don't think it's bad at all. So far, I would say it's probably the best kit of all the servants we've seen so far here. Passive, 15% debuff res. Cool, bonus. Could be more, but yeah. Anti-Avenger on that passive. Well, because of his MP damage mod, there might be some reason to maybe get this, but Now the MP itself.
Avengers, so.
Yeah, exactly. So the MP, speaking of which, first of all, Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. Always a nice utility to have. And then the overcharge is the damage mod. Against evil enemies, 150 to 200 range, the standard. So yeah, from my testing, he usually doesn't hit very hard on his MP unless you're fighting evil, then it hits really hard. So there's either like kind of underwhelming or really solid damage. So there's not like great in-betweens, but you know, the rest of his kit still supports, you know, his playstyle very well anyway. So while he doesn't do the most damage, you know,
he has basically every type of mod you can get. Like he's got 20% attack, 20% buster, 20% P damage, and then 50% super effective. He's also got 10% more defense down every time he gets attacked. It's it just flows really nicely because like you can taunt and get the it works very well. And then with his first skill, you can either use it to help tank on the taunt turn, or you can use it to recover from that taunt turn. So it, I don't know, man. Like he's so much fun with how he functions. Like
it's like synergy everywhere.
If it wasn't already clear, I do like using taunt servants. He really fits the role well.
I feel like you know what, on that note, it's funny because I also like taunt servants, and this is also the time that Plushie is not here, who doesn't really like taunts too much, I feel like.
Freaking lazy little friend of mine. I care about him a lot.
Of course. I feel like he's one good MP buff away from being top tier, honestly. So now he's good, but the MP is still, depending on what your lineup, not the best. Also, someone said there's not that many evil archers, but there's way more berserkers, at least, I guess. And maybe in some weird cases you could even again do Avenger because of the append, but Also, someone asked, is evil or divine, which is more common? Definitely divine, because normal enemies can have divine, whereas the most normal enemies do not have alignments. So divine is definitely more common. And normal enemies can be bosses too in some case, or at least big minions of bosses. So yeah, they can't have alignments in that case, but they can have divine.
When it comes to servants, though, I think there are more evil servants. That's kind of a guess.
At least among archers, it seems like not, but yeah.
Well, yeah. But like as far as total, because like that's like one of the better types of alignments rather than rather than columns. It's rows.
I'm thinking A rank for this guy, same as last year. I think he's good.
It is a column. Damn it! It's one of the never mind. Never
Oh,
mind.
did you mix up row and column?
Yes, because like
Yeah,
you
column
got,
is vertical, row is horizontal.
you got lawful, neutral, and chaotic, uh, versus good, neutral, evil, summer,
Oh, you're
bride,
thinking
and
of like the
fiend.
3x3.
So yeah, it's split
Okay.
up further on rows than it is on columns.
Mm-hmm.
It's just some stupid hair splitting shit that they did for no reason. Why does bride exist? It's
Yeah.
one servant ever.
Also, worth noting, he's probably like the best anti-Moriarty DPS. You will mess him up, dude. I actually used him myself on Shinjuku as well when I did that fight. That's funny.
Either A
Good
or A
option.
plus for me.
Yeah, I think I'm going with A. Let's see. I might shift later depending on the other because we don't have a lot of high ranks yet at all.
Yeah.
Right. Moving on. First welfare, I believe. Yeah. So we're gonna talk about. Oh boy. John Alter Santa Lily. There you go. There she is. Small Jannu. Small evil Jannu Santa thingy. Recently buffed, by the way, but I'm just gonna go as a spoiler. I don't think it's gonna affect much here, but yeah, we'll give her a fair rundown anyway. Now, she's an AoE buster DPS / sub kind of a weird support. Definitely not a farmer though. Doesn't have the tools for it, sadly. And even if she did, her damage would probably be not very impressive anyway. Now, 9.2k attack at least is decent for the attack. Pretty okay. Standard Lancer deck, double buster, double quick. I feel like double arts, double buster would have been better for her, but oh well. First skill, 5 turn cooldown, 3k heal on target, and then gives them 30% star gen for 3 turns. Ooh, kinda stinky. Yeah, that's not very good. Oof. Second skill, 5 turn cooldown. She gets a 20% battery and 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. Again, kinda weak. Oh well. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets a invul for 1 turn. 55% buster up for 1 turn, and then she does 1200 damage to herself that cannot result in death. Again, just awkward to use and weak. There's the first sneeze. I knew it was going to come sooner than later. Okay.
Bless you.
Probably first of many to come, thanks. If it wasn't obvious, I think her kid's skills are pretty doo-doo. Like, I hate when they do this. Like, it's a burst skill anyway, and then it's also her main survivability. And it's a big downtime on both. Like, I don't even care about the demerit too much. It can be fairly sizable, but I just hate the awkwardness and the downtime of this. So yeah, not a great skill set. Alright, magic res A+, 21% debuff res. Pretty good. Very high, actually. But that's about it for the passives. Anti-Avenger on passive 2. Cool, but kind of useless on her. Now, this is the buff. The MP buff that happened, like, some weeks ago. 2-3 weeks ago, I forgot. Free MP buff is cool, so it helps. The new normal effects... Or actually, all the effects are the same. They just buff them from 1 turn to 3 turns. So what does she do? All enemies, 10% debuff rest down for 10% for 3 turns. That doesn't scale, so whatever. Small bonus. The full party gets 10% attack for 3 turns on OC base and 20% healing boost for 20% 3 turns, scaling up to 30 and 60 respectively. It's still not good. I don't like it. I don't like the MP. It's nice that these no longer 1 turn effects, but like even the attack buff is after damage, I believe. So it's like the Romulus problem again. It's better now, of course, because it's 3 turns, but it doesn't help her much. Like her MP just, unless you have the 3rd skill active, and even then, it's just, it won't be hitting too hard anyway. I think she's tragic. I'm not sure if she's super salvageable.
I think she's kind of overhated. Not overrated,
maybe.
just to clarify.
Yeah.
I think like she has like a bunch of just really normal things that work together. I understand why people are disappointed with her. But like she's got an invuln, she's got a heal, she's got a battery. Even if the battery's not going to be enough to let you farm, her gain is like decent. It's better than a lot of people might realize, especially now that we have mighty chains. She's more of a team centric servant, like the type that you'll like when you're running HP per turn type buffs. That's where her NP's actually going to be seeing a bit of use. Another thing that is easy to miss is like how her second skill it stacks with her passive, so she actually has some pretty high debuff resist. And then like she has some pretty decent NP damage, even though it's dependent on a 1 turn burst skill. She still has basically all of the basics of a DPS, and I don't like she's more durable than Lalter, and she. So I don't think she has anything that makes her outstanding, but I think she has a lot of the basics. It's just like I'd say like somewhere between C and B. I think
Yeah.
free NP5 does help her a lot. Like
Yeah.
NP5 upgraded NP. It's always a nice combo.
I think I might be settling for C+, which is a plus above last year, where we didn't have the MP buff. She could be the first C+.
So.
Yeah.
So.
Like, if you have a new account, like, and the welfare shop exists, and you need an AoE Lancer, you could do worse, you know? Like, she's fine, but I feel like at some point you're probably gonna, outlive her usefulness. So, yeah. But, there you go. She's an option. Right. Next up, back to single target stuffs. We got Medusa Lily, aka Ana as well. The other Ana of the game. Fun. So, single target quick, we're back. Now, stat line though, 8.2k attack. That is kind of low though, sadly. So, that's one of her biggest problems, I feel like. But, oh well, what can you do? Also, I'm not a huge fan of the deck either, honestly. Although her MP does hit fairly hard, I'm not sure how I feel about the double arch double quick. Either double standard Lancer or double arch double Buster, I feel like. Although then she can't do a full quick. Yeah, I guess maybe it's fine, yeah. The 4-hit arch is cool. Okay. Anyway, skills. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. 100% base chance to charm a male enemy for 1 turn, and then also does a 20% quick res down on them for 3 turns. This doesn't have to be male, by the way, the second effect. So there you go. At least it's never going to be a dead skill. Unless the enemy is permanently debuff immune, then it's a dead skill. But, that's not super common. So on a 6-turn cooldown, it's fine. They improved it with the buff. Nice. Again, this charm can still whiff against males too on max rank if they have enough resistance, but it's one of the better single target charms, I think, which doesn't really say much because I don't think any of them are actually like amazing, but some are pretty passable like this. Ooh, the second skill though. Oof, I would have cried. 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 1 turn. Why? Freaking ranks, dude. Why did they make ranks do such a big difference? Like, a monster strength A plus is like a 3-turn buff, and a C is a 1-turn buff. And I think the number goes up too for the effect with higher ranks. It's so backwards. I don't get it. So bad. Alright, third skill. 6-turn cooldown. She gets Guts for 1 time 3 turns, revives with 3k HP. She gets a 1-hit invul and a 30% battery. Pretty okay. We got some defense, but not the most biggest numbers for it. But yeah, it works. And the battery, it's boring, but it helps her because her MP actually hits fairly hard, so it's nice to be able to spam it more. Right, so 17.5% debuff rest on the first passive, cool. She has the good version of Divinity, so another 25% debuff rest, lovely. So that's what, quick maths, 42.5% always. Pretty damn solid, actually. Yeah, very nice. Anti-Avenger on passive, I don't think is really relevant for her, sadly. The MP has been buffed. She gets 20, or rather inflicts another 20% quick res down for 3 turns on the enemy. After damage, unfortunately, would help a lot with the damage and a bit with the refund too. And then the OC is a base 80% chance to stun the enemy for 1 turn, scaling up to 160. And the unfortunate thing is that even on 200% OC, it's a base 100% chance. So close to actually a decent number. Oh, well, it's an 8-hitter on quick single target, so you get a few stars out of it too. Not bad. And from what I remember, it does do good damage though, right? Yeah, even with her low attack, it's still not bad for damage, actually. It's okay. What do you think of Anna?
She's kind of she's a weird one to look at, because like from a skill perspective, she can look pretty lacking between her first and second skills, I guess. Her damage is all right, but that might be a bit deceptive because her second skill is only 1 turn. Her order of operations can be a little bit awkward because, like, the turn you want to use the quick resist down is the turn you want to NP, and if you charm, then why are you going to use the NP that stuns? So you might want to use that like a turn ahead of time. There's just some awkwardness you're gonna have there, but I think she's still pretty solid because it is a pretty high chance of stunning. It's basically Kama's NP, dare I say. Although her quicks are really not good. Like her quicks are very low for gain.
Yeah, they are. They're not as bad as some 5-star we're gonna see later, but yeah.
I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about? Worst quicks in the game?
Talking about Skaha?
Yeah. They're terrible. It's like worst quicks in the game, dude.
I wouldn't say she has the worst ones. I think I mean, like, I guess from a hit count perspective, yeah, they are worse.
And for gains too, they're dog.
Actually, I'd have to look at
I don't know actual numbers who would be the worst. I'm just talking personal experience. They're absolute trash.
Use the power of math to prove you wrong.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
So Scath, I think, is like 1.5 quick cards, which is pretty ass. But that's versus 0.44 times 3, which is like I think 1.32. So Scaths actually are like slightly better.
Oh, that is sad.
Yeah, that's the power of math there.
That is so sad.
I guess the ramping quick resist down can like.
Yeah, at least that helps.
Look, guys. I was a math nerd. All right, like
he went to band camp and he's a math nerd. Ladies, line up. I didn't have to do you dirty. I'm sorry.
Line starts 2 feet away from me.
Okay. Honestly, I'm sure a lot of people are into that. Honestly. So hey.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
I mean, I'm a nerd too. I'm probably not as good, in terms of like scholar, like school stuffs, but I can relate to a level. Yeah. Anyway, I'm feeling like a flat B for her. I think she's fine.
Yeah, I think that's all right.
You can definitely make her work. All right, I guess we're back to summer next then. Oh, did you have something?
This is one I actually have a lot of experience with. This was the
the next servant, you mean?
The first one I gave gold foes to. Second servant I grailed.
I was about to ask you. You probably have her grailed then in that case.
Yeah, on an A at least. Have her NP10.
Fair enough.
Because she called Murasaki banner later on.
Wow. But yeah, on that note, let's talk about Summer Raiko before the OG version in, again, a month from now or something. Anyway, single target buster DPS and an interesting support application servant too. Yeah, she's got some utility. 9.1k attack. Just above average for 4 stars, not too bad. or 4-star Lancers, that is. Double Buster, double Quick Deck, probably pretty fine for her, honestly. Yeah, don't really see big issues. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. We got some more bursty stuff. So 1k absorb for self for 1 turn and 50% crit damage for 1 turn. I mean, synergy is good, but man, that is some downtime though. Same with Lee stuffs, basically. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted 40% buster up for 3 turns, and then a debuff clear. It's a very high number for a targeted skill. Very high. Higher than most. It doesn't do much, but you know, it's good versatility and it's a high number, so it's not bad. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then also 30% star gen for 3 turns. Now, this is the better version of the summer charismas from ye olden days, because this star gen applies to everyone, including herself, not just random-ass male allies that a lot of the other ones we've seen already so far. So it's not bad. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's better than that skill, you know? So yeah, it's pretty much a kit full of offense with a little bit of utility in the debuff clear as well. Yeah, it works. It's not amazing, but it works. Alright, 15% debuff res, cool. 11% quick, very cool. 6% buster, very cool. So probably the best passive so far on this list. Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't take much, but hey, she got it. Divinity C, whatever. Anti-Berserker append, very nice. The
appends are pretty good too. It's hard to like. I don't think I went a really long time without unlocking a append on JP because like all 3 of them have pretty good focus. Because like
yeah, you couldn't choose.
Of course, mana loading is always nice. Anti-Berserker is pretty nice because like it makes sense to use like a counterclasser against them. And then also her first append, it's kind of interesting in one thing she's able to do. And I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but she has a beastly arts card. Like her arts card, it's a 3% arts card. That's on par.
Oh yeah, it's one of those.
So it's just disproportionately high. In some setups, you could.
She's like Eresh prototype.
It's not quite on par with that, but
yeah, that's why it's a prototype. Yeah, evolves later.
But the thing is, like her NP also makes stars, so she's able to more reliably crit. And with Mighty Chains, and like she can almost 100% loop just NP quick art, and like if you can keep her doing that back to back, it's kind of goofy.
Sounds about right. And on that note,
a little bit more defense, so she could solo. It'd be funny.
Yeah, she's a bit too offense oriented for that, sadly, but yeah. But yeah, on the topic of the MP, it ignores defense on damage, always cool. 6 hitter, so a few stars as well. And then speaking of stars, the OC 20 star bomb on base, scaling up to 40 on max OC. So it's a basic MP, but you know, at least it's not like curse, instant kill. Stuff like that, you know, actually useful effects. So that's good. She probably won't be super high on the MP damage chart. Yeah, MP damage chart, she's basically near the bottom. Not surprising, but she does have that crit focus too. So, you know, it's always nice to have multiple decent sources of damage. And like you said, her crits are fairly reliable too. The star bomb on the MP helps as well.
So I like that she is fairly versatile because you have 2 different directions you can go with her. You can either use herself to DPS, and I think she's a very, very solid DPS in that regard. Because she's able to like make her own crits happen. Something that some Buster servants can struggle with is critting on any card other than Buster. Just like, okay, you got the big Buster crits, but you have no arts crits or quick crits, so you're completely dependent on battery. She doesn't have battery, but she has such a good arts card. Like, what was it? Overkill against a caster, because like I just used her last night. Overkill against a caster, and I think she had, no arts starting bonus, not a mighty chain, and I think all she had was Mary Anning's first skill, and she got like almost 90% off of an arts crit. She's got some crazy.
I assume that was a crit too, right? You didn't mention that, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's got a lot of going on offensively. She keeps going. Her uptime is fairly okay.
It's mixed, but yeah, there are some good parts
Yeah.
about it, yeah.
Well, with Vitch, you're also able to like either double up on her skills, or you can maintain really good uptime because two turns reduction on cooldown. The other direction you can go with is you can use her for a support. Even if you're using her for raw support, she still has a pretty notable amount of buffs, like 3 turns of 40% buster. I mean, it's not far from 3 turns of 50%. And then she's also got 3 turns of 20% attack. And the debuff cleanse, having a debuff cleanse with the buster support, sometimes that can be really, really valuable. Because like when it comes to buster support, most everyone is just like hard offensive focus. Like one of the few exceptions is Nightingale, who can't remove debuffs without NPing, but she can prevent debuffs, I guess. It's just like she's got some pretty unique things to offer as a support, and then she's also a pretty solid DPS. So
Yeah.
I like her a lot. She's very fun. So for me, like A would be good. I'd go A plus honestly, but
I was between B plus and A, so I might be willing to A her then.
yeah.
I think A
'Cause
plus might be too high for my own liking, especially with MP1 though.
I figured that. Yeah, I figured A would be fine though.
Yeah. She's good.
Hey.
Nothing wrong with Summer Raiko. Right. Let's move on. A very different case, going from single target buster to AoE quick farming for the most part. We got Parvati, another Sakura face. So, mostly used in farming, like I said, but I feel like you could probably use her against bosses too. Fairly okay. Yeah. But the biggest problem I feel like is what you see at the top, which is 8.1k attack. That is that's the lowest so far of all the 4 stars, and it's not among the lowest 4 stars in the game or anything like that, but definitely hurts her sadly. She's got the standard Lancer deck too, the double buster. I don't know why it's so hard for me to say that. Double quick action, not too bad. First skill, I like this. I do like this skill. 5 turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick and MP generation buff for 3 turns. Especially for farming. I mean, that's all you need. There's your gains right there, and some damage too. Wow. It's a nice, good basic skill. Second skill, here we go with the burst. So 5 turn cooldown, you get 1 turn of all the following. 50% attack, 50% defense, 100% star gen, and 100% debuff res. Pretty cool effects, all working for her in particular too. Now again, downtime is real, of course, but for that 1 turn, you're feeling pretty invincible. So there's that. Could be just a 50% quick up for 1 turn, Could be Atalante, so it's better for sure, I guess. Still not amazing, but yeah. At least many good effects. 5 turn cooldown on the third skill requires a 10% battery cost as well. So you drain 10% of your gauge. What do you get? A targeted skill with 20% battery, and then also a 3k heal. So if you use this on herself, it's a net gain of 10% battery. Granted, you can afford to use it, so yeah, interesting. Now, as a DPS, would you ever really use this on someone else? Well, if you bring a second DPS, maybe. I feel like a lot of the supports she's going to be having are maybe not going to be using their MPs much anyway. So I feel like most of the time you're just going to be using this on herself. In which case, you would maybe hope for like more effects or better numbers, because you don't need the targeted utility necessarily. But yeah, like it's fine. It's nothing spectacular, but it's fine. The skills are fine. 20% magic res or debuff res, Cool. Another 22 and a half. So again, make it 42 and a half. Apparently that's like the key number because I think Anna had the same thing. Cool. That's a lot. Anti-alter ego on the append. Again, very useful. Against bosses for farming. Not so much for bosses. Can be relevant for night classes. The MP. So base OC. 10% battery for the whole team. Scaling up to 30% on max. And then on base normal effect, we got 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. No restrictions on like, traits, genders, alignments, nothing. Anyone that can be charmed with a 60% chance on base. Pretty cool. Now the looping numbers. I mean, we don't even have like I feel like the list needs to be updated at some point because we only have the super scope comps
especially
here.
with Parvati. Parvati is actually a shockingly flexible looper. Like her refund is really solid. If you get not an unreasonable amount of overkill, you can actually black grail with triple Scotty.
She's the highest of the quick refund here for AoE.
Yeah, with double Scotty and Oberon, I think she's pretty consistent with Black Grail. So like her farming is pretty solid. I like her challenge quest capacity too, though, because her NP spam is really good. Like her quick card with her first skill active is just like incredible. Because like you got 30% quick and 30% NP gain. It goes up there like above Okita's base quick cards, basically.
Oh wow.
So like you take that, you can add like a quick buff from like Scotty or whatever, and she's gonna be spamming really easily. Back when Lily Aquina actually played the game, I remember watching her use her a lot. So I can attest to her spam at least. And then she's able to charm fairly often. Like it might not be super reliable, but like it's comparable to Bradamonte's her stun gimmick, but she's better at spamming, so it can actually.
Yeah, isn't the number also higher? Isn't her first stun like 40 or something? Or am I misremembering?
I think Bradamonte is still 60%.
Maybe it's 60, yeah.
To stun.
But yeah, like you said, it's way more spammable, which helps a lot.
Yeah, because she's got better refund and she's got better cards by far. So yeah, I'm fine with like A.
I was thinking A too. I was about to suggest. Like she's good for farming and she's fine for bosses too. I mean, she's not like amazing at either, but she's good for sure.
Ironically, her third skill is a complete downgrade of Shiki Saber's
yeah, true.
skill, because it's less HP, it's higher cooldown, and it's less charge. It's everything slightly worse. It's still like an okay skill though.
Yeah.
I actually kind of disagree on like only using it on herself. Like I could see like on a turn you don't have your NP, you could use that to help get a support's NP, and that can help you like with your survival otherwise. So
yeah, but my argument was that usually the supports you're gonna bring with her usually probably don't MP much anyway, because their MPs are kind of like doo-doo.
Well, if it's like, I guess if it's like Summer Scotty, but even like Caster Scotty, like I could imagine
I guess nowadays
would have a bit of use.
Yeah.
You could also
fair enough.
use her with more traditional supports, like something like Hans, I guess. I don't know. Depends on what you're running with.
Fair enough. All right, next up, she was kind of mentioned earlier by Otto, but yeah, here we are. We're going to talk about Neza, and I mean, my chat knows that I'm not particularly fond of her, but I always try to be unbiased anyway here. So we got a AoE Buster DPS Servant. And yeah, starting off stat-wise, we got 9.2k attack. Pretty good. Above average for the 4-star Lancers. Standard Lancer deck, speaking of which, with pretty okay numbers. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% Buster and Quick for 3 turns for self, and then also 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Yeah, it works, it's damage. It's just raw damage with decent uptime, so yeah, why not? It's okay. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns. Revives with 2k HP, max rank, and then 20% battery for self. I mean, at least this is the better uptime of the long cooldown Gutses. So you can probably use this twice in one boss battle, most likely. Battery helps a little bit too. Third skill has been buffed, and this, I'm not sure, this could be new compared to last year's tier list. I really don't remember. But it was probably there now that I think about it. Anyway, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. She gets 50% damage mod against demonic for 3 turns, and also 30% defense against demonic enemies for 3 turns. Full cleanse on self for debuffs, and then a 15-star bomb. Pretty interesting. So obviously, if you're not fighting demonic, it's a, kind of a base skill with a lot of downtime, but if you are fighting demonic, those are some juicy buffs to have on both on the side of offense and defense, of course. Overall, I think the skill set is kind of bland though, but she's kind of at this point, even she is like an older permanent 4-star, so can't really expect miracles, I suppose. The only passive she has is 20% debuff for us, which is pretty good still. That's a high number for a passive. Anti-caster on the append, I would probably never bring her against casters. Even if they're demonic, I still probably would just skip out on it.
I wouldn't worry too much about appends on on limited 4-stars though, because NP1,
True.
Bond 11.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you I'm just saying if it happens to be valuable, I'll give them some more points, even if it's hard to get it at MP1 and whatnot. It's still nice if it's like a really useful append.
Yeah, I'd imagine most of the people that watch this are just watching for info, maybe not the rankings.
Yeah, that's why I kind of glossed over the append one anyway. I don't really focus on it too much, but it's worth mentioning. Alright, the MP then also has been buffed. So again, AoE Buster. She does a 3k burn on all enemies for 5 turns on normal effect. And then the overcharge is on base 20% MP damage for herself for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 60%. So it helps a little bit with dropping the nuke. It's only a 3-hitter, so it doesn't really generate like stars much at all. But it does decent damage from what I remember. You probably have a way better, honestly, opinion about Neza than I do.
Okay, right. Only 1 turn absorb. So I think she's a very basic servant. It's sort of like with Jolter Lily, except maybe she isn't. So she's got like pretty normal NP damage, and her crits are pretty decent. And then she's got a guts that's a little bit of survival. She's got a debuff cleanse. I do like debuff cleanse, although I dislike that it's after all of the other stuff. So if you have to deal with buff block, then you're gonna whiff everything else.
Yeah.
So, like, I'd imagine some people have a gripe with her second skill, it being a longer cooldown and 20% battery. It's like absolutely everything you don't want if you want to do Buster looping. So
exactly,
kind of hilarious. But again, I think she's very comparable to Jolter Lily in the regard that she's just like a sort of just a normal, well-rounded, more well-rounded than Lily for sure, type of just AoE Buster Lancer. It's just not super focused on one thing. I'll say that their performance against demonic is quite nice, because that basically applies like crit damage that always happens, and then also like soft defense is good.
Yeah. So I guess the other comparable would be Lancer Alter, and right now we have Lily on C+ and her on B+. Do you think she should be C+ or B or something? Like as compared to
B
them?
would be fine. I mean,
yeah.
In my opinion, I think Jolter Lily should be B as well, but like ultimately, it's not really my list.
She definitely hits harder on her MP than Neza does, at least on the free MP5, but I still like Neza more otherwise, like basically in all ways.
Her burn is 5 turns, right?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's That's pretty uncommon. Cause I guess that kind of is a notable amount because that's 15,000 total damage. Like every time you NP, you're getting another 15,000 damage.
Isn't it 25? Oh wait, it's for
Well, if it's
3k and not
3K,
5k. Okay, I forgot the number. I thought it was 5k.
not everyone is Yongui Fei.
Yeah, true.
Fucking, it's weird scaling the burn damage along with the NP damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, Neza is fine. She's fine. Okay. Now, I guess the main comparison of Parvati is up next. We're gonna talk about the Valkyrie, the OG Valks. I feel like they were done way more justice with their summer version, but that's a few weeks away, I suppose. But yeah, here we go. The OG, the triplets, AOE quick, DPS and farmer, and I feel like in their case, spoiler, I feel like they do both worse than Parvati. But you know, we'll do a rundown here. So, big problem, again, even worse than Parvati, this stat line. 8k attack basically flat with 4. I mean, it's cool that they have 14k HP, which is very high for a 4-star, but they just don't need that. Just more attack would be very welcome. 8k is not that much for a 4-star. Also, standard Lancer deck. Again, it's probably fine for them. I don't really see a problem. First skill also very comparable to Parvati, but there's a key difference. 6-turn cooldown, 30% quick up for 3 turns on self, and then 20% MP damage for 3 turns. So not MP gain, but rather MP damage. You know, at least it's a double whammy of damage for the MP. And it's up half the time. It's not as good uptime as the Parvati one, but you know, it's not bad. It's fine, you know, it works. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, they get a 1-hit 3-turn evasion, and then a 1-time 3-turn debuff immune, and then a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I kind of like this skill, actually. It's just all defensive stuff, and, you know, it makes sense. Keep yourself
like
kind of debuff.
Cooldown is a little worse than it should. Oh,
True, it could be a 5-turn cooldown for sure.
Did you know that when they made this skill,
Yeah.
they still had the thing going on where damage cut would tick down even if you have an evade active.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah, they fixed it like a year or so after they released them. But basically, they had 2 damage cuts instead of 3. And
Yeah.
that was such a stupid idea, leaving it like that. I'm glad they fixed it.
Yeah, good thing, yeah. But yeah, honestly, it could be a lower cooldown, but at least it's all defensive effects. It's not awkward to use. It makes sense. So, there you go. Defense. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown, and they get 10% MP per turn for 3 turns, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Now, for 7-turn cooldown, all of those numbers should be higher. Definitely. Like, it should be like 20% MP per turn, 1500 healing, and like 15, 20 stars per turn on a 7-turn cooldown if it's 3 turns for each. Or make them like 5 turns each with these numbers. Something needs to change. It's not worth 7 turns of cooldown, in my opinion. Even if I kind of like the, you know, the regen effects. Just a bit weak. Overall, the skill set is not bad, but I feel like it's also a bit weaker than Parvati's.
Cooldowns are unwarranted on a few of them.
Yeah, 667 for this stuff. Yeah, I don't know. 17.5% debuff rest, cool, but that's it for the notable passives. Anti-rider on the append, again, whatever. The MP gets sure hits for 1 turn before damage, cool bonus, and then the overcharge is like, yikes. Chance instant kill, and not just like normal instant kill, it's anti-demonic instant kill, so you can't even instant kill normal enemies, so 50 to 100% range on the OC. Yikes. 7-hit MP, so it refunds okay, right? But it's still not as good as Parvati, though, because she also has the battery on the overcharge, so that's why they kind of lose compared to her. It's not a big difference, though, but Parvati does win on the refund, too. And again, these numbers are not the greatest because it's only calced on double Scotty. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the consensus?
So once again, their farming is better than it looks.
Yeah.
So again, like in this day and age, quick servants are just generally not locked to super scope. Although
Yeah.
there are some entries on that exclusively have that. I with with super scope though, they are very consistent against like 3x because they've got like if you're going for plugless, since like against 3 enemies, they're guaranteed like 46% refund. So it's actually 56%. So there's some consistency there. Their refund is not as good as Parvati's though. I think, and I don't think they're able to do like triple Scotty with. I don't think they have any setups with Black Grill. I remember a while back I was like trying to do some sort of weird setup to see if I could get 0% looping out of them, and I went up against like Archer/Caster node. I gave them a Divine Banquet, and like they were barely able to go from 0%. But like if you got to give them
Damn.
Divine Banquet, like no, you're never
Yeah.
gonna do that.
Yeah, you're not.
So their farming's like eh. Their DPSing isn't really that impressive. Like okay, they've got like the evade, like they could survive an NP sometimes.
But again, the problem, they're also
basic.
AoE, so chances are you're fighting multiple enemies against bosses, so that one hit evade
Yeah.
might not cut it anyway.
Yeah, yeah. It's they they're very basic in the same regard as the others that we've talked about, except they just don't have as much going on.
Yeah, and the low
Like
attack as well.
yeah, like I'd rather take a guts or an invuln over like one evade every 6 turns.
Yeah.
It's just they've got some problems, dude. I want an NP buff that makes it so like the team gets crit for like every NP. That means because like they make a ton of stars between their third skill and the NP.
Yeah.
But yeah, you look at them and then you look at the rats, Daikokuten.
Yeah,
They
Daikokuten,
have
yeah.
basically all the same effects, except for some reason the rats have AoE effects on like all of it.
Yeah, they have such a nice kit. We'll talk about them in casters, but yeah. It's such a nice
Yeah.
modern kit.
Yeah, they're fun. But yeah, with them, like I don't know, like I don't want to rank them higher than Santa Lily, to be honest.
Yeah, I was thinking C plus actually. It would be the same as last year's ranking as well. I don't think it's too low. I mean, there is 1.5 tiers between her and Parvati, and I'm sure that's gonna make some people mad. But I don't know. I still feel like I want to do it like this.
Yeah, I've had extensive arguments about the comparison between those two, but still, yeah, I've always stood by Parvati being better. It's especially funny because like one of the things for a long time, like between them farming wise, it was like okay, one has better wave 3, and the other has better 1 and 2. And these days, like that's the strength of Quake having waves 1 and 2, and then like okay, they're not as good on wave 3, but then then like okay, you're making up for it with Black Grail. Yeah, it's some goofy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. We'll maybe adjust later, but
Yeah.
oh well. All right, back to summer stuffs. So we're gonna talk about Ibaraki summer next. Her Lancer variant, of course. Single target buster DPS, 9.1k attack, just above the average among 4-star Lancers. I feel like the standard Lancer deck is totally fine for her. Her gains are still good, honestly, for both MP and star. Although the MP itself, spoiler, isn't that strong. Anyway, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% MP damage for herself only for 3 turns, and then self 30% MP gain for 3 turns. So this is basically the better version of the Oni Charisma that subservients have, like Shutan and Tomoe, for instance, because this one also has MP gain, so rejoice, I guess.
The only difference is it has 1 turn higher cooldown, but
I think it's way worth it, though.
yeah.
Especially because she's a buster servant and you have access to stacking shit.
Yeah, let me jump in. Sorry. So I should have said it earlier. She has really good gain stats. Like her quick cards are really good. They're like 4% quick cards. Her arts card is not as good as Raiko's, but she is capable of doing very similar like NP quick art looping.
Yeah.
And it makes a bit more sense with her, and like the NP gen, that definitely helps. But since she has like at least a tiny bit of survival, that does, yeah. Anyways, we will get into that.
Yeah. But yeah, I like this skill, though. It's not bad at all. It's nice, good offense. Second skill is like basically a slightly better version of disengage, in my opinion. So the 5-turn cooldown get the same debuff cleanse, but instead of a heal, you get a 2k max HP for 3 turns, which means it's better when you're full HP. So there's that. Fun. It's not great, but you know, there you go. Third skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets 500% absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and then randomly you get a coin flip. She either gets 30% debuff rest for 1 turn, or she gets debuff resistance down by 30% for 1 turn. So it's always one of those two. It's a coin flip. You can't get both. There you go. I mean, it could be worse on the downtime, I guess, because it's a 4-turn cooldown instead of like 5 or something, but still not the best.
Basically a better version of Raiko's first skill. So
yeah, I mean, still doesn't mean much, of course, because it still could be way better still. But yeah, you know, I guess that's an apt comparison. Overall, the skill set.
Honestly, between the two of them, like those two are super comparable. It's just one is actually capable of supporting other people better, whereas the other is more like capable,
self-centered. Mm-hmm. First passive 50% debuff rest, cool. And the other one is 4% buster up. That's actually pretty nice. Third append is against berserkers. Like to see it, of course. MP ignores defense on damage, always good. This demerit actually can be annoying sometimes. So whenever you use the MP, she gets minus 50% star gen for 3 turns. And again, this can stack, by the way, if you spam the MP enough. Even the one-time application of this, definitely you can feel her generating less stars, though, sadly. So it actually is not nothing. And also the overcharge is a 30 star bomb on base up to 50, so that combats it a little bit, I suppose. But yeah. So not always can you MP back-to-back anyway. So sometimes you need those face card turns and you might have that debuff, so it can affect your star gen. It's not the end of the world, of course, but it's not nothing is what I'm saying.
It's pretty easy to take care of, though. Like if you're trying to be,
I mean, she herself has a cleanse too, of course, so
oh yeah. And then also you can put like some sort of debuff removal code, and then like I mean, if you're going to be worrying about the star gen debuff, you're going to be using her cards.
Yeah.
And yeah, so because you'll have those NP turns, and then you might be setting up a crit turn, and then like, oh no, I want to make stars, but I can't make 30 stars this turn. Well, I could just either remove it that way, or I can just use my cards. Because like, if you don't have cards, then it's not going to be a problem anyways. So
yeah, exactly.
So, I don't feel like it's that big of a problem.
Yeah, pretty
30
much.
stars is a ton of stars too. Like
yeah, it's a great star bomb. But I have to talk about the elephant in the room. The MP, kind of a wet noodle, actually, for damage. That's, I think, the main problem of hers. The MP just doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Sadly. And sadly, she doesn't have the best crit synergy either, because her crit damage is only 1 turn too, even if it's a 4-turn cooldown. I feel like she needs more. Like a more MP damage or more crit focus. She's kind of lackluster on both for damage, in my opinion. Like, damage is the one thing she's lacking.
Eh, I think she's another one of those fun ones, but like I know, yeah, I keep saying that, but yeah, I feel like she's almost, if not on par with Raiko. But the thing
I
is,
feel like she's a
again,
little
Raiko
worse,
has,
maybe.
yeah, again, Raiko has like a little bit more versatility because you can use her one way or another instead of just one way.
Yeah.
Yeah. At worst, half a tier below. At best, probably like same tier.
So I'm thinking either B or B plus, but yeah, maybe one tier below would be too harsh.
I feel
So
like
maybe
her
B
NP
plus.
spam is a lot better though, because her
Yeah.
first skill helps her out a lot, and she has 3 good NP gain cards instead of 1 really good NP gain card. Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair.
Fair enough. We'll go with B plus for that. Oh, and we're already here at the other buff DPS. So yeah, we talked about Hozoin earlier. Now it's time to talk about Liang Yu, the 4-star buff DPS. And she's honestly even a more trickier case than what Hozoin is, but let's see here. 8.2k attack and then 13.3k health. Again, the attack is low, but honestly, in her case, it might not be bad. She has a lot of buffs anyway, and she kind of, needs HP because of some of her mechanics as well, if you want full value out of her. So I think the stats are fine in that sense, compared to like someone who would be like a full DPS with like an MP and everything that does damage. So yeah, I'm not opposed to the stats. The double arts, double quick deck, it hampers your damage potential, but, it gives you better uptime of the MP, I suppose. But yeah, at least they gave her a nice skill to, make the deck look better. So on a 5-turn cooldown, first skill, she gets 20% quick at arts for 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So it's basically Neza's skill, but instead of red and green, it's green and blue. And there you go. It's the same skill. How about that?
Basically the same skill as Jeromid's 3rd skill, except without the
Yeah.
Stargen. Honestly, I'd prefer it with the Stargen. Would be pretty
Yeah, it
cool.
would be nice.
'Cause,
But at least that one
her
did get a
Stargen
buff, so yeah.
her Stargen isn't that bad these days, though.
Mm-hmm. Alright, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 600% absorb for 1 turn. The debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns, and then 100% buff removal resistance for 3 times 3 turns. That's actually really nice. I mean, the absorb is like whatever, because its downtime is big. But man, the debuff immune is nice, and then the 3 time 3 turn buff removal resistance on a good uptime as well. So she's very safe against buff removal. Most DPSs aren't, of course, but she at least has that going for her. That is a very good way to combat that. One of the best ones for, self options in the game, for sure. So I like the skill overall. It's nice. Third skill, 8-turn cooldown, but it is a double guts for 5 turns. There's a 1 HP revive on them. Then she gets 30% battery and then 15 stars per turn every turn for 5 turns. So it's an interesting thing. In fact, I'm not even sure if this was a thing on last year's tier list. Maybe it was. Again, it was either.
I think it was.
Yeah, it's still fairly new, I think, but yeah, maybe it was on last year's thing. So I want to say I like the skill though. Although the cooldown will definitely you will feel it. The battery in mostly, of course, because it's a one-time thing in 8 turns. But at least I do like that it's 15 stars for 5 turns. So that's not bad.
Yeah. 15 stars is where it starts being pretty notable.
Yeah.
It was. It was there last year because I remember.
Oh, you checked?
disagreeing
Okay.
with someone in chat about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think this is just like a pretty massive buff for her because like the 2 times 3 turns guts.
Oh yeah, it used to be a
8-turn
horrible
cooldown
uptime. Oh yeah.
is like, whoa.
Yeah, this is a big
But
buff for sure.
now that's been fixed. Yeah, especially when you look at that and then you look at Domon's guts, which is 7-turn cooldown, 5-turn duration on double guts, and then he's also got like these other really good effects.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the NP charge being increased, it's pretty good. And then
The
crit
stars is kind of big.
yeah, and like she wants to crit, even if she's not going to be doing Omega crit damage.
I mean, it's the
more
only
often is
damage she
always-
has because she doesn't have a damaging MP. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's got like, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So overall, the skills are actually not bad. I kind of like them. She has a lot of stuff going on after the buff to the third skill, so better than most of the kits we've seen so far skill-wise. Alright, 15% debuffers on passive, that's it. Kind of lame, but oh well. Anti-Berserker and Depend again, so yeah, pretty solid as an option. And then the fun MP, oh my god. So it's a very gimmicky one for a buff MP. In fact, it's the most gimmicky one of any buff MP because most of them are pretty straightforward. This one, not so much. So let's break it down. So first of all, the easy effect is she gets, on MP1, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns. That happens always. That's the one like ironclad thing that, you know, you can be sure of unless you're buff blocked. So enjoy. But then she gets an on-attack buff for 3 times 5 turns, and whenever she does a normal attack, which I guess, well, all of her attacks are normal because the MP doesn't do damage, the target gets 10% defense down for 3 turns. So that's up to minus 30% defense down on the target for 3 turns, if you exhaust the full thing. She gets another on-attack buff for 3 times 5 turns, which is a full buff removal of the target if you crit them while this is active. And again, you can remove buffs with 3 different crits in 5 turns. Then she gets an on defense buff for 3 attacks, 5 turns, and whenever she takes a normal attack from an enemy, the enemy gets a 10% crit damage down, not chance, crit damage down for 3 turns. And then on the overcharge, another on defense buff when she get for 3 attacks, 5 hits, and then when she gets crit, the full party on base OC heals for 2k. Scaling up to 4k on higher OC ranks. So that on base OC, if you get crit 3 times, you heal for 6k for the party. Woo! There's a doozy of an MP for you. So a lot of, you know, conditionals. I mean, some of them are very easy to do, of course, but some are, you know, mostly the on defense thingies are like ifs, because, you know, she needs to be the one recipient of the damage. I'm pretty sure, like, even the heal, despite it being AoE, she is the one that has to be crit for it to heal everyone. So if someone else gets crit, they don't get healed because she gets all these buffs. TLDR, is the MP good? I don't love it, honestly, I have to say. I think Holzoin, for instance, has a way better MP.
Oh, okay. Okay, that person is in chat. Okay, so last year, someone, a chat member, in the YouTube comments,
Oh yeah?
said something about how it applied per attack hit. Like, okay, the heal, that is the heal on crit attack. They misinterpreted it as upon being crit, like every hit for that. And the reason why they were referring to
like if an enemy has like a 5-hit attack, you would trigger it 5 times, right? Is that, or 3 times immediately? Is that what you mean? Oh wow, yeah.
So they misinterpreted the something that happened during X9's solo of Domon, where it proc twice during one of his attacks, and the reason why was because there were 2 buffs active at the same time. So because it was a 3-hit attack.
Yeah, because you can stack this. So, yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, I don't mean to be mean to that person at all. I think it was a very reasonable mistake. So
yeah, I mean that's totally fine. I'm not. Yeah, shit happens, dude. Who cares? It's fine.
It was so funny though, because like someone was telling me that in chat once, and I was like, oh, I don't think that's how it works. So I went over and I confirmed. I went frame by frame analysis, and I was like, yeah, that's not what it is. And it just so happened to be that that person was in my chat at that exact moment. It's like
the coincidences.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I think she has a lot of nice things going for her, and she even helps the team. But I just think her own damage is just not good, right? It's a bit lacking because she doesn't even have a damaging MP, and the crits are not like massive. So I just like, even though she has nice things going for her, I'm not sure if I can ever really picture a lot of good scenarios where she would be like really good to pick. How do you see it?
So she needs one more buff. So you know how there's crit received chance down. I want her to get crit
Oh, you mean
chance
crit
received
resistance?
up. Well, there's crit chance resist, and then there's also crit damage resist. But I mean crit chance taken up. I know that sounds really weird,
Okay.
but it makes sense with what she does because she wants to get crit. But one problem she has is
I don't
the
think she wants
enemies
to get
that
crit.
I mean, then she's able to heal the team when she does that. So like she takes more damage, and like she reduces their crit damage with her NP, and then like the team gets healed when that happens. But the problem is generally the enemies that crit a lot are critting a lot because they have crit rate buffs, and she removes those. So she
Yeah.
reduces their crit chance, and she also wants them to crit, kind of. So yeah, um, yeah. So I think that plus this is like one of the things that you can't really do with most servants. There's only like a couple servants that would benefit from it because it's just such a massive change. But giving a servant target focus just
I was
completely
about to say
changes how
that.
they work. But with her, it makes sense
Mm-hmm.
because she wants to be attacked, and she doesn't really have a safe way of reliably getting attacked and focused. So like I don't know. I kind of feel like in AOE situations is when she, and as in like enemies that have AOE attacks. I feel like that's when she's most useful because she's always getting attacked. That reminds me, there was this weird thing that happened once with an AOE crit, and you know how there's some enemies that have AOE attacks, but then they have single target crits,
Oh
like
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
yeah, like the big buff removal dragon is an example of that. So I
Yeah.
had this really fucking stupid thing happen once where it targeted a crit on my Castoria, but you know how she has the crit rate resist, right?
Yeah.
Um, so she resisted it, and that turned it back into an AoE attack, but it still crit the other servants, so it did more damage. It
Interesting.
was so dumb.
Funny
Uh,
interactions.
yeah, it's some weird shit, dude.
But yeah, I was about to say, I think taunt would make a lot of sense for her. Like, I'm surprised she doesn't have one, honestly. Like, imagine a taunt with like a nice damage cut or something. That would be cool. Although I still
Yeah,
feel like her damage still would be a bit lacking. But then, I mean, she still does stuff like, a lot of stars per turn and, heals the team and, stuff
yeah.
like that. So it would be she would have a better use case.
Yeah, I want to defend her more, but it's hard to come up with good use cases for her.
Yeah,
That's the
and like you
problem.
said, the AoE attack is the actual, without taunt, is like the actual, probably best use case for her. Because then she doesn't have, again, she doesn't have taunt, so that way she can at least
And
get attacked.
also solos. I think her soloing is actually pretty decent.
Mm,
Although once she gets down to her guts, it can be a bit awkward to like get back up to higher HP.
yeah.
But it's not as bad now because like you can just like pop an invul on her, and if she gets a crit a couple times, she's going to be at higher HP. So yeah.
So I'm thinking between C plus and B personally.
uh you say B and C plus? Wait.
Yeah, C plus and B, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's actually higher than I expected you to rank her.
Oh,
I'm fine with
really?
that.
Which one would you do?
I'd like to say B. Like I
Mm,
feel like there's a lot of 4 stars um that even though they aren't really that great, like I feel like their general performance is still at least, if not more than satisfactory. That's it.
yeah.
C plus plus seems okay. So B, got it.
We're not gonna stop programming over here. Oh, jokes.
Uh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna put her in
moving
B. We might
east
slide
of
her
map.
down later, but we'll see.
Yeah,
Okay.
heal something. Oh, another welfare.
All right, time for another welfare, and this time a bit of a better one, I want to say at least. So, we got Kagetora. Spoiler, she will have a new variant in this year's tier list. Wow, hype. Not for many weeks though, but yeah, you'll see her later. So the OG Welfare Lancer single target arts DPS. 9.6k attack, pretty good. Actually on the higher end of the ones we've seen so far. Not the highest, but you know, a good chunk anyway. Double Buster, double arts, lovely. Makes perfect sense for her. Good deck. Skill 1, Mana Burst with some crit focus. So 5 turn cooldown, 30% arts up for herself for 1 turn, and then 500% absorb for 1 turn. Again, it's bursty, you know, a lot of downtime. But for that 1 turn, you know, some burst, cool. Second skill, 5 turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion. So again, this is on the better side of 1 turn evasions and involves. Usually the standard is 6 turns, so having it be on 5, pretty cool. Then she also gets 30% MP gen for 1 turn. I wish this was 3 turns, I'm not gonna lie. I think they could make it 3 turns, but whatever, I guess. So again, a lot of downtime. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack, 20% crit damage, and 20% star gen for 3 turns. Pretty good mix of, you know, buffs right there. And that's it for the skills.
Always, she just keeps winning. Like I see these charisma skills that have got these.
Yeah, it's unfair.
Lamau.
But yeah, I feel like her skills kind of remind me, like, not just skills, she herself kind of reminds me a lot about Summer Hokusai as well. Like, they're, in my eyes, very similar anyway, but I guess we'll get to that a bit later with the discussion. But the skills are fine. They're nothing particularly crazy, but, you know, they do the job, I suppose. Better than a lot of other welfares, for sure. Like one we saw earlier. Way better. Alright, 15% debuff rest, cool. 6% quick up is not really that useful, although she has a 5-hitter quick, which is cool. And Divinity C is like whatever. She is anti-rider on the append, which I probably wouldn't really worry about too much. Then the MP, which again, of course, free MP5. It is an 8-hitter, single target MP, but it is arts, so it's... I mean, it will refund a good chunk for its own engage, but star gen won't really be there too much. It does remove all offensive buffs from the target, so that's always nice utility to have. And then the overcharge is on base, 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on the enemy, scaling up to 60%. Pretty cool. I like it. It's mostly a defensive MP, like FX-wise, but, you know, free MP5 still means it does decent damage. So how about that?
Okay, someone in chat just said it wrong, and they said she's a farewell. I want to call some. I want to call bad welfares farewells now. That's good.
Oh, sorry. That's a funny term. I get it. Oh wow, a farewell instead of a welfare. Okay, that's funny. But yeah, Kagetora is pretty legit still.
I like her NP. I like the offensive buff removal and then the crit chance. It's a nice combo. It's pretty easy to spam too because she does have pretty good NP gain, and she has multiple skills that increase that NP gain. I just don't like the uptime. Because on one hand, like, good uptime on evade. On the other hand, bad uptime on, like, everything else. It almost looks like Saber Liz type uptime things.
And she's also arts, so the evade uptime is not the most meaningful thing anyway?
I guess. I don't know. I'd say she's solid. I'd be okay with like an A. I don't think there's too much to discuss with her though.
I'm kind of thinking the same, yeah. Just a good, solid, free single target option. But yeah, apparently also Trevor told me just now that her refund is the same as her ruler counterpart, like down to the decimal. Interesting. Someone on the dev team wanted to make an Easter egg.
Wait, sorry, I wasn't looking. What? Will?
Her MP refund is exactly the same as her ruler counterpart, apparently to the decimal.
Oh.
Like exactly the same, apparently.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just gonna plop her in A. She works. I mean, she's a basic case, so again, there's not much to talk about, like you said, but just to this day, still works. Surprising. Not really. Alrighty then. Sticking to the arts theme, we got another summer servant. And a kind of a popular one, I suppose. We got the penguin herself. Mysterious alter ego Lambda, aka Melt Lancer. Whatever you want to call her. So, AoE arts DPS at a farmer. And honestly, I want to say just a farmer. I feel like her damage is kind of wonky for DPSing, but I could be wrong. 9.2k attack. Pretty decent start. Higher than the average among 4-star Lancers. She's got the gain stack of double arts, double quick. Now, honestly, I think double buster would have been cooler than double quick because her MP refunds so well anyway, and she has so much refund on her skills too. So maybe a bit more damaging deck would have been nicer. I don't think she needs the gains, but fair enough. Speaking of gains, the first skill. This is a fun and interesting case because on a 4-turn cooldown, you get 20% arts up for herself for 5 turns. Yes, was there any other skill in the game that has a better uptime than a cooldown? I'm not sure. This one definitely does. Without cooldown reduction, that is. So yeah, you have a 5-turn arts buff with a 4-turn cooldown. Very interesting. So on turn 5, or 4 rather, no, 5, I can do math, you can have this up twice, yay. It's not a whole bunch, and it's the only effect, so if anything, it's like impressive because of the uptime, but honestly, uptime aside, the skill is kind of like, it's not that great, honestly, in my opinion. It's kind of like whatever. It's so basic. It's just, it only has a good uptime. Second skill though, 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn invul. There's the base that we were just talking about. She also gets 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. Great combo there. And then she gets water side map for 3 turns. There you go. Pretty decent defensive skill with some utility. Third skill, the funny one. 5-turn cooldown. She absorbs gauge from her party. So she can absorb up to 30% per team member. So if you get 30% from both, hey, you just got 60% battery. How about that? And surprise, surprise, with a Castoria or 2, it's very easy to steal because their batteries are 30% on AoE anyway. But yeah, then you also get 500% absorb for 1 turn and then 50% attack for 1 turn. So it's kind of like her burst ability too at the same time, I suppose. Overall, I feel like there could be more in her kit, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they're kind of maybe careful because her refund and whatnot is so nice, but I still feel like it's kind of a bare bones kit, I'm not gonna lie. There could definitely be more. Alright, 17.5% debuff res, cool. 6% quick up, well I guess she does have the double quick, so you know, this gets more value now. She gets the archer passive of 12% crit damage, because why not? Maybe not the most relevant thing for her, but you know, cool. And then 20% debuff rest bonus from the better version of Divinity and Goddess's core, so that makes it for 37.5%. Pretty nice base. So these are some of the better passives we've seen so far. That's for sure. Anti-caster on the append? Nah. Alright.
Hey, you forgot one passive.
I did? Oh, of course, the best one. Yeah, High Servant, of course. Right. How could I forget? Thank you for reminding me.
Going on.
Okay. Anyway, the MP ignores defense. Great, cool bonus. And then if you are on waterside map, before damage removes evasion buffs from enemies, which she gets from the second skill. So pretty easy to do, even on farming, even on bosses is cool. And then on base OC, she gets a 20-star bomb all the way, scaling up to 4D. FX-wise, it's fine, it's good. It's nothing crazy, but you know, it does the job. pretty okay. And yeah, her refund is pretty good. A lot of these numbers between these 3-4 stars will be comparable in farming, but you know, I guess refund also is different though.
So
yeah.
I like when art servants are able to make stars and use them, because it's nice for their card gain, which can help them loop a bit better. That's assuming they're actually able to use the stars. Looking at you, Vlad. Um, so, like between the refund and then like being able to crit on her arts cards, and even her quick cards are decent. Like she's got 3% quick cards. Um, I I have found that over time I have come to prefer her over Finn. Although the interesting this it's always been an interesting dichotomy between the two because he helps the team do more. She takes from the team to do more. Like the
Yeah, it's a
30%
price you pay.
charging.
So
And
I feel like
do,
because of the AoE gauge, sorry to cut you off there, but I feel like because of that, her boss potential is not as nice because obviously you don't want to drain your Castorias unless you're min turning. So, yeah,
that is true. But the way that I looked at it back when I assessed her a long while back, because I made this like archaic comparison video between the two of them a really
yeah,
long time ago. But one thing that she has in her advantage, because like a lot of people do give her some crap for her gauge reduction, but you also look at the types of servants you might use her with, and you've got like fucking Paracelsus. What's he gonna do with his battery? He's got 80 battery and no MP basically. And like maybe Hans. Hans also has overload on his NP oftentimes as well. And then with Castoria, even with Castoria, like Castoria has an AoE 30 battery. So if you have an extra 30% charge, yeah, like you can use her first skill, and you can use Melt's third skill, and then bam, you got an NP right there. So it ends up
yeah.
working out fairly well. It's just there's some situations where, like I guess if your supports are NP1, it can be a problem. So
Yes,
you
indeed.
could look at it as like she's taking charge from Castoria. You could also look at it as Castoria is replacing the charge she takes. So
I feel like against bosses is still actually it's definitely a demerit because you do want
yeah.
as many Castoria MP uptime as possible, you know. But I guess obviously in farming it doesn't matter at all. Well, maybe. I mean, I guess Castoria MP could still improve your damage too, so it does matter a little bit depending on that. But for bosses, it will make a dent. I feel like that makes it a bit scary.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on what types of setup or what kinds of servants you use with her, because a lot of the servants you use with her have their own batteries. So
Yeah,
yeah, it just depends.
I'm
But
thinking A tier for her.
yeah, these days I want to rank her above Finn, and I think
Yeah,
A
I
tier
think I would
half a
do
tier to
too.
Finn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's fair.
definitely a step down from last year. I think I had her on EX, but yeah. Yeah. I think we had too many Melt fans on the chat that day or something. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, so far there's not that much on the higher ranks, so you know, you never know. But safe to plop her there for now, and we'll see if we'll change it later. Okay. Moving on. Let us talk about Cadis.
Hey,
There she is, or they, I guess, as we established earlier. Anyway, AoE Buster DPS, a very interesting one at that. Crit focus too, nice. 9.9k attack basically, high, nice. One of the highest we've seen so far in this list. She's got the standard Lancer deck as well, which I think is fine. Wait, what happened?
just people in chat. It's croissant.
Oh, that meme. Oh my god. It's so funny. You've seen the Castoria Oberon version, right? It's funny. It's really funny.
That's good.
All right. Yeah, the deck's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Fits her. First skill, probably the worst thing about her. 5-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 2 turns. At least it's not 1 turn, but still, it's not very pretty nonetheless. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. This buff I'm a huge fan of. I really like the skill post buff. So she gets a on attack buff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. And then she gets 20% attack for 1 turn before attacking with that buff. And again, you can get that for 60% total for the extra attack. And then also the extra can also proc it. It's not that it's really relevant because it's only 3 attacks, 3 turns. So if you're going to have an extra, you're probably going to, you already procced it anyway from the other cards. Actually, no, it is relevant because the MP doesn't proc it. I'm stupid. It's normal attacks. So if you MP card, then the extra does proc it and benefits from it. There you go. Anyway, then she does 10% attack down for 1 turn on enemies when normal attacking as well. Very cool. Now, she also gets stars per turn, 15 for 3 turns. Quite a nice number. And then 20% battery. All of that on a 5-turn cooldown? Wow. That's quite a package. It's mostly offense, of course, but, the attack down, pretty cool as well, I would say. So yeah, this is a really nice buff. Great skill now. Third skill, we get the Defense. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 3000 damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then a 1-time 3-turn guts revives with 3k HP. That's a lot of damage cut. Yeah, if they're not critting or MPing you, you're not feeling anything. You're a brick wall at that point. 3k is a lot. In fact, it's probably tied for the highest damage cut from skills in the whole game. Probably from MPs as well. So, yeah. It's quite a bit of a defense. Besides the first skill, it's still not the worst skill ever. I think her skills are actually really solid overall. How about that? Alright, 15% debuff res, passive, cool, but even better, 12% buster up. Now we're talking. And then her actual divinity is a little bit more useful than normal because she also gets 8% arts up. Now, obviously, she only has 1 arts card, but, it's better than your flat divinity, of course. Her append is against rulers for the third one, so yeah, forget about it. The MP is also very interesting. It is AoE. And before damage, you get 10% MP damage for 3 turns before damage on base OC, scaling up to 30%. So there's a bit of ramp up there. It's not a whole lot, at least on base, but it is there. And then also 50% crit damage for herself for 3 turns on every MP use. Now, the MP itself doesn't do like crazy damage, but man, crits. She's got him, dude. She is definitely way more about crits than the MP damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she is completely solid. She's a very solid crit servant from what I've seen. Having her own source of stars, it's nice. Not having an absorb can be a bit annoying, but like you stack someone else's, some sort of supports stars with her stars, you're gonna make enough generally. I don't. So her third skill, I do like her third skill a lot. They just you take basically no damage for a few hits, and then you got the guts. And on top of that, you've also got the attack down, which can help her and her team. And yeah, I actually do like that she is AoE. I don't think NP1 is going to be seeing much AoE usage out of her, but it does mean that she has the flexibility of being able to do AoE damage and single target damage because she's got really strong crits. So yeah, Mighty Chains helped her a bit. Her NP gain on her arts card is pretty legit because like you could do NP quick art and like loop fairly easily. Pretty cool. I think she flows pretty well as a servant, so I think A would actually be completely fine by me.
Yeah, I think A for sure is a minimum. Last year I had her on A plus, I think, but I might be going with A this year. We'll see. Again, we don't have a lot of high ranks yet, so we might shift some of these servants later a little bit up, maybe. Depends.
Yeah, so she also has really solid synergy with Fitch just because of the cooldown reduction affecting her. Like she has pretty low cooldowns on her first and second skill, so having that uptime, it means her damage doesn't fall off very much. This is good.
Yes, indeed. Excuse me. All right, we'll plop her there for now.
Here's one. Some mixed opinions, I guess.
I don't think there's a lot of mixed opinions. I think it's pretty unanimous, but yeah, fair. So we're gonna talk about the next welfare. We got Utsumi Eris, or Erise, how we want to call her. There she is. So AoE arts, DPS, not a looper. Unfortunate. You'll see why later if you don't know already. Most people probably do. But yeah, attack just above average among 4-star lancers. Not too bad. Double arts, double quick deck. So a bit more on the gain C side. It's totally fine. Her MP, does decent damage, so I don't mind. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns and then an evasion to attack 3 turns. It's okay. It works. I don't mind. Defense and offense. And at least the defensive is flexible, not like a 1-turn evasion or anything. So, less awkward to use. And obviously she's arts too, so usually defense is not super hard to come by. Second skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets a sure hit for 1 turn and then 600% absorb. Not that great, not gonna lie. She doesn't even have that much crit focus or anything to do with like stars much, and she's arts, so kind of a miss mostly. They should buff this to like Moriarty's first skill, which is what this is based on, obviously. Alright, third skill though, 6-turn cooldown. Now, first of all, 100% instant kill, success rate for 3 turns, whatever. In fact, you would probably prefer it without that. But then, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then, better yet, 30% anti-servant damage for 3 turns. Yeah, she literally is the only servant to have an anti-servant damage mod. Now,
she's budget Gilgamesh.
Yeah, true. Well, I do say she's the both her summer and her normal version have this, but when you think about it, anti-humanoid is basically anti-servant too, because 99% of servants are humanoid. But regardless, this includes everyone, so there's that. Enjoy. It's still good, obviously. Jokes aside, it's a very nice damage mod. So at least it keeps her somewhat relevant for DPSing, because farming she can't. 10% debuff rest on that passive, and also if you're fighting undead, it's a further 20. It doesn't improve to 20, it's increased by 20, so that's 30% debuff rest if fighting undead. 7% quick up, pretty cool. She has 2 of them, nice. 8%
Summer Woo synergy though.
True, yeah, definitely not worth just to get more debuff rest, but yeah, memes, we like it. 8% crit damage, cool. But again, she won't really generate many stars anyways, so And then Divinity E, whatever. Anti-Lancer on that append. No thanks. Alright, the MP, it's time for the tragedy. So, hey, removes defensive buffs from all enemies. It is after damage, but we still like it. It's good. Always nice to have rather than not. But then, tragedy. The overcharge. 30% chance to instant kill all enemies, getting up to 80% before damage. Ouch. So, not long ago, they did some changes to some of the instant kill MPs where they changed the order. She was not one of them. Sadly not. She and, I believe, Nidocris Assassin as well would have heavily benefited from that change, but they didn't want to do it. They just said no. So that means farming will never be consistent unless you're willing to reset over and over again. Forget about it. Just throw it out the window. So now she's only relegated to a DPS position. But I guess she's not a completely hopeless case as a DPS, even if, maybe not amazing either, honestly. But you can even see it on the refund sheet, like what we could have had. She would actually have a very legit refund if instant kill doesn't trigger. It's not as good as Melt and Percy, but it still would be definitely very much high enough to do like solid black rail farming. So, rip. There it is.
So I like her more as a DPS. Like I think as a DPS she's completely competent because she's able to still do the refunding, but she doesn't do the instant death in a challenge quest. So her internal gains are actually quite great. She's like I like having multiple ways around defensive buffs like that, and then like she has a really common mod that like I mean any servant it's pretty nice. Like even though her second skill is it is pretty small, I do like having that one turn that I can drop crits here. And I'm gonna be honest, do we need more farming lancers?
Yeah. True. I'm just saying if you're an Ares, I mean, it would only give her more uses. So for the Ares fans, it would be nice. But do we need it? Not really, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like as far as farmers go, like Lancer is one of the most overpopulated classes, and just like okay, well we got a welfare now that you can farm. All right.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I'd be fine with her still being able to do it. Like it's just like, do we need more farmers? Like I feel like more challenge quest DPS would be more fun, you know?
Yeah.
It's sort of the same thing happened with riders. Some people are very dissatisfied with Andromeda because she's not that great of a farmer. But like, again, like Rider is super overpopulated with farmers too. So like, whatever. Rather have something unique. Anyways, pointless tangent.
I think I might even bump her up a little bit from I think last year she was C+, but I think I might want to place her in B, honestly.
I think B is fair.
Yeah.
Like,
she's still like, you know, she's got some damage, she's got survivability, she's got an anti-servant mod. So as an AoE DPS, you could go way worse than her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab some meds real fast because you know talking non-stop is making my head hurt. Luckily they're very close by, so
okay.
Give me a second here.
Well, this is awkward because I was about to go take a pee break. So hello chat, hello YouTube. I'm gonna entertain you guys for a second, and by that I mean I'm just going to sit here and talk filler words. Anyways, Myst is back, and now it's my turn to walk away. Hello, Myst. I entertained them while you were gone. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Sure, I'll just start covering the next kid meanwhile.
Yeah. I already know about her, so like I'll just
all right. Yeah.
That time, I guess.
Take a bathroom break. Okay. Right. I guess we go from welfare to welfare. I forgot about this, but yeah. This is an interesting one. We got Summer Goodchan next, so Summer and welfare. Wow, there she is. So single target, quick DPS. One of the better ones for Lancer, I want to say. Especially if you're working on a budget. 9.9k attack, pretty much. Good, nice, solid number. She's got the standard Lancer deck as well, which I think is totally fine because she also likes the crits. So this deck, yes please. Now, skill-wise, what do we got? 6-turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 1 time, 5 turns. Revives with 5k HP actually, so it's on the higher end of HP. So you might be even able to recover from that if it ends up proccing, depending on your comp and whatnot. She gets 20% MP generation for, 20%. 3 turns, I think I said that twice, but yeah. It's an okay number, but then the conditionals. If you're on a waterside map, she gets a further 20% MP gain for 3 turns. And if you're on a sunlight map, you get another 20%. So if you are like on a beach, you get 60% MP gain for 3 turns. Now that's a lot with her nice numbers, okay? Even the base 20 is actually not that bad. But even in proccing one of these is not super hard. And some servants, like we've seen also, produce a water side or a sun field. So both of them are found on skills too. Sunlight a bit more, I suppose. But yeah, options, I guess. So it's an alright skill. The Guts even has a good uptime, so I like that. Second skill, it's a targeted skill on a 5-turn cooldown, gives the target a 20% battery, and then the second effect is for herself only, which is a 1-turn taunt. So yeah, even if you target someone else, they won't be taunted. They only get the battery. Okay, interesting. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% quick up for 3 turns, and then 50% party crit damage for 3 turns. So that's an AoE 50% on a 5-turn cooldown. That's actually very solid for a welfare. It didn't even have to be AoE. 50% for herself would have been okay as is, but yeah, might as well, I guess. So yeah, she doesn't really have the most defensive tools, so the taunt can be a bit scary sometimes, but I feel like most people will only run her against archers anyway, so you're probably going to be not super scared, because you're taking little damage anyway. So there you go. I think the kit's fine. It makes sense. Complements her numbers too. It's not crazy, but it's fine. She's got a 70.5% debuff resistance passive. Cool. She's got an anti-caster pen. Honestly, if the caster is male, you could make an argument here, because she nukes males. And speaking of which, easy segue into the MP. Here we go. So yeah, base 150% damage mod against male gender enemies. So yeah, it definitely makes a difference. And then the overcharge is pretty boring though. You get curse and burn on the target for 3 turns, 500 damage each on base, up to 2.5k on max OC. So the OC is like whatever, you don't care about that. But man, that anti-male though. So yeah, obviously if you've ever used her against males, you can tell that she hits very, very hard. Yeah, I guess there is the Sufu synergy as well, that she gets a bit more out of her too. I suppose she gets a 50% battery from her. Yeah, very true. She's the strongest anti-male in the game. Yeah, definitely makes sense. The taunt is like a bonus for getting more MP gauge. Yeah, again, if you're fighting archers, you're not really worried about dying for the most part, so yeah, fair enough. I guess if you're fighting berserkers, they can be a bit scary, but hopefully your supports will cover you otherwise. Alright, so damage-wise, we are looking... Where am I? Okay, here we go. Oh, refund first. I mean, she actually has the highest refund of the quick single-target lancers too. She actually even beats Lee. Not too bad for a quick servant. Her crit damage also shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, it's actually pretty high. Just outside the top 10 of all lancers, including some of them having even better cases with like power mods and shit. And the MP damage, obviously, like even without the male, like is good. But if you're fighting males, then woo, we're seeing some big numbers. Oh yeah.
Hello, I'm back. I
Good
just got
timing.
a message on Twitch from some bot. It said, "Hello, stranger." What should I tell
Oh
them?
yeah, those are common bot scams. Just block and move on. No worries.
But they're being so nice to me.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Anyway,
So,
I just finished going over Good Channel. I think she's really legit. As like anti-male is nuts, and even without that, she has nice numbers. So it's not even she's not fully locked to anti-male, which is nice.
Yeah, I like the taunt mechanic, and I like her guts. Like her guts is surprisingly high HP, and then like
Yeah.
the NP gain boost that affects her offensively and defensively, and like her gains are already pretty solid. Like her mighty chains helped her a lot. Like she already had decent gains, but also for what it's worth, Zhang Jue is like kind of a viable support for her, although he is on a couple 80% chances there. Like that's 80% chance twice for 20% MP gain.
Yeah.
And then also he's got the quick buff and then like crit buff and stuff. So I'm not sure if that would be worth putting him there over a Scotty.
I guess Bonsi fixes the RNG, right?
So I don't. I think his Bonsi is super overhyped because like,
yeah, I would probably bring like a 2030 or something instead.
I would rather bring a 50% CE so he can NP and we could get like a 20% card buffs.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I wish his Bonsi had that, but it is what it is. I think she is easily A.
I'm thinking A plus.
Yeah, I'm fine with A plus because
Yeah.
she has good enough damage and like crits and stuff that she is just she is going to go very fast. Like I remember someone was I think someone was arguing against me like sometime I did like some video on welfares or whatever, and they got upset that I ranked her so high when there's Ku as an alternative. I think she still has a good few use cases where she is more viable than Ku because she is going to she does damage really fast and like okay.
I mean, she's way better of a DPS than Ku. He's not even close.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not even comparable. Like she's so much better as a DPS.
She's just able to like output a lot of DPS. I also like that she's sort of got the faker thing going on where she can taunt herself out if necessary. Like if you don't want to keep her out on the field a long time, and then yeah, she has great Summer Scotty synergy. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff indeed. And speaking of good stuff, our next servants, I'm pretty sure a lot of people appreciate this guy, myself included. Yeah, we're going to talk about Percival. Percy-kun, there he is, the big boy. So yeah, back to AoE arts, DPSs and farmers. We got one once again, and he's even like a pseudo tank too, which is cool. Lots of different use cases. So starting off 9.1k attack, again pretty good for a 4-star Lancer. It's not amazing, but it's certainly good. He's got the double buster, double art stick as well. Very nice for his use cases. Spot on. First skill. Ooh, 6-turn cooldown. What do we get? He gets 30% arts up for self for 3 turns, 20% battery, and the full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Yeah, works for himself, and a bit of multi-core bonus as well for the spread MP damage. Good offense.
Yeah,
second skill
sucks because I've seen so many people grail them and it hasn't stopped them. It's protection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the joke.
yeah. I had to check the name. I knew it had to be something to do with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm funny.
Yeah, this is why I really have you here. Let's be real. Okay.
Yeah, like, what would you be doing here without me, man?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Like, it's not even a joke. I said I wouldn't even be here if I didn't have any co-hosts today. So yeah, I wouldn't even be doing this.
You know, I'm gonna be debuting on his other videos where he does random games. Like,
wow,
dude, I'm gonna be honest though. Like, I'd love to be there for a Hat in Time stream. I fucking love that game. That
interesting. Yeah, it's a cool game.
Very irrelevant though.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue covering Percy here. So second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets a 3-turn taunt on himself, and then also 50% increased MP gain on damage taken for 3 turns. I mean, it's a great classic combo. Easy loops. I mean, he loops regardless, but you know, now you can do it even easier against bosses and whatnot. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted 1-turn invul, and also a 2k heal for the target. He pro-tech. He really pro-tech. So yeah, it's a good mix of offense and defense on his kit, really. And, you know, complements nicely with his numbers that he has. Magic Rest B++, that looks oddly satisfying, even though it's obviously not the highest number. But yeah, 18.5% debuff rest, cool. And then 7% quick up for the Riding C. Small little bonus, but you know, it's something. Anti-Lancer in the append. I mean, maybe you could use him. Again, maybe some multi-core, maybe some tanking. I don't know. Bonus. Could be a thing. Alright, the MP then. Oof. So Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. Cool. 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage on base OC, scaling up to 40. Nice. And then the lowest health ally gets healed by 3k. It can be himself too, by the way, if he happens to be the lowest. But I think it's percent based because it's relative to the max HP. So it's not necessarily the amount that defines who gets the heal. So let's say like he himself, how much HP does he have? He has 12k, and then let's say you group with like a 1-star servant who has like, you know, less than that. So if Percy gets hit, then he would still be the one that gets healed, even though he would probably still have more health than the 1-star servant. So it makes more sense this way. And yeah, the MP refunds, huh? Oh my god, it's a pretty big refund. Probably one of the best refunds of all game. Yeah, he just goes. Oh my god, I almost broke everything on my desk. Okay, we're good. Ignore that.
Jeez.
Happens.
Man's got you violent over here.
I was trying to move my camera because I've been slowly getting out of frame, and then I think I broke something. Or maybe I hit something behind my screen, but it's fine.
Well, you see, that's why you make yourself a little PNG tuber portrait. Then you just have to rely on Discord not crashing.
True.
And you'll be fine.
Dude, in a way, I'm jealous of all you guys that don't use Facecam, because I would be fucking lounging when I stream. I'd be like fucking like lying down, and no one would know.
It's great. I am like all the way back.
Now I have to pretend I have a good posture, which I don't.
Have terrible posture, and I love not having to show people that, because like I have some times where I almost fall asleep on stream just because I'm so comfortable. Like I'll be wrapped up in blankets, leaning back, just feeling super lazy. It's great. So what? Oh yeah, Percy, right?
Yeah.
So I don't like that they added him. This guy's the goddamn Fire Nation. To a nice comparison between Lambda and Finn. Like I like the dichotomy between the two of them, but he does. He has more of an offensive. Like offensively, I feel like he's more capable than Melt in a lot of situations, and then defensively, he's got like the taunt thing that he does really strong. Yes, chat member, you were right. I could be naked and you wouldn't know, but it's fucking cold where I live, so no, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a nice sweater. I got my slippers on. All cozy here. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's very solid.
Now the question is, EX or not?
I don't want to go with EX, man. Like, I don't want this guy to be the first EX tier.
I mean, if I put him EX, he would be a full tier above Melt, so
Melt is an A, right?
Yeah.
A plus.
Yeah. I think I'll start with an A plus.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do that for now. Also, people would saying he's EX not because he's not EX because of Melu said. Keep in mind, we're not even directly comparing rarities here, so that would not apply to my criteria regardless.
Oh yeah. Actually, reminder. I do have that PNG tube thing set up for you. If you want to use it sometime, just in case you want to see one of those naked catalysts again.
We'll see, maybe.
Yeah.
But there you go. Well, we might move a lot of these higher servants later, especially because, you know, they're going to be 4 stars among 4 stars as well, but we're being chilling for now, okay? Yeah, true, I have Keanu always ready. Check this out, Otto. Look at my amazing technology. Boom. I got fucking celebrity contacts. I can call Keanu whenever I want to.
Damn.
Look at that. Like, can you name a better human being than Keanu Reeves? You can't. So there you go. Checkmate, atheists. You had to think for more than 5 seconds. Doesn't matter. Invalid opinion. No, he's better than Keanu. No.
I don't know, man. Like he was in that Need for Speed movie. Like, I don't. I haven't watched it. Like, you would have to try pretty hard to get me to watch one of those movies.
You mean Fast and
Ryan
Furious?
Gosling. Oh my god, yeah, Ryan Gosling. He's literally me, but he's better.
Yeah, but he's not. Keanu Reeves is the best human being. He's literally human being.
Nah, dude. This guy can be he can be Blade Runner. He can be Ken from Barbie.
So we're gauging like decentness based on the roles in the movies.
No, but you see, relatability. He's literally me.
All right, fair enough. Anyway, I guess it's time to talk about the final 4-star of the list, which is the same as last year because, and the same every other category of rarities so far because they haven't added anything for 1 to 4-star Lancers between the two lists. But you'll see one on 5 stars at least, so there's that. But nevertheless, we're going to talk about Don Quixote, my personal favorite Lancer in the game, by the way, who I will be grailing and rolling for on NA. Fun fact, one of my most anticipated servants of this year. I love this guy. He's awesome. And if you're a Don enjoyer, a dong's out in the chat, okay? Not the ASCIIs, though, that get me banned, but okay. Anyway, what do we got? We got a single ticket quick DPS Lancer who's a mixed bag, needless to say. I want to say, if anything, maybe more of a support than a DPS, but you know, interesting case. So first of all, 8.6k attack. Could be higher, definitely on the lower side of the 4-star Lancers, but not an atrocious number by any means. Standard Lancer deck of double buster, double quick. Totally fine. Complementing it is the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. 20% buster and quick, 4 self for 3 turns. Okay. Then also a 1-time guts for 3 turns with 2k revive. At least it didn't gimp the cooldown too bad. If this was 7 turns, I would riot, honestly. So, you know.
Okay, I got another point against Keanu Reeves. Okay, the last time I fell asleep to a movie, the last movie I fell asleep to was John Wick 2, all right?
Yeah, but you're using movies again. He's like the greatest human being ever. You should watch the YouTube videos where he's like the nicest. He's like Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, but like there's all sorts of nice actors out there. He's got to be not only
but he's
nice,
Keanu.
but he's also got to be badass, dude.
Okay.
He has to be goddamn everything.
He is like, everything. I simp Keanu.
I'm everything to me, and Ryan Gosling is literally me.
Yeah, but that's projecting. That's copium. Okay. Anyway.
Anyways,
right.
Don Quixote.
Yeah, second skill. Let's go. 6-turn cooldown. He gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 10% MP per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Good effects. Actually, a decent uptime too. So hey, that's a pretty good skill actually. Very, very nice. Dude, chat's about to tear you a new one, I'm just saying. All right, third skill is where things get a bit tricky though. So at a 5-turn cooldown, he needs at least 30% gauge to use this. But whenever you do use it, he doesn't just drain 30%, he drains everything he has. Even if you have more, and then the other 2 or up to 2 other allies get 30% gauge and also a 20-star bomb. So yeah, even if you have a full 100%, you press this, you go to 0, you lose all 100, and your allies still get 30% each. They don't get like 100% or 50 each or whatever. Sadly, it doesn't work like that. So it's kind of a Hail Mary.
It was so funny seeing people use him for the first time when he came out. Because, like, you see, like, oh, his third skill, it's got the battery icon.
Yeah, I think I did the same thing.
Use it with my, like, 50% charge to get my NP. Where the fuck did my NP charge go?
Yeah, it just goes, dude. I wish it was a flat 30, I'm not gonna lie, but maybe that would be too OP. Maybe not. I wish it was.
So much more reasonable. It's like reverse melt.
Indeed. But there you go. Your allies are at least happy, I guess. So overall, mixed bag of skills, but I think overall I like it. Third skill, obviously, could be better. I'll be the first to admit, but I like the first two at least. They're good. Passive, first of all, 10% magic res. That's not much. That's literally the minimum you can have, pretty much. 2% quick up, again, minimum, but you know, it's something. And then, hey, 20% instant kill resistance. Definitely not reliable, but you know, cool bonus, I guess. That effect is still fairly rare, honestly, and sometimes you might need it, so why not? Alright, anti-rider on the append. Nah. Alright, MP time. What?
Can you scroll up to the top for like literally 1 second? I just want to confirm his NP gain stat.
Yeah.
Okay, 0.71. Okay, you're good. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. Alright, the MP is a single target quick one with 5 hits, so, you know, some refund and stars. 150% anti-giant damage mod. So he's like David, but a Lancer, basically. Does 1k damage to self as a demerit. And he can die to it, by the way. This is not one of those where you cannot die. You can die to this, like Jinkei's MP, funnily enough. Then the party gets another charisma, 20% attack for 3 turns. Cool. I think that's after damage, though, sadly. And then the full party actually gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 60. So, yeah, he's this interesting case where, you know, he's like half supporting the team and half trying to be a DPS himself. And as much as I love him, I have to say, is not really executed really well with Dawn, sadly. Yeah. So, looking at the damage, he's probably near the bottom as well. Well, not at least lowest of the quick.
I hate saying this, but like if he was arts, it would be so much better because like he could have this gameplay loop of like he uses NP, he gets a little bit of refund, and then he has the charge per turn, and then you have enough to like on turn 3 he can use his 3rd skill and you give charge to the team, and that would make so much sense because then like he's got the team attack and crit buffs. Like he has things that like make sense, but I hate saying it, but the card type is just so wrong for him.
Yeah.
But I have
pretty
used him
much
a decent bit. Like he's really nothing special as a DPS. Like I want the attack and crit to be more impactful for him, but it's really not that much. He really is just one of those servants that could use a battery, and I hate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like right out the gate, he's competing with a lot of like everyone he's competing with has an NP upgrade. He's got the Europa problem in that regard because you got like Medusa Lily, you've got all of the 3-star quick lancers. He's got
Yeah.
issues.
And the welfares, Good Shot and Frickin' Kagetora.
Yeah.
And you know what's also annoying? And this also makes your point better at why he should be like an art servant. Remember, he needs a minimum 30% battery. How easy is that with one Castoria button? Perfect.
Yep.
Scotty, 50%. Lots of wasted battery. So yeah, it's awkward. Like even with the append, it's 20. You need 30. Why isn't it 20? It should be 20 if it's gonna drain everything. Come on, dude. Awkward.
So what are you thinking? Like A plus? No, I'm joking.
C plus. I'm thinking.
Yeah, C plus. Yeah, I think that's more fair.
That's the same as last year. I don't think I'm moving him. I love him though, and I will definitely try to roll for MP5 and grail that ass as well. But yeah, sadly, gameplay wise, not the best servant. Decent crits though, but yeah.
But I had no issues getting like a shit ton of them. I think I went to pity for Moriarty, so.
Oh yeah, that would do it. I think mine is MP3, and I even picked one from the MP tickets, or one of the 4-star tickets.
Yeah, I burned a few of them because like I don't need more than like I kept them in MP3. I think I had them in P7. So.
Damn. Send them to my NA account when the banner is relevant.
Yeah, sure, man. Sure thing, man. Just give me like all of your. Oh no! You're not going to be willing to trade your Suzukas. Your
A Summer
Mighty
Suzuka's
Suzuka.
absolutely not. If that's the case, no. No, she's my like the hottest summer servant of all time. I'm not doing that deal.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't blame you for not winning the trade, but I can blame you for not being willing to trade with me of all people.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, we have finally finished placing all the 4-star Lancers. I don't know how that long that took. Probably like 3-4 hours, but yay! There we go. And yeah, exactly one row remains. 14 SSRs, 5-star Lancers. And yeah, we're not going exactly back to day one for the first one because there were no day one 5-star Lancers, but certainly year one and a fairly, popular one at that and a familiar face. We got Shisho, aka Skahak, aka Scotty's vessel body thingy, Ku's mentor, you name it. The old hag. Insert downvotes here. All right, there she is. Single target, quick DPS. El Clasico. Now let me look at my numbers again here for reference data because we upped a rarity just now. Her attack is basically average, if not a little under it. Like less than 100 under it or so. So there's that. Okay, I'll give you the costume. There you go. Yeah, deck-wise, double buster, double quick is good for crit purposes, of course, because she also has some crit focus, but man, are her gains doo-doo, sadly.
I think her gains aren't really
okay.
I
should. Yeah, the quick gains are terrible. Some of the other stuff is fine, but yeah.
Like her arts card is like actually pretty decent. And
yeah, fair. Maybe I was a bit too harsh there. Okay.
Yeah, Mighty Chains have definitely helped her a lot.
Oh yeah.
That and also being able to get an extra 10 stars from a quick chain.
Yeah.
I think she's aged fairly well, but we'll get into that.
Yeah, all right. First of all, 5-turn cooldown on the first skill, 1-turn evasion. So again, on the better side, because 6-turn tends to be the standard for that. Cool. Then she has an 80% chance to get 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 500% absorb for 3 turns. I used to hate this, but then they at least put a slight band-aid, over her to fix this in the second skill. So it was buffed. So on a 6-turn cooldown, now it's a targeted skill. The target gets 50% quick up for 1 turn. Also 20% buff success rate up for 3 turns, and then a 20% battery. Now obviously 20% is the magic missing number here. So hey, use it on herself. You're now guaranteed your nice crit combo buffs. So there you go, enjoy. And the battery helps because her MP is definitely not very spammable easily, and the MP hits fairly hard, and it has a nice stun, so you want to be able to use it often, of course. Third skill, so 5-turn cooldown, you get a divine mod and anti-undead mod, 100% each on max rank. The undead is like whatever, kind of a rare trait, and usually not among big bosses anyway. Divine though, fairly common, of course, but then it is a lot of downtime though, of course, and that's all the skill does. I think this could easily be buffed to having some other effects too. They'll probably have to change those too, because there's no way they're going to up the Divine mod, unless they make it like 3 times, 3 turns. It's a small buff. Sometimes it doesn't matter, sometimes it's the same, but yeah, with a small buff. But I would like to see something added, at least, something else. Because sometimes both could be useless. And that's no good. I don't like that. So, yeah. Skill set, I feel like...
Divine is really common though with bosses.
It is, yeah.
So like it's very common you're going to be seeing something out of it, and like 100%. Like I know people talk about break bars being an issue and all, but like goddamn, 100% is still quite a bit there. And something people oftentimes forget: this isn't just 1 turn here. Like you've got 1 turn on her second skill and on her third skill. You can like stagger them. You can use one to help break 1 bar and then the other for That's, from my experience, that's generally how it works. Like I did use her on a I'm not going to spoil the name, but there is a divine archer in Ordeal Call. I used her on that fight. She stomped that fight because her damage capacity against divine enemies, it's just like really good. But she's also got a pretty cool MP. and we'll get to
Yeah,
that.
the MP is probably the best part about her, let's be real. But yeah, overall the skill set I don't think has aged really well, sadly. I think she could definitely use another buff, but oh well, it's not as bad as it could be though. Alright, 20% debuff res is the only passive she has, but at least it's a good number, so hey, not bad. Anti-Lancer on the and the anti-class append can be relevant depending on how much you like her, and also, you know, I bet there's a lot of Divine Lancers too. So, I mean, we've been seeing many today as well already. Alright, the MP then. So it has been buffed. So, yeah, basically a guaranteed stun on the MP unless the enemy is immune. That is so strong, like, such a strong effect. The overcharge is like whatever. 60% chance to instant kill on base, scaling up to 100%. Irrelevant. Useless. But man, that the only other effect that it has is so good. 500% chance to stun that enemy for one turn. Are you kidding me? That's so good. That's the reason why her MP is so hard to spam sometimes, because it's so strong. You can keep a boss locked down for so many turns.
Yep.
Ay, ay, ay. So good. And it hits pretty hard too, let's be real.
Yep. She's I also want to mention, like, I've mentioned it several times now. The 3-turn absorb, very nice. And once again, absorb is one of those things you can't force as easily as you can just like make a shit ton of stars. And
Yeah.
considering how she doesn't like make a lot of stars generally, like, hey, her crits are actually pretty good.
They are good. She's only second to our latest guy here, and it's basically a tie anyway, in, like, you know, a lot of these calcs.
Yeah. 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 And yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, she does solo fairly well because it's really easy to NP every other turn now, because you can just do NP quick, and then Buster quick art, and basically every other turn you can NP. Some turns you can actually NP back to back, and that's that's pretty important. If
Yeah,
you
for a stun MP guaranteed, yeah.
Yeah, and NPing twice in a row is pretty important too, because if you just do it every other turn, then you're gonna have this one turn where you have the evade like available, but you can't use it because you don't want to evade when you have the NP going. Um, but yeah, I think she is still really strong. I know people talk about how break bars are a problem for her. I don't think they're that big of a problem.
I don't think so either, because the stun helps so much with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and like even if you have downtime on her skills, she kills downtime every time she NPs. Like there is time, like you're buying time every time she NPs. So she technically has less less downtime than some servants.
And Trevor said also, which makes sense, that her MP is the strongest of all Lancers at MP1, damage-wise.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got really high damage potential, and I am proud of chat. I'm proud of the fact that no one tried to bring up the debuff immune argument, because I know people do that with like charm immune.
It's not as common as people think, honestly. Yeah. It is an argument, but it's not nearly as common as people think.
Like whenever someone brings up that the argument of debuff immune, I really want them to substantiate it and just say, like, when was the last time we actually had that invasive of a gimmick that was debuff immune? Because the example that I keep seeing, like the example people generally go back to is Arjuna Altar. And Arjuna Altar was fucking like, I guess like there is what's it called? Super Recollection, but like Arjuna Altar was like 4+ years ago now. A+, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
It's actually up from last year when she was A. But yeah, I've kind of warmed up to her more now as well, honestly.
Yeah. Yep. That's all right.
It's good. Very good.
So no EX yet.
All right. Again, we might shift stuff later, so who knows.
Yeah.
But anyway, next up, we covered Arjuna last week, so now we got Karna, yay, released together, I suppose. So there he is, AoE Buster DPS, not really meant for farming, but yeah, that's fine. DPS boy. So stat-wise, what do we got? It's just under 12k of that attack, higher than average among SSR Lancers. It's basically over 12k as well when you take the class mod into account. Pretty cool. Again, standard Lancer deck. Totally fine for him too. He's got some crit potential and whatnot, so I don't mind. Makes sense.
Holy shit, there's so many people in chat saying 25%. Do they not know? Oh my god, sorry.
Interesting.
Fucking Lamau.
Yeah, true. Awkward. Anyway, yeah, you'll see soon. Anyway, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. 500% chance to inflict a minus 50% debuff res down on an enemy, and then MP seal them for 1 turn. Very good on that order, because if you land the first thing, the MP seal is basically guaranteed, unless for some reason they have an insane amount of debuff resistance. So, cool combo. Sadly, doesn't do much, in my opinion. Like, for a 6-turn cooldown on SSR, this should be buffed, but, you know, at least it's a fairly easy to guarantee MP seal. Second skill.
I think this is a decent skill. It's just not.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah,
like,
this should be like a support or something.
I like the increase in debuff success, basically, but it's just like.
So it's only 1 turn as well. They should make it 3 turns minimum and then add something else too. But yeah,
if it was on someone like if it was on a different card type of servant, I think it would make more sense, because, like, as far as Buster servants go, like Buster supports go, they're not really that debuff heavy.
Yeah,
I
fair.
guess, like, the one thing I can think of is like Waver. People don't use them that much these days, but hey, guaranteeing one of those stuns is nice.
True.
Way better than Benkei, though.
Yeah. Rip. Anyway, Mana Burst, second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% Buster, 20% MP damage, 1 turn. I mean, it's nice that it's mixed buffs, but man, that downtime though, ugly, not good. And then yeah, they fixed it. Yay. So now on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% battery. He also gets 100% star gen for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and a 40 star bomb. So now that's a very pretty skill. It's nice. He actually has now 1 really cool skill. It's a lot of stars, dude. Yeah, that's why he definitely has some nice crit potential too. And of course, with this, he can do Buster looping now too. It's always like a 50%er though, but you know, Karna fans can do it. Actually, I forgot, did we add him on the sheet as well? Is he here? He is. Yeah, he is here now as well. So yeah, you can do it. Yay. Overall, skills could definitely use more love. This is the only skill I actually really like. The others, Alright, 15% debuff rest, cool. 10% quick up, also not bad at all. Divinity A, miss me. Anti-rider. They all hate riders, dude. But I guess it makes sense, you know. Like, if this was like real life and we had proper affinities, Lancers would definitely be anti-riders, because, you know, they're meant to be against cavalry. Well, you know, I digress. Game seems to agree on the lore appends. But yeah, I think there's a good amount of divine riders, but even then, Anyway, speaking of anti-divine, the MP, so does anti-divine damage. 150 to 200 the range on the power mod, the standard on overcharge, and then on normal effect does a 20% bust resistance down for 3 turns on all enemies, sadly after damage. So only Arjuna Alter gets to go first, everyone else after. Because, you know, fair. It's still, again, if you're not fighting divine, it does okay damage. It's not like crazy, especially if you don't have the mana burst active, because, you know, that's pretty much the only thing you have to buff is MP. So yeah, very mixed damage. That's why his turn 1 and turn 2 damage are so low on this sheet as well, pretty much.
He's I'm sorry, I was talking to someone in in Discord just a second ago, so I missed it, but I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but with his 3rd skill active, his NP is another star bomb because like 100% star gen and it's
Oh,
like a
yeah.
5-hit. It's easy for it to make at least 20 stars.
Yeah, true. I didn't really talk
experience.
about that, but yeah, good of you to bring that up. That's a lot of star gen, of course.
So yeah, you can guarantee crits one turn with the 40, and then like if you got a Brave Chain, you're basically guaranteeing crits the next turn too. So it works. He works out pretty well these days. No defense is like, I mean, yeah, but he has really solid damage potential. And although the uptime on his second skill is a bit annoying, he does still ramp up. So if you're using him for a challenge quest, like you're going to be applying the Buster resist down. So yeah,
Yeah.
I still think I think he's pretty decent these days. Like I'd be down for at least B.
I think B plus.
B plus. Yeah, I'd be
I
down.
think that's fine. I wish they buff his other two skills still. He has more room for growth for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next up. Where is she? I'm blind. There she is. They were so close to release, I forgot. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Brynhild. There she is. The Sigurd waifu, of course. Single target Buster DPS. She's got 11.4k attack, which should be around the average among 5-star Lancers. Yes, it is. Also the standard Lancer deck, of course. Not too bad. Works. Much like Karna, also has a mana burst, but man, hers is even worse. Because it's now tolling 40% between the 25% Buster up and 15 MP damage for 1/3. So, yeah. Can you bribe me to put Karna in A? Depends on how much we're talking over here. Every time someone bribes me, I'm gonna up the price.
Bro, like, I feel bad about that, man. I'm associating with such a fucking sellout. God damn it.
Dude, I am a certified sellout. It's cool. Okay. 5 subs?
Man.
Nah, that was the price last time. We need to up the ante every time. Otherwise it's gonna become way too common. Anyway, we'll talk about it at the end where we'll shift placements if you're still around by then. Anyway. That's funny.
This shit's pay to win in the worst way possible.
I told you this is casual. No one should take this seriously anyway. Anyway. Alright, second skill of Bryn. What do we got? 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 30% battery. Then one enemy gets a 50% crit chance down for 3 turns. And then also minus 30% MP damage for 1 turn. They should flip the numbers on the crit chance down and the MP damage. 30% is enough for a crit chance down. I feel like it could be way better otherwise. And also, well, I was about to say make it 3 turns on the MP damage, but not on 50%. But maybe 30% could be 3 turns. Yeah, totally. Why not? So it's okay. There's some stuff I like about it, but at the same time, it's not the best skill still. Yeah. Right, third skill. 5-turn cooldown. Targeted. Target gets 3k absorb for 3 turns. Also 40% crit damage for 3 turns and a 3k heal. That's a lot of absorb. You can just give a 4-digit absorb. So yeah, unless they're like a berserker, they're basically guaranteed to crit now for the next 3 turns with any stars that might happen, of course, and if you get their cards. Yes, it's a lot of absorb. I have mixed feelings of why she has this though. I mean, obviously you can use it on herself too. It's fine, but it feels like it should be like a broken support skill. Like I wouldn't bring her just for this skill, you know. Maybe some people would. I wouldn't, because I mean, the second skill helps a little bit too for team utility, but she's otherwise way too selfish for my taste.
I would never use her as a support.
Yeah.
Like, she's a 5-star servant. Like, you're using that on herself.
Yeah, the sad thing is this is why Sigurd has no absorb, because they made this skill before him, so it's unfortunate they gimped him because of this skill existing. Anyway, overall skills just average at best, I would say, for SSR these days. Eh. First passive, 17.5% debuff risk, cool. 10% quick up, cool. Divinity E, not so cool. Anti-Lancer. Maybe if they're Brynhild's beloved and you have a nice copy, it's relevant, sure. If not, then no. MP, I like the interesting normal effect they added with the buff, so the full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns. I believe it's after damage though, sadly, so you could have gotten a few more stars or something, but oh well. And then, of course, her own damage mod, Brynhild's Beloved. I guess they call it Loved One now or something, at least on the wiki. But yeah, the standard 150 to 200 mod. And there should be quite a few servants with this trait. Mostly dudes, of course, but definitely some females too.
It's 94 now.
Yeah, that looks about right.
More than I realized.
Yeah, so it's actually it's a very good power mod.
It's actually it's just hard to figure out which.
Yeah, you always have to look it up basically. Like you have to start from the mindset of, oh, I want to use Bryn. Let me check if the enemy is weak to her. Not like, oh, is this enemy weak to Bryn? I might bring her if that's the case. You always think about Bryn first, if anything.
It's also worth noting that 24 of them are sabers for some reason.
That is unfortunate.
So there's 70 of them that you could reasonably use her against.
Honestly, her MP damage isn't even all that crazy, even with the trait active. Damn. Unfortunate. Damn.
Yeah. I think she's all right. I don't think she's amazing. But she's another one of those servants that's just like high damage capacity. It's I would definitely say Scath is a good bit better than her.
Yeah.
But like B plus or A is fine by me. The 3-turn absorb is always a big plus for me, and then like the heal can help if you're the heal can help make up for the Divitch damage you just took for.
Trisha doesn't have any defeds, which I'm not a huge fan of, being a Buster servant.
I do like the 50% crit rate down.
That's nice. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's pretty sizable. But yeah, I too wish that the NP damage debuff was 3 turns. I'm not sure why they were so scared of doing that, because they did the same thing with Castergil and Mozart when they buffed theirs, because they had like the aesthetic appreciation, which people talk about how awful.
Tied for worst skill in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, aesthetic appreciation was the worst skill.
I think there's another skill that I would say was tied for the worst skill in the game, and maybe even worse, depending. Like that was one of them. You know what the other one was before? It was also buffed, by the way, so it's not bad nowadays.
I do not know.
It's Boudica's first skill. It was anti-Roman damage for herself only, I believe, as a support. Yeah. It was like only for her and as a support. Nowadays, the anti-Roman is AoE and the crit damage too that they added, so it's way better.
Yeah.
So that was arguably maybe even worse than aesthetic appreciation.
That's oof.
Anyway, for Bryn, I'm thinking either B plus or A.
Yeah, B plus or A. Either one's fine for me.
We'll let her marinate there for now.
I find her a bit of fun to use, since she crits pretty reliably because of the 3-turn absorb. Her gain is actually quite nice.
Yeah. Maybe A. I feel like she should probably be a full tier down of Shisho, right?
I don't know if she's that much low. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Scath is like a tier above.
Like a full tier or a half a tier?
I'd say a full tier, because she has so the edge that Brynhild has is like she has a larger battery. That's basically it. Because they both have the 3-turn absorb, but Scath has an evade, and she has more than one turn of burst.
Yeah.
I think Scath is handedly a bit better. I don't think Brynhild's actually like B plus either. I kind of want her to be A. It's just like Scath is a good bit better. Like shit, man.
I'll keep her there for
Is
in A
Scath
for
too
now.
low?
Again, we'll be placing a lot more 5 stars here as well, so we'll see.
Yeah, this is something.
I think there's going to be quite a bit of shuffling after all the initial placements are done. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, moving on for now. So back to some story locked stuff. Here we go. So we covered her the altar version earlier as the 4-star. Now we get the OG. Well, I guess if you release order, altar was the OG, but where the altar is based on the actual Arturia Lancer. There we go.
Jeez.
The big booba one. I mean, both of them are big booba, but yeah. So AoE, Buster, DPS, and Farmer. Sadly, not the highest attack. 10.9k is lacking. Should be higher, but oh well. Also standard Lancer deck. I feel like maybe double Buster, double Arts would have been cool for her. Oh my god, did you hear that? Dude, I've been talking so long, my voice is starting to give.
You want me to take it from here?
No. I just voice cracked really fucking hard.
Yeah, I feel you.
My throat doesn't feel too bad. I just voice cracked. I said like arts or something. So yeah, I kind of wish she was double Buster, double Arts probably instead, because she doesn't really have anything to do with Quick, honestly. Anyway, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% Buster for 1 turn and also 1 turn of anti-chaotic and evil, 50% each. So I like the buff they did to Alter better, because at least it gave her, 3 hits of Buster. Sadly, OG still gets only 1 turn of Buster. And then Chaotic Evil. Obviously, you can stack those two because they're on two different sides of the alignment. But, I mean, most of the time if you fight Evil, I feel like Chaotic is the most common, other side for that. So, yeah. But even then, at least you get 50% if you hit one of them. But man, that downtime, though, is unfortunate. And also, if she's going to be a farmer, tying in the power mod on alignments is not ideal either, because normal enemies don't have alignments. So that is also unfortunate. Oh well. Second skill, Charisma B. Everyone gets 18% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Wow, underwhelming. Not very good. But some attack is nice for Buster Farmers, I suppose. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, the 50% battery for self and then a full cleanse. Yeah, one of the more underwhelming 50% batteries in the game for the standard 6-turn cooldown, I want to say. Just could do more as well, needless to say. So that's the full kit. Like for the great Lancer Arturia, the Big Mama version, that this is what we have in 2024. These skills. Why? If they released her now, she would be like the best Lancer ever, or at least probably top 3 or something. They would probably not top Melusin, but yeah, unfortunate. Alright, 17.5% debuff risk, cool, 10% quick up. I mean, I guess she does have the double quick, so, small bonus. Anti-ruler, yeah, that's what we call a good joke. Alright, MP, hey, Invul Pierce. 1 turn before damage, always nice. And then the refund of 20% on base OC and then 60% on max, which obviously enables her to do farming with Rising Mud Rain. It's not obviously not as high damage as Black Rail, but still way higher than any 50% CE would ever be able to do for farming. Barring some damage mod 50%ers, but usually a farm node never is full of them anyway. Right. Yeah.
I'll be honest, I do not see any case ever where I would use her over Melusine.
I mean, that comparison is pretty brutal, I have to say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're like, tier lists are all about like whataboutisms and shit, so or at least FGO comparison is. But like the biggest positives I see with her is she's able to NP pretty often. She does not have a good kit for taking advantage of that though. She's just got she's got some issues. I kind of like they kind of were going in an interesting direction with their buff. She didn't need that specifically. She needed an NP buff, and then maybe you could do something with that. But they still left it really bursty, and that's just annoying. Like, oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were telling me something. It was like,
No, I was trying to not to cut you off, and someone asked what the K in the loop sheet stood for, so I just highlighted the explanation.
Yeah, I try to use both my eyes and my mouth at the same time.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. It's just like I just don't really I don't really see a reason to use her for like she doesn't have outstanding damage. Her utility, like the only utility she has is Pierce Invuln and the debuff
And the
cleanse.
debuff cleanse, yeah.
And then
like she looks worse every year, sadly.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go below B, but like B.
I wouldn't go below B, but I would probably just plop her into B, honestly.
Yeah, I mean these days I feel like Karna's better than her, which like,
I mean, yeah,
and I say that I say that I say it that way because for a while like Karna was just viewed as really low down there because like he couldn't farm, but now they can both farm, and
Karna's just a way better DPS.
Yeah, because he's better in Challenge Quest, and he's probably better as a farmer. He's less flexible, but like people love talking about Rising Mud Rain. No one fucking uses Rising Mud Rain because no one has it. Like I don't know anyone that has it MLB. I know Plushie doesn't have it MLB. I'm assuming you don't.
I think I have 2 or 3 copies. 3 probably.
And even then, like I've got a couple friends who are big Artoria fans. I've never seen them do it either. So
yeah, it's tough, man.
Yeah, it's very meh.
Yeah. All right, are we ready to go back to summer once again? Is this the how many? Is the last servants for summer? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. One last time for Lancer Summer. They're probably gonna, if I had to guess, they're probably gonna add some Lancer Summer this year because last year was 0. Anyway, Tamamo, there she is, Lancer. Tamamo Shark, if you will. Single target buster DPS. One of the biggest drawbacks, the attack stat, 10.7k. Could be higher. Could be higher for sure. This and the MP are the biggest problems. Otherwise, she has really nice numbers. Like her decks, you know, the standard Lancer deck works. She has good gains and whatnot. Skills after the buff to the 3rd skill also not too bad. So, yeah. Speaking of which, 1st skill, she sadly has this other version I was talking about of this skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 20% attack for the full party, and then her male allies get 42% star generation for 3 turns. So for herself is like, whatever. It's not that impressive, but there it is. At least the uptime on the attack buff is decent. 2nd skill though, 7-turn cooldown, single target charm, 100% base chance for 1 turn, minus 30% defense for 3 turns for the target, 1k curse on them for 5 turns, but then gives them 1 tick up. Now, that can be a very, very terrible demerit, but obviously if you time this when the enemy is already ready to MP, then it really doesn't matter at all. At that point, you just reap all the benefits while not caring about the demerit. But, you know, sometimes you want to use this early and you're like, is it worth it to give them that early tick? Maybe not. You might have to do some thinking, sadly. So timing can be very awkward for this skill, needless to say. Cooldown, I feel like could be 6 turns because of the tick up, but yeah. But the 3rd skill though, this is what I love. The 3rd skill after the buff. This skill is so good. It went from awkward to used to just flat out really good. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 1 turn of invul, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% star gen for 3 turns, 50% MP gain for 1 turn, 50% debuff risk for 1 turn, 50% healing received for 1 turn, and then a 30% battery. Keep in mind, these used to stun her on a delay as well. That's gone now too. Wow, that's a lot of stuff, needless to say. I mean, a lot of it is, or most of it is 1 turn, of course, but wow. This is probably the best version of the Goddess Metamorphosis skill now. This or the Kiara one. Yeah. Wow.
I gotta say, her NP spam, it's very nice. It's very reliable.
Mm-hmm.
I love that she can make stars and she can crit now, and like she can crit a lot more. She can crit harder for more time, and then she's so much fun. I love it.
Yeah.
I have a Grailed on my alt, and I could not get anything beyond NP1, which
My
fucking
JP is
sucks.
actually no, my JP is MP2, I think, but she was MP1 for the longest time and also Grailed.
Thanks for rubbing it in my face, sir.
Hey, I was gonna quit the game if I didn't get her originally, so I'm only playing JP still because I actually got her with the final multi I got. Anyway, skills overall mixed bag again, but at least there's some good stuff in there. 10% quick at arts up for the passives. Cool. Helps with the really good gains that she has on her cards. Anti-append is against Berserker, so hey, that's also very nice. And the MP. Ooh, it's so ugly. Ooh. So only damage on normal effect, and the overcharge is anti-mail, the base 150 to 200 range on OC. Oh, that's a bad MP if I've ever seen one. So yeah, it's not a secret that the biggest problem with her is her MP. Like, if you're not fighting males, it is a wet noodle and a half. And even honestly, against males, she gets absolutely dumpstered by Guchan anyway. Unless you have like the craziest copy, is sad. The MP is by far the biggest problem of hers. It is very spammable, granted, yes, of course. So it's not the, end of the world, but I just don't like the MP. I don't like the MP. Damn. Damn. What's she rank on the crits anyway?
Let me remind myself of something right quick. Just looking up her NP damage in a vacuum, because like I think like against males she's like okay,
Yeah.
damage wise. I like the crit damage more than I like the NP damage, and I've found that her I found that I like her synergy with Fitch a lot. Like having because like I did this team with double Vitch, but like one of them was normal Vitch, the other was dark Vitch, and it was actually shocking how.
Oh, because she has animal
good.
characteristics. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost min turned Woodwoes with that setup.
Wow.
And like
That's neutral, right? But because of the anti-mail, yeah.
Neutral damage there, and she was still doing a good damage there. So I think she is very solid these days. I could understand people having gripes with her NP damage, but I don't know. Also, the charm skill, I think it gets a bit more hate than it deserves, because
yeah.
So I find myself wanting to use her third skill sooner than later anyways, and that's how you're going to deal with the NP that you're going to accelerate. So like I guess I understand it. It's just I don't know. I mean, like one charm, it's 100%. It's not one of those stupid 60% chances or male only charms, or and it's unrestricted. Some good
Indeed.
stuff. Like I'm down for B plus or A. Honestly, I know that.
I think I would go A, honestly. Like, and just the MP is the only like actual not great part about her. Otherwise, her like she crits well, she spams well. Just imagine if you ever gets an MP upgrade. Oof, I think we might be looking at like a potential top tier single target DPS.
Well, you see, the problem with that is you look at who she's competing with in that regard. That's generally the gripe people have with her. She's competing with Enkidu, and she's competing with
Mm.
Viva. And those are two massive powerhouses in this day and age. But we'll get to those later.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Enkidu's
Actually,
next.
I was about to say.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I'll leave it an A for now. But good segue once again. Not even intentional this time. Into our next topic. So we got Mr. Clay, or Mrs. depending on who you ask. I guess doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Enkidu, there he is, or as Japanese people call it, Erikidu, because they like an R. I don't know why. I don't know the lore behind it. But interesting case. If you only look at the top side here, you would think this server sucks. Like single target buster DPS with a triple quick deck, 10.7k attack. Like what is this? Like if anything, just looking at this, you would think like, this doesn't look good. And given, I would say this is definitely the worst part about him as well. But we're about to see other stuff as well, which redeems it a little bit, needless to say. I still, jokes aside, I still have very mixed feelings seeing the deck, of course, because, he can't even do full Buster Brave chains with the MP. Also, voice crack number, I don't know, 10. I don't even know at this point. So, yeah. All right, first skill. So, it's basically a better mana burst, but not by a whole lot, I want to say. So, it gets 50% Buster up for one turn, always, and then you get a coin flip. You either get 50% quick up for one turn or 50% arts up for one turn. You always get one of them, never both. And again, it's a coin flip. But the Buster one is guaranteed, so there you go. Interesting. If you're playing him on a team, sometimes it might be awkward depending on your hand, but if you're solo, it really doesn't matter too much at the end of the day. This is not a great skill though, overall. Yeah. It hasn't aged that well. Second skill though, we got that nice 1 turn evasion on a 5 turn cooldown. Very solid. And then minus 50% crit chance down for enemy for 3 turns. So basically what Bryn does as well. And then removes evasion buffs from the targets. Yeah, pretty good defensive stuff right there, I want to say. Definitely helps in keeping him alive. And I guess the lower attack isn't the worst part anyway. Because, it's much easier to keep him alive with the big... I can't listen. I was gonna... Dude, you fucking guys, dude. You fucking goose. I told you I wasn't gonna, talk about the songs much, but I was hoping you guys wouldn't request only, curse shit. I can't even hear my thoughts with that girl fucking screeching her brains out. Oh my god, it was the freaking Dragon Ball opening cover in Lucky Star. I hate it so much. I hear an AMQ every other week. I have PTSD. I hate her voice. Hirono, I love you, but you doing that character, singing, it sounds horrible. I want to rip my ears out. Okay, tangent over. I can't.
I was about to ask, is it AI Hitler again?
Not this time. Not this time. But yeah, chat keeps surprising me. So try to chill with the song request, okay? Because I don't want to talk about the songs, because not only does it interrupt this, but also YouTube people have no idea what I'm talking about, because they won't be having the music.
Nah, it's better that way.
Anyway, this skill is great. That's the bottom line. Okay. Third skill, they buffed it, because why not? So it is a 10 turn cooldown, so that's why it's not as crazy as it might seem, because when they buffed this, people were like, the end of the world is coming. But you gotta keep in mind, it's a 10 turn cooldown, okay? So what do we get? A 10k heal on max rank, full debuff cleanse on self, and a 50% battery for him. So there you go. They basically just added the battery, and that was the buff. So hey.
Why?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't needed, but, considering his MP is the best part about him, then, why not? More spam. Yay.
Why?
So overall, the skill set is not the best thing ever, but it's good. It still makes sense. If anything, the first skill is the only actual, whatever skill. Yeah. Now, the only passive he has is 20% debuff res. Cool. Works. Anti-Berserker. Oh my god, his damage against Berserkers is disgusting. Yeah, and then the MP, the buffed version. So, 500% chance to stun a divine enemy for 1 turn. It's not against all enemies like, Shisho is, but again, divine. Common trade, for sure, as we established earlier. And then also, 200% damage mod against threat to humanity. So you can bet your ass if the enemy has that, they're dead. They're just dead. That's a lot. That's like max overcharge levels of damage mod there for normal values. And then the overcharge is so good. 30% to defense down for 3 turns before damage on base, scaling up to 50. That's so good. It's so strong, dude. Like, it makes the ramp up is so crazy. Like, it's Okita but on steroids. Bruh. There's a reason why he still hits like so hard even without the damage niche active, and it's a lot to do with that OC as well. Wow. Good old Clay, huh?
Yeah, well, I won't really argue that much against an EX. I'm not. I don't know. He's still really strong in this day and age. But I
Yeah.
feel like I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of parallels between him and Enkidu. Yeah, not Enkidu. Skaha. And hmm, and like she'll be a like would it be a half tier below? Is A plus a half tier below or
EX, yeah, it is.
Okay, because I know we put S tier on.
Yeah, that was like a quarter. Yeah.
All right. Because like I'm just not entirely sure because his damage, like he's very self-sufficient, but I do not like the quick deck these days.
Yeah, the deck
Like
isn't nice.
in solos, I think it's nice, but in team play, it's like I'd rather have like Buster Arts or Buster Quick. But like I guess he has to have some sort of things to offset. Personally, I don't feel like the battery did that much because like you have to
Yeah, it
time
was
it.
mostly people overreacting to it for sure, yeah.
Yeah, because like you're gonna have to time it a specific way, anyways. But yeah, Mighty Chains definitely helped him a lot. He can like completely go NP quick art and like completely refund basically at times. He's I don't know. Because like some of the same criticisms people have of Skaha, like the really bursty aspect, like he has uh the mana burst that he relies on as well. And I guess like he does have the defense down before damage. But then also some of these people give give elderly a bit of shit for that despite he has the same thing and bursting. I don't know.
I
I'm pointing
guess
out
the
double
buff
standards
does
for
help him
people who don't
actually
have it.
do some farming too. The battery, that is.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's quite a bit
Yeah,
for free.
yeah.
He doesn't
Whatever.
obviously help the team too much outside of that, but yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like if you're stunning, that's turns where
I'm
nothing is
so
happening.
between, dude. I'm so between A plus and EX.
Like I'm fine with the X. Like we gotta have someone there. God, we're
I mean, there's definitely at
5.5
least one or
hours
two
in.
gonna be there, but yeah. I mean, again, he definitely has his problems, but he's just always so consistent and always just delivers, even with some problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I think EX is fair because
Yeah.
future reasons.
Again, maybe we'll shuffle again, but for now, yeah. Okay. Sure. All right. Oh wow. The next one though. Oh shit.
Oh brother.
All right. So yeah, more Babylonia stuffs, and also a servant that's small popularity, a very niche one, cult classic, following, very not well-known servant, but maybe someday she'll reach her peak of popularity, of course.
Yeah,
Anyway,
if she was actually popular, she would have gotten a summer version.
Oh, okay. I didn't say it, by the way. It was him. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got.
You guys are not praying hard enough. All right, that's your problem.
Oh. All right. Jokes aside, we're gonna talk about Ereshkigal next. So Blonde Rin, there she is, the goddess herself. If anything, the worst thing about her is the attack stat. It is definitely quite below the average for 5-star Lancers. If anything, she's probably one of the worst attacks of them all. But, that's the worst thing, if anything. So that says a lot. Now, she's got the standard Lancer deck as well, but that particular arts card, though, if you know, it's an interesting one, needless to say. Now, this is new, by the way. This didn't exist before. Don't know why it does now, but yeah, sure. So her first skill looks way better now than it did a year ago. So on a 6-turn cooldown, yay, no more RNG, because now, if you max the skill, she gets all of this guaranteed. 1 turn, debuff immune, instant kill immune, 100% buff removal resistance, 1 turn of invul, and then better yet, reduces all of her cooldowns by 1. Yay. So that's pretty cool. So it's effectively a 5-turn cooldown now. Cool. So now it's a pretty damn solid defensive skill with no RNG needed. How nice is that? Second skill. One of the only few mana bursts in the game that's actually worth anything. 6-turn cooldown, you get the 50% buster for 1 turn. But yeah, also that nice 50% battery. Pretty cool. And also again, effectively a 5-turn cooldown with the first skill, I suppose. Third skill. This skill I still love. It's one of my favorite skills, like FX-wise. It's just so nice, and every time you pop this, you just feel good. Well, obviously against bosses. Like farming, it doesn't really do too much, but against bosses, it just feels good. So on a 5-turn or 6-turn cooldown, well, effectively 5-turn cooldown with the first skill, your full party gets the Blessing of Kur for 3 turns. Can't stack it, sadly, but yeah, the MP will do stuff with that. Then the full party also gets 20% defense for 3 turns, 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and 3k max HP for 3 turns. Just how freaking nice. Well, I guess, yeah, it does help with the farming a little bit with the attack buff, but yeah, definitely mostly nice against bosses. Wow. And again, this now effectively on a 5-turn cooldown. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. So damn, this one buff that they did to the skill not too long ago, really like her skill set was already pretty solid, but then this was like the nice silk ribbon that just ties it all together. It's just a nice, it's all 5 turns now. It's all 5-turn cooldowns. That's without Koyan in the equation. Wow. So yeah, I would say she wins the skill sets so far by a landslide. First passive, 12.5% debuff res. Cool. Could be higher, but And then contributing to the funny arts card, we have 11% permanent arts up as well. And then more debuff res, 22.5%. So totaling, what is that? 44%? No, 34%. I can do math clearly. 35. Third time's the charm. This is why I don't quick math, but okay. Pretty good number. Third appendage against assassins, which may or may not be relevant depending on your copy, but no one has a good copy of her because she's so unpopular. And then the MP, Jesus. Yeah, this buff though. This already existed last year as well, and it's one of the best MP buffs I think in the whole game, at least in my opinion. So before damage, the overcharge, 10% buster up for 1 turn. Scaling up to 50%. If anything, that's just is fine. It's nothing crazy, but it's better than a dot or instant kill. Then flat 150% damage mod against earth attribute enemies, not just servants, all enemies. And again, a lot of normal enemies have that too. So hey, great. And then from the third skill, you get that blessing. Everyone that has it gets 20% attack for 3 turns. awesome. And then the full party gets 20% crit resistance for 3 turns, which basically almost eliminates all classes in the game for base crits landing, minus like assassin and maybe someone else. And then also full party gets instant kill immune for 3 turns, which definitely can be relevant in some challenge quests. Whoa. So she's pretty cracked, huh? Oh wow. This is what Ishtar should look like as well, let's be real.
Damn.
Ay. She really just reminds me of Tesla. Like, she's so freaking packed, dude. And good for both DPS to get farming. Oh my.
What do I think about her?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, she's good. Like, I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions on her. Her skill buff. I've got kind of mixed opinions of it. Like, I mean, it was objectively a positive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it didn't affect her that much. I don't
For
know.
bosses, it definitely does. Farming, not so much.
I guess I don't know. Whenever I use her, like the cooldown reduction, I guess on the first and third skills do matter, but I basically can never find a right time to use her second skill because she's always NPing. Maybe I'm thinking too much for solo performance. It's good. Like it's more uptime on her third skill. It's more uptime on her first skill. It's just like I don't know.
I'm honestly shocked they gave her cooldown reduction. I think it's very big on her for bosses because her skill set is so tight as is. And they fixed the RNG as well, so there's nothing really bad about it anymore. I can't believe they did that.
I mean, honestly, like A plus or EX, I'll leave it up to you. I'm completely fine.
I mean, I for me, she's an instant EX. I was gonna do EX even without the first skill buff probably. But yeah, especially now, it's just, wow.
Because, like, the point of comparison would be Melusine. Because, like, that's, like,
yeah, of
closest
course.
person to her comparable power level-wise. And, like, she's got more team-wide stuff, whereas Melusine is largely selfish and just forcing herself to go as far beyond as possible. But Erish has her niches. She has a lot of defensive things that are really awesome. She's got
she's got everything. Like, the only thing she doesn't have is like crits for herself, and that's about it. Everything else she just has.
And then she's a buster servant, so it's everyone has crits.
Yeah, true. All right, moving on for now. Again, there will be a shuffle at the end as well, to an extent after the initial placements are done, for those wondering. All right, next up, maybe we'll tone it down a little bit for with this one. We'll see. So, Bradamante, Debuti is here. AoE, quick, DPS, and kind of a farmer. But honestly, I don't even know which one I think she fits better. I don't think she does either particularly well. Maybe bosses, because at least the stun can be a nice bonus. But I don't know. Just under 11k attack. Still definitely under average among 5-star Lancers, sadly. At least they could have given her a high attack. Come on. Eresh I can understand because she's packed, and Enkidu, but why does Bradamante have a low attack as well? What? I don't get it. I guess they wanted to make her tanky, so that's why. She has a shield. Whoever designed the character, you just doomed her gameplay. I hope you know that. Alright. Double arts, double quick. Sure. Is fine. She's not going to be face carding a lot of damage anyway. So better spam on that MP and hope for more stuns, I guess. First skill 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% of her main card types of quick and arts. That's it. Why is there no third effect? Third effect mod check? Why is it just these two? I mean, the numbers are nice with a good uptime, but for an SSR, third effect, hello? Crit damage? Stars per turn? Star bomb? Anything? Why is it missing stuff? I don't like it. It's passable, jokes aside, but yeah, it needs more. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 1-time guts for 3 turns with 3k revive, and then a 30% defense up for 3 turns. I guess again they really want to emphasize her being more tankier, so there's that. I guess, but the problem is now I'm just wondering why doesn't she have a taunt? Like if you're gonna make her a tank, she needs a taunt. Otherwise, it's just so RNG. So I don't know. But yeah, at least I think this might be new to the whole tier list as well compared to last year. The 3rd skill buff, maybe not. I forgot. Anyway, 5-turn cooldown, targeted 30% battery with a cleanse for the target as well, and she herself gets 30% anti-earth and also 30% MP gain. Dude, just make all of it targetable. At least give her some kind of a nice, really sexy support skill. Just make it all targetable. Like, come on, bro. They revived Jinako with the 3rd skill, having like everything on targetable as well. Why not do the same with Bradamante? Why does she always get the damage mod and the MP gain? I don't understand.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually kind of like that it's not targetable because I wouldn't use her as a support anyways. Like I like that because that means she can like help support a teammate. I think
Yeah.
it's like another 30% charge. She doesn't always need the 30% charge. That might not be the difference between her NPing and not NPing. So like having a little something for a teammate, I do kind of like that because that's kind of from my experience, that's kind of what she is. She isn't very selfish. She's not very strong on her own, but she's someone that in tandem with other servants, like in a team, she's strong.
Yeah, I wouldn't maybe say strong, but yeah, uses.
Yeah, her best use case. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's
like,
a better way to say that.
There's there's not much any situation where I would say she is pulling ahead of Parvati. Like maybe against Earth, but
Yeah.
Parvati's just so much better at spam, even though
Yeah,
she has more stack.
Bradamante's refund is not very pretty. But I guess the MP gain on the MP helps after the buff. Anyway, overall the skills are like they're all right. They're not amazing. Definitely, quite a downgrade after seeing all the arrest stuff, which most servants would be. So I guess there's that. Anyway, 20% debuffer is cool. That's it for the passives though. Not bad. Anti-rider, nah, on the append. Alright, MP. At least effects wise, I like it. So before damage, 20% MP damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 60. Pretty okay. 60% chance to stun all enemies with individual calculations, 1 turn of course. And then also reduces crit chance of all enemies by 20% for 3 turns. So again, for farming, it's like whatever. The MP damage is cool, but really for bosses, you like that stun and that crit chance down, though. So she's maybe not as bad as she used to be with this buff as well, but I still feel like there's, I don't know, she's missing stuff. Like, would you agree that she needs a taunt, or should at least have one? Like, it would be so good.
I could see it benefiting her. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure which direction to go with her. Like, I feel like just NP buff. I feel like an NP buff would be the best thing for her.
Yeah.
They made another servant that's based off of that's half of what she's based off of, and that is better than her. so it's kind of funny. I wouldn't do it justice trying to explain it, but she's like okay, I guess.
At least now she can farm Zergs too with the MP gain on the 3rd skill.
It's pretty tight on that from my experience because I did.
The calcs say she can do positive like affinities, including that should be. Yeah.
I don't know.
Class
from my
advantage.
Like when I'm using her to farm, her damage is pretty lacking. I don't know. I don't know. Like I don't know how to argue against the sheet. It's just like I feel like she's disappointing with farming.
Mm. Mm.
But I'd be fine with like a B. I don't know.
I think I would be being her as well, for sure. Maybe even higher, depends. But yeah.
We can look at it later.
Yeah. I mean, she's better than what I think she used to be, so yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean she
Right.
got a buff, so yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Moving on. Wow, we have 6 board to go. Okay. Alright, we finally made it to the big boy version. We covered the 3-star earlier, and yeah, needless to say, wasn't very great in 2024, but how does the 5-star version, Mr. Romulus Quirinus, fare here? Grand Lancer himself. So AoE Buster, DPS, and a Farmer, of course. Now, 12.2k attack, that is a great start. Good high number with the class mod helping as well, of course. Loving the double Buster, double Art Stick as well, personally. Very nice. Way more MP and also fits crit playstyles. Alright, skills. We got a lot of interesting stuff here too. So the 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and then Roman allies get 30% more crit damage for 3 turns, and then all enemies become Roman for 5 turns. They get 1, debuff of the Roman trait. Yeah, it's a good skill, and with the MP becomes even better, of course, in more ways than one. Yes, indeed. And he himself, of course, is also Roman, so even without, MPing and whatnot, he always gets 50% here anyway. So ain't that just nice? Good stuff. Very nice. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 2-hit, 3-turn invul. He gets 30% battery and a 10-star bomb. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not the craziest skill ever, but at least, I like it that it's 2 hits, 3-turn invul instead of 1, because, you kind of like the other effects fairly early on, most likely anyway. So you can kind of pop the the invul prematurely if needed in a lot of cases. Does the job. Third skill though, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% buster for 3 turns, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and an on attack buff for 3 turns. So again, when he crits, he inflicts another instance of Roman trait for 5 turns, and that has no limit, by the way. So for the next 3 turns, all of your crits do that. Yeah. So yeah, more Rome. So much Rome. Well, overall, pretty good skill set with a, short cooldown overall. I like it. It makes sense, and especially once you see the MP, of course. Passives, 20% debuff res, nice. 9% crit damage, also very nice. And then the better version of Divinity in his style, which is 9% buster up as well. Just lovely. Appendage against rulers, which, even with him, I would not bother, so Alright, the MP. So, OC first, because it's the easy one. The full party gets 10% attack up on base for 3 turns, scaling up to 30% on max OC. And then, the MP itself does bonus damage against Roman enemies. So, it's 100% base, right? And then you get 20% per stack, right? That's how it works, right?
Yep.
Yes. So you can stack it up to 10 times to get like what? Plus another plus 200%, of course. Why not?
He can do single target damage. My only problem with that, and like it might just be lack of experience. The problem with that to me, and I guess it is also mitigated by the fact that we have a command code that does it now. I don't like that it can be kind of hard to get him to crit reliably, like a bunch of times. It's like
Yeah, he's probably not going to be
one
generating the most stars himself, of course.
Yeah, and the fact that a lot of his supports are going to be giving him 20 stars. They're not going to be giving him stars to go on other skills, on other cards. I mean, so like sure you'll
Yeah.
get the buster crits and all, and that's all a lot of people care about. But when you're not getting the arts crits or the quick crits, then that's dropping his damage on his NP. And of
Yeah.
course, it might just not be. I might just not be playing it right or whatever. It's just I don't know. Melusine, I prefer her gameplay.
Yeah.
It's
I might as well finish racking up the MP first, of course. But yeah.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, we should cover the rest first. Yeah, he also inflicts another round of Roman trait on all the enemies for 5 turns with the MP. It is after damage, of course, but you know it helps with subsequent MPs as well. And then the full party gets Roman trait for 5 turns, which obviously, you know, makes it so that everyone can benefit from the crit buff of the first skill too. Now, most of the time, you're probably going to pop this before the first MP anyway, so maybe on the next round you can benefit from this, because, you know, he always gets all these buffs anyway, and that's, if you're going to bring him, that's probably your primarily, you know, care anyway. So there's that. Yeah, his farming obviously isn't the best thing ever, because you never know, he would like more stacks anyway, and then he needs a 50%er to farm with a 30% battery. Well, you know, it's not bad at all, actually, for a 50% farmer. If anything, I think it's just way more, you know, relevant for bosses than farming. Very solid.
Yeah. Yeah, his crits are no joke, too. I'd say they're, like, on par with Ibuki's. It's just the problem is, with him, his deck is worse with critting. And I kind of feel like maybe that's a bit of a problem with them, because it's just like the more I think about it, the more I use them, I feel like that is kind of a problem that Vich has. It kind of locks Buster into this set where they're trying to crit with Buster cards, and they cannot, for the life of them, crit with anything else unless that servant uniquely contributes a lot of stars. And like, I mean, Buster crits are nice and all, but you can't get NP gain off of them. You barely get Stargen for whatever the fuck that's worth. Uh, yeah.
Indeed. This is a tough one, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. I still think that Melusine is better, though. I know people give him credit because he does have high damage potential, like stacking all of the Roman and stuff. But the thing is, Melusine can just like run any CE whatsoever you want. Like she can just run Black Grail for free. So she's going to be doing more damage by default. So like that's always the comparison I end up making with them. It's and I guess like if you don't have Black Grail, it is going to be a bigger difference, but we're assessing some of them on farming capacity, and some of them can use Black Grail, so I'm assuming Black Grail.
I mean, you can also pick a free Black Grail in one of the anniversaries.
Oh yeah, yeah, that is true.
Dude, I don't. This is tough. It's A plus minimum, but it's either A plus or EX again.
Oh yeah, yeah. Also, she has Pierce Envelope, right? I forgot about that. He has really good damage. That he's like 1000% damage, but as far as utility goes, he has barely any utility. So like having some sort of Pierce Envelope or Sure Hit or some sort of removal, it all he has is the Envelope. I don't know about putting him below Erish though. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Between those three, it's going to be a tough fight. I know one of them belongs up there for sure. The others are like.
Well, I'm not bringing Resh down, so I guess that means I'm gonna put him in EX as well. I am not pulling Resh down from EX. I will not do that. Yeah. Okay. Sure, I'll do it. Okay. There you go. Sure, I'm okay with that. All right, 5 to go, and then the shuffle of what we want to move and whatnot. Right. one of my favorite Lancers again, besides Don Quixote, we got Vritra. There she is. Blonde
Nice.
Gyaru action. I see we have some similarities in, like types of girls we like too. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, my favorite servant is Shiva. Yeah, like, goddamn.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, let's go.
Anyway, Ritra, AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer. A bit maybe more emphasis on farming, but she's definitely not bad on DPSing too. So 12.3k attack, is that the highest one so far? If not one of the highest at least on Assassin, Lancer. So hey, that's a very nice stat line at least. She's double arts, double quick, which honestly I think I would have liked to have seen double bust or double arts. Not gonna lie. But gains. Why not? First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Self arts up 30% for 3 turns, and then 1 turn of arts absorb for 500%. So at least the arts up has a good uptime. The other one is just like a bonus, but you're probably gonna pop this on turn 1 anyway, when you might get mixed value from the absorb regardless. So you might have to wait until the second round. I don't know, depends on the scenario. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% anti-divine damage for 3 turns, or actually the full party does, and then she gets a 30% battery herself. So cool, a little bit of multi-core potential there. Obviously it's a trade-based thing, but still, some cool little team care there. Nice. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. She gets a 1-time 5-turn guts, revives to 3k HP, 10 MP per turn. 10% for 5 turns, and then the full party gets 20% MP damage for 1-time 5 turns. This is sometimes a little awkward because you're probably gonna pop this on turn 1 anyway with farming, unless you can get enough refund with like a plug or something, because it's only a 1-time MP damage, so you probably would prefer it on wave 3 anyway. So it can be a little awkward, but you can probably work around it. And if you're going bosses, it's fine to do it on the first MP anyway. So yeah. Overall, I feel like her skills could do more. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, they're a bit bare bones in places. In fact, I don't even know why this art's absorbed. I guess it's there for gains, really, because she doesn't really have that crit focus otherwise. So it's there mostly just for her to refund better from cards, I suppose. But yeah, skills are like, but passable. All right, 20% debuff for us. Yeah.
So what I want them to do, I want them to make it so her third skill, it's like, okay, it's like 5 turns of NP damage instead of 1-time 5 turns. I also want 10% AoE regen.
Yeah, it could. I don't know why it's not AoE. Actually, it should be for sure.
Yeah, I think that it would give her more presence as a servant that can can work with other DPS to do damage.
Yeah.
Cool.
Indeed.
That's all I have to say there.
Yeah, not a bad addition. She has this same passive that Ibuki does, so she gets 10% buster up and then a 180 damage cut. Again, maybe another reason why she should have double buster instead of double quick, but oh well, because the damage cut doesn't really do much, sadly. It's a small number, but a bonus is a bonus. Anti-Avenger on the append is maybe not so relevant. I don't even know how many of them are divine, but probably not a whole bunch. Maybe actually are. I don't know. Need to check up on that. Anyway, the MP I do like though. AoE skill seal. Cool for 1 turn. 20% crit chance down for all enemies for 3 turns. Also cool. And then 10% arts resistance down for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 30. Sadly, after damage though. Would be cool to see before. But against bosses, it's some pretty cool effects though, in my opinion. Farming is like whatever, of course. None of this really helps too much. But bosses, yeah, not too bad. Speaking of farming, her numbers look like this. So it's not bad at all. But,
She's like pretty standard, I'd say. Her damage isn't incredible. Her refund isn't that great. She's got like decent anti-divine damage, but it's not incredible. Because like if you're going to be using Black Grail, it does it kind of watered down, and at that point, you definitely prefer to have some form of super effective mod instead. It's just
Yeah.
I don't know. She's okay. I'd say like B maybe.
I think like a flat B I think is too low, but she's not amazing either, to be honest.
She just doesn't really excel at anything. Like I don't really see like other than the fact that she's arts, I don't really see any reason to rank her higher than a lot of the competition. It's
Yeah.
like I guess is she better than Bradamonte? She's got better damage than Bradamonte at least.
I like her better than Bradamonte personally.
I mean, me too, sir. Yes.
I mean, not in that way, but I mean, like gameplay wise too.
Yeah. Yeah. I get you.
It's not a big. It's only like a plus though, so maybe that's a fine spot for her then. B plus.
Yeah.
Sure,
That's
we'll
fine.
go with that for now. Oh my. Oh my. Well, I guess we're doing these in order, so she happens to be the next one. In fact, the next Lancer release after her, there was nothing in between them anyway. Okay. Time for this can of worms. Alright, so yeah, enter Melusine, or I guess you guys always say Melusine, right? That's probably the more correct pronunciation. I can't do French for the life of me. I've always said Melusine, but yeah.
I'm just fucking winging it.
I think everyone says Melusine. I think that's probably way more correct, but I've just said Melusine for so long.
So
Yeah, maybe that too. I don't know. Let's just call her Feynight Lancelot. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, there she is. She's a lot of things. She's either big buster blasting or single target artsing or something in between. She's an interesting case in the world of servants, gameplay wise and lore wise, of course. 12.1k attack, pretty solid. Not the highest we've seen so far, but hey, over 12k with a Lancer class mod. Pretty solid, of course. She's got the double buster, double arts deck, which, you know, perfectly complements her MP types, I suppose. Makes sense. Oh, the skills. Dude, I never really... like, the thing is... I don't really use Melusine much myself, but it's so funny because whenever I do these tier lists, I get reminded of how overtuned her skills are every time. It just makes me sad. But yeah, I guess here we go again. Time for the rodeo, the annual rodeo. All right, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 3 turns, 500 damage cut for 3 turns, 2k max HP for 3 turns, and a 30% battery. Yeah, I don't know why it's 40%. It should be 30, but it's 40 because... Yay, of course, because her attack wasn't high enough to begin with. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 5k absorb for 30 turns on a good uptime. Every other Lancer besides like Bryn's third skill is crying. 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and a 10-star bomb. I'm surprised they're not like 15 or 20 each as well, honestly. But yeah, that's a good way to have a consistent crit servant right there just from the absorb alone. She as a Lancer with 5k absorb, she will get every star ever known to man. No, even Gilgamesh, no one will be able to contest these stars. There's just every star is hers. Guaranteed. Unless you have another Melus and then Coin Flip City. Alright. Then the fun third skill. So if you're not stage 3 when you use this against stage 1 or 2, on a 5-turn cooldown, you morb into stage ascension 3, you get 100% battery, and you get 1 turn of invul. So yay. Very interesting. Big battery. Now the only like solace in it that you can only get it once per battle, but yeah, because in stage 3 on the same 5-turn cooldown, you get the same 1-turn invul, but you don't get the 100% battery. You get a 30% MP damage for 3 turns, which, you know, I mean, still works pretty well. So yeah, imagine if you could get the 100% multiple times. It's ridiculous enough as is. So needless to say, she's pretty cracked already. Her skills don't look that crazy nowadays. They don't? I think they do. I think these skills are ridiculous. I think the only non-ridiculous thing is like the stars on the second skill. Everything, even the absorb, is just nuts. I think, bro, there's so much shit with good numbers, so many useful things. All right, passive, 17.5% debuffers, cool. 9% arts up, pretty good as well, especially for the single target MP. Anti-lancer on the append. I'm sure people will make use out of this too, even if it's neutral, of course. And then, yeah, speaking of the MPs, on the first two stages where you get the big battery on the third skill, you have the single target arts MP. Normal effects, you get another 10 stars on use. The enemy gets 1k damage taken increased for 5 turns. It's like, you know, a Lancelot thingy. And then before damage, she gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 40%. So with that, she actually refunds pretty well, I'm pretty sure, with the single target alone. In fact, we should have the numbers here, right? So yeah, does the best here too, of course, because, you know, why not? Why not, of course? And then obviously when you morb or you start with stage 3 for some reason, you have the AoE Buster version. So Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. Cool little bonus. All enemies get a 1k burn for 5 turns. That's like the one insignificant part. Although I guess, you know, Honey Like and all that. But yeah, whatever. Command codes. And then before damage, 20% Buster up for 3 turns. On base OC, scaling up to 60%. Ramp up too, of course. We gotta have some ramp up. There she is. Yeah, I mean, the numbers kind of speak for themselves. She is the Buster farmer of the FGO. No one has managed to really dethrone her yet in that sense, I suppose. And I'm not surprised, because they kind of overtuned her in that sense.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's some triple Scotty numbers that are maybe not.
No, I meant among Busters, but yeah, fair enough.
Oh, among Busters. Okay, yeah, that's different because Buster is very much turn 3 focused.
Yeah.
I think that she is EX tier. I think that the only, in my opinion, the only servants that deserve EX plus tier are servants that just outright change the meta. So servants like Vitch or Ruler Scotty or Castoria, I don't think she changed the meta that much. Like, she herself is really strong, but I don't think she is just like beyond EX.
Honestly, chat will probably hate me for this because I know there's a lot of fans about her, but I absolutely agree. I think I'm finally changing my thinking ways as well. Well, Van Gogh will be the only one that I feel be fairly hotly consistent, because she's not just a DPS, she's also kind of a meta support, which I might still put there. But like every other DPS, I feel like I won't be putting into above EX anymore. But I mean, no questions asked. Absolute EX though, regardless. Like that's a gimme. That's a gimme for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. At this point though, like the thing is, we have to compare her to the other EXs here. I don't know.
Well, I feel like we can wait until the end as well. But yeah, there will be some comparisons made, of course.
Yeah, it's just like that's gonna be the hard part here. It's just like she's really versatile. I'll be honest, I wouldn't even bother with her single target version, and just because her Buster version is that strong. Although I could understand why people would go with that. She's able to crit very reliably. She doesn't crit as hard as others do because she doesn't really have modifiers for it beyond the attack buff, but it's really easy to make up for that because everyone has crit buffs these days.
Yeah. But you know what? Since people are getting antsy about it anyway, we should probably just finish the initial placements here first.
Oh yeah.
So stay tuned. We're not too far from the end here. But still giving every servant their fair rundown. So next up, a very similar case, but I feel like because of Melusim being released first and whatnot, and maybe some other servants too, this servant kind of gets undermined a lot, which, you know, maybe not completely unfair to say that, but, you know, let's see. So we're talking about Sakamoto Lancer here. of course. AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer. Now, sadly, first of all, the attack stat is pretty glaring at 10.7k. So he's one of them tankier lancers again. Unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. Double Buster, double Arts. I think the deck is very nice for them. Works really well. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% Arts for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then overcharge by 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Hey, they like their team. What could I say? Pretty cool. I like this skill, actually. Makes sense. Even helps your Castoria a lot, because, you know, she loves that overcharge. Against bosses, that is. You're probably... I mean, you could MP with her on farming, too, but I feel like most people don't bother. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Another 50% battery for self, there it is. But also 100% buff removal resistance for 3 turns, and then debuff immune for 3 turns on self. Hey, pretty good defensive utility there as well, with some nice uptime. We like it. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Self, Arts, and Buster up 30% each for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Cool. There you go. Some more offense. So yeah, total they can get 50% Arts up from the skills 1 and 3 combined. Helps with the refund and damage for sure. Passives, 15.5% debuff res. Cool little chunk. 12% quick up. Not really, sadly, that significant because with 1 quick, but you know what? Hey, lore, we like it. 10% quick or crit resistance. That's nice. And then 10% crit damage. Also pretty cool. Pretty okay passives. Not crazy, but okay. Anti-alter ego on the append. Very solid for every Knight class servant. Always a viable option. And then the MP. So before damage, he gets 50% defense up for 1 turn. And also 20% MP damage for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 40. So the ramp up is nice. The defense up is a bit random, because again, they wanted to make him a bit tanky, clearly, with this and the higher HP and whatnot. But I don't really get it personally. Because again, no taunt, no nothing. It's just, it's a thing. But the ramp up is nice at least. Their numbers, I mean, this I feel like they can probably do Black Grail with, you know, plug suit. So these are not very generous numbers here, but yeah, the numbers overall, I'm guessing, will be similar to Ritra anyway, if not a bit lower.
Rio and I on the stream, on one episode one time, we were just like looking at it because I was thinking like, dude, he's totally got great damage for farming setups. It's just because like he has the ramp up effect, and then he has the 50% arts. Like he has a lot of modifiers for his NP damage. It's just kind of misleading with that chart because he is able to loop against berserkers. It's just like he's very much locked into 3-3x, which isn't really. I mean, so is Ritra. So like, it's
someone did like a big first time chat moment. He was ready for this. He like brought all the calcs and info. Look at that.
Yeah.
Shout out to the number 1 Sakamoto fan.
He's got like he has good ramp up. Like from a farming perspective, I think he's pretty good. I could understand the like. I know people harp on lower refund not being great because something like 90++ punishes it more. 90++ punishes fucking everything.
It does.
Like, we're talking about NP1s. You guys are not going to be going out there with NP1s in 90++.
Yeah.
Like if your expectation is someone who can do like all sorts of 90++ nodes, NP1, and like have some sort of universal like, okay, they could do tons of them or they can do them at neutral. You're never going to be seeing that with this chart. There are a couple maybe that stand out, but none of them are on this list.
Yeah.
So
Also, I agree, Dragon. He said Sakamoto is overhated, and I agree, honestly. I don't know why people like always like whenever he's talked about, people only bash him, but he's not bad. He's good. Like he's actually good.
It's because all of the other arts lancers are able to refund, and they refund more.
Yeah, it's like all they think about.
But like, holy shit, we don't need everyone to be a fucking lancer farmer. I was talking about it earlier. It's even more so with him. Like he's competing with 5 people in that role, and like, does he have to be better than him in that? I prefer him in challenge quests, to be honest, because like, the mixture of debuff immune and buff removal resist, I think that's just such a strong combo. And like, you look at him as an art servant. Art servants, like if you're going to be using Castoria, then debuffs aren't going to be too big of an issue, but buff removal can be a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
And then hard survival isn't really like he's got so much stuff going on there that is just going to compensate for that. And his, by the way, his arts cards are really good. Like I think after the 50% arts, it's almost 3% arts cards. Yeah, 3% arts cards is big. Yeah, it would be 1.88. Yeah, it's just below.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he has stars per turn too, so like, that helps a little bit. I think he's just definitely overhated. I think that's a good way to put it.
I think I had him on A last year, and I think I might do the same again. He's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, before we do Brito Bart, I need to take a piss. I've been drinking so much water, and it's really starting to bite me back now.
Hydration poggers, chat?
Yeah, true. Very. You guys hydrate too, okay? Especially if you've been watching for long, so hydrate. Yeah, but yeah, I'll be back in a minute or two, so give me a second.
Good drinking habits, and by good drinking habits, I don't mean like less alcohol, like obviously less alcohol. And just like go get yourself a nice big cup of water or a cup of OJ or some shit, something that'll get you hydrated. Like I got myself my Starbucks coffee, like one of these little bottles, these mocha frappuccino bottles, 190 calories. It is a month out of date. But it still has caffeine in it and still tastes fine. So, like, I mean, I didn't open it until today, so it's probably fine. But I'll find out later. I think I already mentioned that earlier, so I'm just regurgitating the same information. You work in a bakery, so you get a lot of free juice and coffee, dude. I used to work like adjacent to a bakery, so basically I juiced oranges. So I would like take these boxes that have like a ton of oranges in them, dump them in a bin, and then for some stupid fucking reason, we had to wash them in the bin.
Oh, that felt so good. Okay.
And
did you guys behave while I was gone?
Yeah, just talking about how how a previous job of mine tortured me because I had to walk through the bakery to wash oranges. It's such a strange sounding thing, but
interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I'm sorry, chat. It was a very short story, but hey, that's because
you kept them entertained. There you go.
You took a short, healthy piss. What can I say?
Nice.
No, I haven't played Pizza Tower yet. I'm gonna save that for a stream.
Yeah, it's fun.
Some absolute Chad in my chat bought me Pizza Tower. Like I've been wanting to play that for a while.
Yeah, it's a fun platformer.
Yeah. I loved Wario Land 4. I still have it.
There you go. Nice.
Yeah.
All right, time for the second to last servant, also the last servant of last year. Funny how that works. Yeah, we got Brito Mart. Let's change the Ascension. There we go. Oh, even better. Okay. All right. AoE, quick DPS, and a farmer as well. Her main comparison will probably be Bradamante again, if I had to guess. All right. 11.8k attack, so she definitely at least does better than Bradamante on the attack scale, averaging higher than most of your 5-star Ladsters. That is very nice. She's got the standard Lancer deck as well with double buster, double quick, which I like because she has a lot of crit potential too. Pretty cool. First skill, we get a lot of defense. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns, 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and also 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. Again, nice 30% number, which again, for those that don't know, every class has a base chance to crit, and the highest on base is 30% with at least on assassin. So unless they have extra buffs to crit, she will not be crit with this. Yay, it's the nice number. Second skill, we got a 6-turn cooldown of 10 Star Bomb, also 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, self-debuff immune for 3 turns, and also self-crit damage 30% for 3 turns. Pretty okay. We get some nice synergy there too. Could be better on the stars, but then her MP also generates a lot, so it's not that bad, luckily. So yeah, crit focus, cool. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets Buster and Quick, 30% for self for 3 turns, and also a 30% battery. So it's a cool combo of this and the append to get that free 50% on start, at least for looping. And for DPSing, why not? The skill set, that's it. That's it. I mean, it's basic, but, you know, she kind of has a lot of good building blocks here for, you know, a solid game plan for both, you know, DPSing and farming. She doesn't, like, feel too awkward, you know? She's not, like, all over the place. Like, a lot of these Lancers, especially 5-stars, they seemingly want to be tanks, but are, you know, not really tanks. At least she kind of knows what she wants. Passives, we only got 18% debuff risk, so not much to say there, but yeah, cool, I guess. Anti-Avenger on the append, whatever, not really relevant. And the MP, what do we got? So it's an interesting one. First of all, Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. That's always nice, but then things get a bit interesting. So 50% damage against riding trait enemies for 1 turn before damage. So that's the thing. And then the OC is literally anti-rider class enemies, the standard 150 to 200 range. So it's an interesting thing, because obviously she will always be neutral against riders. But it is a big damage mod, of course, when you think about it. And most riders, at least servants, have the riding trait too for even more damage on top, I suppose. I still don't really know how I feel about the MP. I like everything else she's got going for her, but the MP is still giving me mixed feelings, even way more than a year later of her release. I don't know, man. I think I don't really like it, but
so the way I look at it, it's basically like, okay, she's just got Pierce and Vuln, but then also against riders, she's basically a berserker without the defensive disadvantage because she has a 50% bonus against them. And then when she's against riders that have riding as well, she's basically counterclassing them as far as damage goes, because it's like 1.3x.
Well, for the MP, not for her face cards, really, because you don't you get the big one is for the MP alone.
Yeah, but like she's competing with assassins, and I don't know if I'd say that assassins are particularly powerhouses with card damage.
Yeah, I guess of all the classes, if it had to be something, Rider is one of the better ones, I guess.
But yeah,
to compete
having a little bit of multi-class versatility, and I know people always jump on the comparison, like jump over to, well, she doesn't. Well, there's only like 6 archers that are riding, and I understand that. I still think she's like perfectly reasonable to use against non-riding archers. Like her damage might not be incredible, but she is still a completely serviceable Lancer, and her crits are pretty good. Also, her NP spam is really solid. Like her, like from a farming perspective, she spams very easily. Like she's a Black Grail looper against. Actually, I'm not sure if it's berserkers. I think she is.
Maybe.
I think she works against berserkers.
Yes, she does. At least according to the sheet. With triple Scotty, it's against berserkers. Not sure about Oberon, but yeah, triple Scotty is fine.
Yeah. So. Additionally, her challenge quest is really solid because she's one of those really rare servants that has 3-turn debuff immune. Like 3-turn debuff immune is like, it is It is so nice. Like,
Yeah.
it can't be understated, especially if you're going to be using an if it's on a servant that isn't going to be used with Castoria, someone who's able to make up for that flaw easily. And then I like the stars per turn thing because like her hit counts aren't incredible, I would say. So it can make
Yeah.
up the difference and she can crit more reliably. I think she's like severely underrated, honestly.
I wouldn't say severely, but I would agree underrated for sure. Also, like you said, like her crits are nice and she spams her MP, and they are a great combo because the MP obviously generates a lot of stars as well to make her crits even more consistent. Because again, they are nice, so it's a nice little, you know, she just likes doing what she's doing and it makes all of it better.
So the reason why I think people underrate her is because a lot of the time people they'll either say she's a side grade of Bradamante or like an upgrade or not side grade or sometimes a downgrade. I think somewhere between A and A plus, there has to be like at least a tier between the two of them because I don't really see much anything that Bradamante outdoes her on.
If I put her in A
A
plus, that
plus,
means she's 1.5 tiers above Bradamonte's current
yeah,
ranking. That's
I'm
quite a
down
bit.
for A plus. Honestly,
Like
I
one and a
think
half
she
tiers
is.
above. Ooh. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe.
I think she's really solid. Like as far as what she
Hmm.
does, she's pretty independent with a lot of the things she does, and then she's also she also scales pretty well with supports, and she's got like multi-class viability and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. Fair. Fair. I'm down with A plus. Honestly, it's definitely up from last year, but back then we didn't have a lot of data with her anyway, or good opinions.
Yeah,
So yeah,
and
makes
then
sense.
the only new servant this year.
Yeah, so
uh,
yeah, we have arrived at the only new entry. The saddest class of the last year goes to Lancer because yeah, we only have one new entry. But here we go. What are we? Let's see. 6.5 hours. Well, that's how long I've streamed. But yeah, definitely over 6 hours into the tier list. We can talk about a new servant. Yay! So yeah, without further ado, let's do it, and then do the shuffle at the end probably. So yeah, there he is, Mr. Bhima. More Indian boys, of course, from
Beam
Ordeal Call.
balls. It
So we
doesn't
got
make
a.
any sense, but it sounds right. I don't know why.
You mean Bhima?
Yeah, beam of balls.
Oh, of course. Nice.
Beam of Valentine.
Wow. Classy. Anyway, what is he? A single target buster DPS, and he's basically kind of packed with offense. First of all, 12.3k attack. Very lovely. It's a good amount. Also, he's story locked, right? I think. Yeah. Story locked to OC1. Worth mentioning, I guess. Double Buster, double quick, standard Lancer deck. There it is. Works very well for him, I think. Because, you know, he loves them crits too. So you get the crit cards. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a Guts for 1 time, 3 turns, revives with 3k HP. Gets a 30% MP gauge battery. And also cleanses his debuffs. Kind of, you know, all kinds of random effects, but, you know, all positive effects for sure. Yeah, there it is. Second skill, though, more offense. 6-turn cooldown, 30% buster for self for 3 turns, 30% crit as well for 3 turns, and then a 15-star bomb. Now we're starting to cook here with more of that offense, and because that wasn't enough, boom. Third skill. This is an interesting one. So for a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then he gets 2 different on attack activate buffs for 3 turns. So whenever he attacks with quick cards, he gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns before damage, and whenever he attacks with buster cards, he gets 5 stars for the next 3 turns. Pretty cool. A very offensive skill, but you know, makes sense. Again, it's all about them crits, damage and stars. Wow. I mean, his kit's kind of basic, but it makes sense. Just, you know, he just wants to hit hard while kind of trying to stay alive at the same time with this. Yeah. Passives, we got 50% debuff for us. It's an okay amount, but that's about it. Divinity B, whatever. He has a poison immunity, because, you know, cool.
Damn, he's
poison.
Super Ryan.
Yeah, true. It's the opposite, yeah. Although I have to say, poison probably the least common dot you will encounter for both your side and the enemy side, so but it's nice. This could be very relevant someday again. I mean, I'm sure it has been already. Maybe not before his release, so don't know how much that matters, but yeah, we'll see. He's got anti-berserker on the append. Awesome. Love to see it. And then the MP. So what do we got here? His MP is very interesting, at least with the overcharge. So, first of all, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Nice on every MP use. He removes all enemy buffs before damage. Wow. Awesome. And then his MP is a 5-hitter. But if you overcharge him at least once to stage 2 or more, he gets 5 extra hits and obviously does more damage too. Because on base, it's the same as the normal MP. It's just the normal MP, what I just read. But anything from 200% to 500, he just gets the double hits and more damage. It's a very, very interesting way to deal with it. And even the animation changes because he gets like a follow-up, like where he punts the enemy away and then he chases after them and just goes more ham. OC2 is equal to upgraded MP. Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Also,
it's quite a bit.
just to clarify for people who aren't really sure what they're looking at here, so the plus 200%, that does not mean it's doubling the damage. It means that it's adding 200% to the multiplier. So it's basically like 200% means it's going up to the NP2.
Yeah, exactly.
And plus 100% for each of them. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Also worth noting, unless it works differently, because this is how it works with Arash and with Qingong, you're not going to see the bonus damage unless the initial NP does not kill. That's why
I'm pretty sure he does it anyway. I think he works differently. Let's see. I think there's notes. Yeah, it says unlike Arash and Qingong, he always does it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because they would have to cut the animation too, and they're not going to do that.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah,
I guess that makes
he
sense.
has the better version, basically.
Yeah, but like with Qingong, for example, he refunds more against break bars than against.
Yeah, for him it's a big deal because his arts. Wow, yeah, Bima is interesting. He has one of the best OCs in the game. Let's be real. For DPSs, it's really good. Like it's so good. This man loves OC. Like wow. So good. I underrated him when I did my first impression originally. He's really good. Like he's actually very legit.
Love the buff removal. I think that's something people keep sleeping on, because like he does have really strong damage capacity between good overcharge and then the NP. And then the crit. That's what I mean. I think one thing, though, that might be a bit overhyped, I think people might overhype his NP overcharge a bit, because you're only going to... Okay, so with Buster setups, you're generally not going to be overcharging to like 200%. Now, if you use someone else's NP first, that makes sense. But oftentimes with Buster teams, you're not going... to be spamming with cards. Like with an arts team, you might go up to 200% because an arts card gets you that far. Or maybe with quick, those quick and arts crits get you really high. But Buster just doesn't have that level of overflow. But you can use someone like Himiko reasonably.
It's a great combo. Or Rhinus. Rhinus is also a very good combo because she also provides the defense that he's missing. Rhinus would be a great freaking combo. Just honestly, bring Himiko, Rhinus, and Bima. You get all the stars per turn, give him all the defense, overcharge levels. Dude, I'm gonna do that. Wow. That sounds really good on paper. Also, yeah, his crits are obviously cracked too. It's not just the MP that has the potential. He has really good crits.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... he just does a lot of damage. I know some people might knock him for lower survival, and when you're comparing to Enkidu, that's like the biggest point of comparison there. Enkidu is extremely self-reliant when it comes to when it comes to survival, and then he has good damage capacity. But Enkidu is 100% like NP damage when it comes to damage. Whereas Bima is going to be outputting a lot from his NP. He's going to be outputting a lot from his crits. And then he's also got the added utility of just like the buff removal is so fucking good, dude.
I think is he the only Lancer that does it before damage? Because I think no one else did it in this list. We had some that do it like after damage or like offensive only, but he does it. He does all the full removal before damage.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah, and it's always nice. It's like one of the best utilities you can have on an MP, the before damage buff removal.
Yeah. Yeah, EX, easy EX.
But yeah, shit, dude.
It takes a lot to compare to Enkidu with his upgraded NP, but yeah.
Okay, so now we can transition into the shuffle phase, aka what are we moving and where, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So before we do a final placement lock, let's discuss this a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, I called the bot that this bot that messaged me. I called it gay and it hasn't responded. So I think I got it nailed right there. Yeah. Sounds a bit meaner than I intended. Yeah.
So how do we deal with the EX situation? That's the big elephant in the room, the EX situation.
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of want to make S tier again.
I think we might have to, honestly. Because I'm not gonna do an EX plus for Merluce, and I think we might have to do an S tier. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do that.
Yeah, because
that's the best solution to this.
Yeah, some of the EX tier ones, like they are so good that they have to be up there, but they're like.
This is what I would do. This is what I would do. Those 5 is how I would keep these.
Oh,
I know people will be mad if they're Melucid fans, but this is how I would do it.
Holy shit! It's just like there's some of the EX ones which I think are worse than other EX ones that are not A plus. They're better than the A plus ones. So I think S tier is a good idea. Now, Enkidu being put in S tier is very fucking spicy.
It is. It is.
I kind of want to put Erish to S tier though. Like if we're going to be doing that,
I just think she's so good. Fuck.
It's that's really rough there, dude. I do think Romulus being below Melusine is warranted because I know people super hype his damage, but all he has is damage. Like he doesn't have utility, he doesn't have Pierce Invul, and he doesn't have fucking massive battery. His survival is worse, his crits are less reliable. Even if like, the crits are way harder.
So, I love Avalon just saying Gareth to EX. Shout out.
I respect the enthusiasm.
That's amazing.
Like, I respect the passion.
Yeah. Flip the list. Benkei is our new Lord and Savior.
No, stop, guys! Don't try to bribe. Come on, guys! We gotta have integrity here, all right? Stop tempting him with money.
Oh, Arch is back with the Zilla out. Wait, now you want multiple servants? That's not how it works. The bribe is one servant, and it goes up every time I accept the bribe.
I feel like I'm getting left out on this, man. Like I feel like I deserve some of the bribery here. All right.
Oh wow.
I mean, I think Liz definitely should be moved down.
Wow. Okay. Ouch. You think Liz should be down? I don't know.
Yes.
If I'm gonna move her down, I'm moving Lancer Alter down too.
I think that's fair.
You think that's fair?
Yeah, like with her, she is like 100% damage as well. She does have ignore defense, but I guess to be fair, Liz also has ignore defense. So
I'm moving them to B. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
I just think Liz is not really that great these days.
Sure, I'm okay with that.
What about the arts?
Hmm.
The arts one is
Lower Neza then. Should I? How does she compare to Liz and Lancer Alter again? What do you think?
I think she makes more sense than Liz. Her versus Lancer Alter is a bit rough, though. I kind of want to say she's. I think they're close enough to be on the same tier.
Yeah, I feel like it's
Maybe
not that big of a
Nejami moved
difference.
up, but I think it's close enough that it's fine. I kind of want to go with Vlad in A plus
Oh,
because Vlad is very strong these days.
dude, I'm tempted to do it. I'm so close. Convince me. I want to do it. I would do want to do it.
Yeah, he's got. I think he's better at DPSing than like, for example, Raiko, because Raiko does have the versatility, but like if you're going for like supporting someone, he can also support. Like he's got the Buster and the NP damage for the.
But how do you
team.
feel about him against non-evil? Is that good enough? Oh shit, it's Plushy in the chat. Hop
So-
on the call, bro.
Yeah. So. So. So when one of the great use cases, in my opinion, for Vlad is when you're using him with another attacker. Like you can use another Buster servant, and I think that's like some way he kind of differentiates himself in a positive way from Raiko, because Raiko is kind of like she can support the other DPS, but she sort of has to choose between them. Whereas Vlad sort of helps them both because he also applies the defense downs. And then you can help protect them, and his stars per turn is generally better
Yeah.
than star bombs.
Honestly, I'll do it. I'll do it. I want to do it too.
What's the discussion here?
Oh shit.
Hey.
Okay. Before we do any other discussion, Arch says 7 subs to move to Karna to A. I'm tempted to take it. I'm so tempted to take it. Convince me that Karna is fine enough to be A. He's good, right?
Karna
With the
to
third
A?
skill buff. Yeah.
Karna to A? Yes. I agree.
Yes.
Karna to
Yes.
A.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Pay up, bitch.
If we get to put Romulus in S tier, with
That's my
no
one sell.
utility, just like having really strong damage, then I mean, Karna deserves A tier.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with Romulus. Romulus is a very weird servant. I mean, I'll just keep it brief, but like Romulus is a servant where I feel like his normal use is pretty underwhelming, but his like min turn is obviously like the best. Like one of the in terms of min turn, he's one of the best servants ever. Like he could min turn like sabers like easily, right? So
he did
so
it.
he's a very he's a very weird polarizing servant. I would say like there's 2 servants that are super polarizing like this that I can immediately think of, which is him and like Hijikata. But yeah, like so he's weird. It really depends on which angle you go with Romulus. He can be really high and he can be really mid. Depends on what you do. So yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. So what do you think about his placement?
Romulus?
Yeah.
He's a weird one. I mean, like technically, if you balance it out, you know, TA wise EX normal play like A plus. Yeah, this is fair. A or A plus. I think you know it. I don't have enough experience with him. Honestly,
But we have
in
S tier
normal
now too.
Yeah,
he's there right now.
I don't have enough experience with him in normal play. I have to admit, because I don't own one. I've only seen him in Minturn stuff, and obviously him in Minturn, he's like one of the best Minturn characters in the game, doing more damage than single targets easily. But I don't know. I don't know about normal play. Like his normal play, isn't he just like 30 MP AOE buster, like 30 MP charging AOE buster?
Yeah,
like it's
yeah.
nothing too special.
Yeah, farming wise is kind of standard.
Yeah, like and in normal play, yes, you know, he can have really good damage potential, but he has to keep attacking with his cards and whatnot, and like it's not that easy. You know, his whole gimmick is not that easy unless you plan it out or you have like a script, for example. So I don't feel like his normal play is gonna be that great, but he's a weird one. I don't know if I should touch him. He's a can of worms. Anyways,
all right. So I have on good authority that he fits in S tier because one of my chat members is in chat. He's like one of my mods. He has him 120 and he agrees with the S tier. So
all right, fair.
okay.
What about other servants? People, there's some people vocal about Melt. I think it's mostly Seth though, and I think he might be biased, but yeah.
What, Melt?
Yeah.
I think she's worse than Percival. Sorry.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's not even a big difference. It's only half a tier anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized we should probably be vocalizing these a bit better.
Oh yeah, in case some people are listening in only.
Yeah, get eyes, losers.
I mean, for this stuff, you can put on like at work. In background.
True.
Yeah, you can listen to it.
Kane is A+. Is that? I think I had her A+ last year actually.
Oh, the tier list is done. I didn't see Bima. I was like, oh, what's the next?
Yeah,
one?
this is now the shuffle phase. We just finished all the initial ones.
Yeah, dude, I did all the work already. What the fuck, man? I got left high and dry here.
I was doing the very difficult Minturn with a frontline only coin dark and
oh wow.
Anyways,
it's
sad. But Enkidu.
It's about the content, man.
Enkidu, there's things that Enkidu excel at. There's also things that when he's overkill, like he has really good MP damage, but his deck kind of sucks. I know y'all hate this complaint, like, oh, what if he had 2 Buster cards? But like, what if he had 2 Buster cards, right? Like, come on, think about it.
I don't like his deck as well.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel like that would help him. Not if now with solos though. I think the quick deck is actually good because he can like quick chain.
Oh, with solos doesn't matter, yeah. What do you mean and leave?
Get out of here, guys.
Shut up and leave. Oh, never mind. Shut up and leave.
Wow.
I thought. Wait, weren't you in VC earlier with me? No, you weren't. I'm stupid. Never mind. You weren't.
I mean, he seems to like you anyway.
Dan Ween. Let me. I'm just gonna briefly look
how
at
about
it.
Liz? How do you feel about Liz's placement?
Liz is fine. Like I don't use her that much. Like the thing is, her utility is annoying. Just like Gale, it's 1 buff removal. Like if it was all buff removal, she'd be a lot better. But 1 buff, like Skill Seal helps. Skill Seal helps especially in like Minturn stuff because like enemy can kill your taunt fodders easier. But it's like whatever. Lartoria and B+ because she has Invul Pierce every time she MPs in a very broad niche. Wait, where's Lartoria?
She's in B.
Oh, okay. I think she's better than. I think she has. Okay, I shouldn't say better. I think she has more use cases than Bradamante.
Yeah.
Like, yes, her niche is only 1 turn, but like big battery. I don't know. Like I've heard arguments because I thought she was crap. But like, she's easier to fit into like maybe a multi-core farming team.
Isn't she kind of a noodle with MP1 though? Without like hitting damage niches.
I mean, isn't it the same with Bradamante?
Yeah, but we mostly place her as a DPS because she has like a nice crit chance down and stuns on AoE and whatnot for bosses. Like she's actually not that bad against bosses with the new buff as well. And she can loot berserkers now too, actually, with the MP gain buff that she got.
Yeah, it's just like a Britomart. I mean, she has Lartoria has what? Invul Pierce, Ignore Defense, and Debuff Cleanse.
She doesn't have Ignore Defense, I don't think.
Oh, not the Ignore.
No.
That's Alter.
Oh, my bad. So it's Invul Pierce.
The only utility she has is Invul Pierce and Debuff Cleanse on self.
Debuff Cleanse. And the power mod.
Well, yeah.
I think she's definitely more for farming. Like I do think the first skill downtime is a bit bad if you're not farming. Bradamante is niche, dude. Isn't it 30% Earth P mod?
30.
That's like nothing. That's like Vitra. Vitra's not an anti-divine. It's the same. It's the exact same logic with Vitra. Vitra's not an anti-divine servant. It's like basically nothing. Like it's like within a damage RNG roll, bro.
So do you think I should move Lartoria up a plus?
look, I don't have that much experience with her, so honestly, I'm not sure. I think Lartoria maybe
I think
has more
she's fair
use
where she
cases.
is.
Yeah. I don't like that the
So-
power mods and everything. They're only one turn on a 5-turn cooldown. I don't like that. I mean, granted, Obvich does stuff as well, but still, for like, I don't know. And I feel like her farming, you need that nice rising mud rain setup anyway, and I don't want having that shit. So
I mean, you can always use standard 50 charger farming setup, but
yeah, but then the numbers are so horrible.
yeah, she does need to hit trade. I don't know.
Anyone else though,
Me-
like on the higher ranks or anything? Like we're still like anything is
What-
game right now.
Bima has dog shit defense. He has full buff purge though. That's actually a pretty good deal. Like, what? Wait, why are you arguing his defense? Like, what are you arguing about his defense? Look. Why do you need the defense when you do so much damage? Yeah, he does have a guts, but like, what are you arguing for? I literally just fought a bunch of people saying like, oh my god, Berserker sucks because they don't have defense. Like, dude, you just kill things. Like FGO is a turn-based game where you always go first.
True.
So like offense is easy. Anyways,
so also like as far as defense goes, I don't feel like there's too big of a difference between, I don't know,
like an evade versus
like a
no
2-hit invuln versus a guts.
Yeah.
Then like he has more going on for him than Romulus does, unless you actually want to take the angle, which I'm not against, which is using Romulus as both single target or AoE, but I'm not sure how valuable that is for a lot of people, because that's like part of what makes Ibuki so
Also, Otto,
Ibuki mentioned,
you're gonna hate me, but I'm gonna bump Vlad that. I can't do it. I love the guy, but I can't do it. I can't. Maybe next
Wait,
year.
hold on.
Okay.
Why?
Really?
Oh, Vlad.
Why? I mean, Vlad has a lot of utility. Vlad actually.
But my problem is that for personal use, his MP does dog damage if you're not fighting evil. Can I really rate him that high based on evil alone?
I mean, isn't that the case for most single target 4-star at MP1? Like they all have dog damage, and like Vlad has been seeing a lot of niche play as a support because of his own taunt. Like he can actually help the entire team. So he does have a lot more use cases than initially it might seem than just a single target DPS. He has great team synergy.
Yeah, the buff was nice though. It's AoE too.
Vlad is so much better than Kanan. Okay, no, I disagree with that. Never mind. Keep him down there.
Okay, so or wait, should I put both at A+? What do you think about that?
Comment pissed me off.
What do you think about that?
I would actually. Oh man, but I don't know.
I had her Canis on A+ last year actually.
Plus, you came in here swinging. Not gonna lie.
I don't know. This is like, I mean, there are a couple of things I would change, but I mean, I wasn't here for the whole thing. Maybe I would have had a different conclusion if I heard all of your takes. Like for example, for one, I really don't like Parvati.
Ooh,
really? No, she's solid for both farming and DPSing on bosses.
Really?
But
yeah,
when was the last time you
it's a fairly spammable MP that has a high chance to charm as well.
She loops really easily. Like she's got really good cards.
Are you really counting the charm though? I don't think you can.
Why
count
not?
the charm.
Why wouldn't
Because
you?
if you count the charm, if you count the charm, I'm counting Bradamante's stun. It's
yeah, I mean that's what we did too.
Wait, really? And they are like this far apart?
Yeah,
really?
But, so first off, they're separate rarities. So
yeah,
like,
we're not comparing them
an
directly.
A tier 4-star can be on par with like a B tier 5-star. Also, like
honestly, I'm willing to bring Bradamante to B+, honestly, because I don't want there to be that big of a gap between them and Valk, or her and Valk.
I mean, I'm just curious about.
Damn, suck at Lartoria fans.
I mean, I look, I don't care about Bradamante. I'm curious about the take on Parvati though, because like I like Sakura. You don't have to put it down yet, but like I like Sakura.
No, I kind of want to, honestly.
But like I have tried her recently. I don't really see her being that great. Like her buff up times are not good. Her MPs are easily loopable. But like other than the charm, what does her MP do again other than the charm?
It's also team charge.
But what, by 10?
On base, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're using it like every turn, like it can add up.
So you're charging caster Scotty's MP, I guess, because their MP is really good.
What about Kage Tora? People saying help times are low.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to rank because welfares get free MP5.
No.
Plus, she became the viewer that skips. That's kind of the truth. Yeah, I guess that's an interesting angle to like. I'm basically like, oh, I don't want to watch the whole thing. Just scroll to the end. What's my take? I mean,
wow.
I don't know. It's like oh, this is difficult. This is difficult. I okay, because I'm a contrarian. I like to bring up like people that servants that people don't really like notice.
Yeah,
I
sure.
really like Lancer Medusa.
Yeah, Anna, yeah.
Yeah, because Anna, I've seen some stun lock stuff with Anna. That's pretty wild. The stun chance is pretty high, right? I'm pretty sure it's pretty high on the MP. And her survival is actually nice. Like Anna, I've seen Anna like tackle Super Recollection Wood Woes, right? Like. I mean, yeah, he is more susceptible to stun and charm, but stun is technically better because like right now there's a lot of like mental debuff protection. Like they're really scared of Karma and Van Gogh, so they have like terror and charm protection. But like if you're a stun, you technically can bypass that. So I think
Yeah,
I think
I can bump
Medusa's-
up Anna. Do you think it's B plus or A though? What do you think?
I think Anna's kind of a sleeper pick. Like, but like I think Anna, like there's a lot of cases where if I'm able to stun, which I mean honestly it's not that little cases, like stun is pretty much goes through most of the time. I think Anna is at the very least, I like personally I would use Anna over like Ibaraki, for example. Like I don't know what Ibaraki does. Like
Yeah.
I have her on Taiwan and I think she's really cute. I love her MP. Her MP is super cute, but I don't know what she does. Like
It's a star bomb and then she fucks her own star generation for 3 turns.
oh, it's not bad. It's a star
Yeah.
bomb. It's not bad.
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
30 stars.
Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, that's
I'm gonna be
30 on
honest.
base.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought her crit skill was 100% crit for a long time, but it's only 50%.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, should Kagetora come down compared to some of the peers?
How do you feel
Because
about
the uptimes are not good.
Lancer?
The only decent uptime is the
How do I
AoE
feel
skill.
How about feel about who?
Tama Lancer?
Tama Lancer?
She's an A right now.
Nah.
The
I
third
think
skill
her
buff
kit
was
is-
pretty lit though.
I think the third skill buff makes her kit better than Brynhild. There's so many BRs. Bryn. Yeah, like I think her kit is better than Brynhild.
Do you think Bryn should
but,
come down?
No, I think she should go up. If anything, I don't think Bryn should come down at all. I
Wait,
think
but
Bryn
you
is
said you
fine.
like Tama more. So wait, should Tama go even higher then? What?
Yeah, that is. Wait, where's she?
She's A. They're
Yeah.
both A next to each other.
Yeah, I think Tama can go high.
Whoa,
Hey.
that was
'Cause, like,
unexpected.
okay, anti-mail is like one of the most common things you can hit. It is unupgraded MP, yes. But
But how do you feel
skill
about
3
her versus Guchan?
Guchan? Oh, true. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
she hits
if I have
harder.
her at, yeah, but like if I have Tama Lancer at MP2, I'd probably use her over Guchan.
I think Guchan still fucks her damage, even if it's MP2.
I mean, it doesn't matter because I have a better.
But she has also good crits too, actually.
I don't know. I'm Buster. I'm animal trade. Like I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm overrating Tama Lancer. I think Tama Lancer's
I have a Grailed one. I don't think she's all that amazing. She's good, but she's not amazing.
So
The MP
to
is still
me-
the big problem and the low attack.
So the way Tama Lancer feels to me, she feels like she has the benefits of a good quick servant, like with the good Stargen, with good.
She has
MP
good
game,
quick cards. Yeah, she has very good quick cards. I think she has one of
Yeah.
the best quick cards in the game.
and
Yeah.
But at least
and being able to spam and crit a lot, I feel like that's pretty valuable. I'm not, but the thing is, she has a Buster NP, which is easier to support than a quick NP. And I know I do simp for quick a lot, but I I don't know. It's a really hard comparison, and I want to say that kind of puts him on a similar level. But to be fair, A+ 5 stars are generally better than A+ 4 stars.
A+ 5 star better than A+ 4 stars. Oh, you mean the Lancer you being like a competitor, Doxer point? I mean that's not a bad argument, to be honest.
I think a better comparison would be her versus Scath.
I think Skahawk's better.
I'm gonna be honest. I
Yeah.
kind of want to push Skahawk to S.
I think Skahawk's better, yeah, for sure, compared to Tamamo. At least in my opinion.
Okay. At least before I log in this, because I'm not usually not gonna make these discussions too long. What do you feel about the top 5, the S and the
Top
EX
5.
right now, as is? What do you feel about those 5?
Yeah, the S and EX.
It's not that I'm okay with it. Like Melusine,
Okay.
Melusine. You know, Bima, really strong single target. I haven't used him a lot because he's new, and also I didn't get him. He's like one of the only servants I didn't get last year.
Wow.
Because I was
Damn.
saving for a Durga.
Yeah.
So, but obviously from the runs I've seen him do, he is really good. He has been he beat up Kenshin, for example. Like it's really hard to min turn a ruler as a normal class where he did it. And
It has that
obviously
append as anti-ruler too.
Oh, I guess that helps.
Yeah.
Like his kit is really solid. You know, a buff removal. Yeah, full debuff cleanse as well, right? On the guts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like just really solid. Ramps up crits with the MP. The overcharge is a little bit harder to trigger. Depends on your comp, but like if you are able to trigger it, it's basically.
We were just talking about like Himiko and Rhinus both being top tier supports for her because they also provide overcharge and help with the crits and defense.
I guess, yeah.
That would be a sick comp.
Yeah, I think in the demonstration they used like on stream they told you to use Himiko or something, which is really funny.
Yeah.
They never talk about gameplay, but and Aresh is upgraded MP anti-earth, good. It's fine. Aresh is good cards. I don't think there's much complaint. I do think her recent buff didn't help her as much as I expected it to, but I could be wrong. And Kidu, fucked by his deck, basically. That's all it is, in my opinion. And Romulus is polarizing. So I don't have too big of an issue with the top 5. I think they're fine.
All right.
Too.
Wow. Okay, I'm okay with that. Honestly, fuck, I think I might lock it in then. Because again, this could just go on for so long. And we probably, always have arguments to move someone up and down. Okay, so for that one guy that keeps asking, one last question. Kayn is A+ or not? What do you think? I had her there last year, I think.
Before you move it, I just realized that this tier list is a side profile of Mo from The Simpsons.
I can kind of see it. That's funny.
Anyways.
Kayn is A+ or not? No, because AoE MV.
I wouldn't fight it. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down to.
So do we? Would I move Vlad up too then? If we do that.
Shit, dude. It's a hard call.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's because my brain's kind of buzzed. Like we did just talk for 7 hours. So,
Right, Canis isn't better than Karna. It's not, dude. They're not directly compared between different rarities, unless the lower rarity actually is better. Then it's fair, but it's not fair to compare a higher one to lower one. I think maybe I'll just bump them both and say fuck it. That's it. Just call it. Do that. Big bang finale.
Okay, so Vlad and Canis.
Yeah, forget, dude. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm doing it.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. There we go. That's it. That's it. We lock. We lock. Okay. That was such a long discussion. Also, dude, you know what's funny? I thought this list would easily be the shortest of the 3 so far. I think now it's going to be the longest. That's funny. Because, again, my reasoning was that this list is the smallest in terms of servant count. Because they only had one new Lancer in Bima this year. And also, I only had Otto to talk to. I was like, we're not going to talk as much as the 3-way. We did. We definitely did.
Comes in and it becomes 30 minutes.
Yeah. So I think this actually will be a 7-hour video on YouTube as well. I don't think the others actually reach 7, but I think this one will. But yeah, frick, dude. Okay, so let me zoom out a little bit so you can see the full picture. But there you go. Let's get Benkei into the frame. He at least deserves that much. Okay. So there you go. Again, we could have debated on this for so long. This was by far the most debated list of the 3 so far. But hey, it's always fun to do that, when it's friendly and whatnot anyway. And I'm sure, no one will ever fully agree to a list anyway, be it me, my co-host, Chad, it's just how it's going to be. And I'm sure next year, if we do these again, things are going to look yet again very different. So it's just how it goes, where it's your mood changes, your opinions change, the meta changes, everything changes.
Everything to confuse the skippers.
That would be so funny. Maybe I'll do some kind of edit there or whatever. Anyway, but yeah, for the outro here, first of all, shout out to everyone that watched the full thing, especially because it ended up being so long. Freaking hell, dude. And if you just skipped around, that's fine too. I don't blame you. This was kind of chaotic. But I like to say in a good way, at least. And before we end, big shout out to Otto for doing this whole thing with me. Crazy stuff. And also, I'll give Blushy a shout out too, for even if just joining towards the end. But yeah, always nice to hear your voice too. But yeah, big ups for Otto, of course. I'll link both of their channels. I'll put Otto's higher this time. How about that? He gets the top spots. Earn that shit. Anyway, so again, for today, thank you so much for watching. And if you enjoyed it, the least you could do is press the thumbs up button. It really helps out. Even if you're going to disagree, hopefully you can at least appreciate the effort that goes into this. Because, it's a good chunk of our Sundays right here. That's for sure. And again, helps us motivate making these in the future as well. Hopefully for next year too, of course. And with that, we conclude the night classes. So next week we'll be hopefully next week we'll be tackling the cavalry classes. I think starting with Rider, I think is usually the first one. So we can talk about like the new servant Andromeda as well, and all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, subscribe as well, of course, not to miss out on the uploads and get notified as soon as these come out, and subscribe to my co-hosts as well. Again, all the links
also,
down below.
Tune into the Smobcast. Happens in 2 hours.
There you go.
And then it also gets uploaded to my channel later.
Yeah, check out Otto's podcast. I'm sure Plushy will be there too. They're going to be talking about all kinds of fun stuff. So
I have no idea
check it out.
What we're going to talk about, but we'll figure it out.
Exactly. But yeah, with that, I hope you guys have a good rest of your Monday this comes out, or Tuesday, or week in general, wherever you're at. And hopefully talk to you again on the next tier list episode.
Bye-bye.
There we go. That's a wrap right there. Holy shit, dude. Right. Oh my god.
Oh, dude.
I seriously thought this was going to be like 6 hours at most. But hey, so be it.
I thought it was going to be less too. This is what happens when I get to talk as much as I want to talk.
Yeah,
you guys
true.
Really grinded.
I tried to avoid interrupting you as much as I could today, so yeah, it definitely shows.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll see how YouTube comments also feel about that. Hopefully, they agree as well. Oh yeah. But yeah, I'm probably gonna just hop off here now as well, because it's over 9 p.m. right now and I haven't eaten in like 10 hours, so I'm getting kind of hungry for some dinner. But yeah, hopefully you guys can join me this upcoming week as well, and obviously do let me know if you can't, hopefully in advance, so I can reschedule to something else. Again, don't feel bad if you can't make it. Like, if you seriously need a break, just tell me and I'll figure something else out. These don't have to come out every single week. It's just that I like to, if possible. So again, you can be fully honest. If you can't make it, just let me know, and neither of you can make it, I'll just schedule something else for the week. It's all good. Okay.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, the longer this drags on, the more it will snowball, because like we already see it. The Rider snowballed by one extra server because of Andromeda. Like,
Pretty much.
So, yeah.
But yeah,
Riders, isn't it?
I think it's Riders for first cavalry. I think it's Riders, Casters, Assassin, and then Berserkers and then extra. I think that's how it goes. Anyway,
Push Suzuka to EX.
true. I'm gonna be biased as well, but also try to be realistic at the same time. But shit, dude. Yeah, I'm good luck with this mobcast later as well. I probably will be absolutely dead and can't watch it, but I will probably listen to it tomorrow on YouTube, as usual.
Thank you.
So there's that.
Can you raid over to my channel then? Like, I mean, it's I'm not streaming right now, but
Can you do that if you're offline?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit.
You can do that, and people will just like lurkers.
Oh, it works. Yeah. Well, there you go. Okay. So yeah, join the raid. He's not online right now, but they will be doing the podcast later. So get notified, I guess, and get some bonus points with this raid. There you go. Enjoy it. But yeah, fuck, dude. Yeah. I'm gonna be doing the outro now. So yeah. I'll drop off from the call here. So hey, good luck with the podcast again, of course, and talk to you hopefully next week, and if not, in the near future, regardless. See you, dudes.
All right. See ya.
All right, so there you go. Stream done. I'm just gonna wrap it up because again, hungry for that dinner. But yeah, for everyone and for today, thank you for all the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs. In fact, let me read all the subs fast. Canada with the 12 buds. Let's go. Panzani 5 gifted as well. Boopa 5 gifted. Dude, you guys were nuts with the gifts. Haas with the gift as well. Another gift. Miku with 50 watt. Ark with the freaking 12 months. Etil with 8 months. Ram with 14. Easy with 7. Or brand new actually. Gion with 28. Gil with 9. Panzani gifted sub. Pavel 49. I think those I read already. But yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. Very, very cool of you guys to support ya boy like this. I really appreciate it. But yeah, frick, dude. For today, again, thanks for those, the bits and the tips and the follows. And most importantly, thank you so much for being here. And now we go raid. So yeah, bye-bye.